Go. Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to the week. What's up, guys? Oh my god, my hair is not the way that it was supposed to be. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Hope you guys had a good weekend. I was at the protest. I hope all you guys were at the protest. So, why do you believe that a racist drug warrior who pardoned his white crackhead son was a good idea? A racist drug warrior? Is that what Biden was? I mean, I don't know. I don't really stand up for Biden that much. I mean, if you're going to still focus on Hunter, though, like, seriously? Okay. Meanwhile, Don Jr.'s out there looking like fucking, cocaine cowboy. So, hey, yo, Weedling. But nice of you to be here, Cassandra. Thank you for checking out the channel. Regardless of you being, I don't know. That was a little presumptuous, I must say. Charlie, what's up, Martini? Charlie Martini in the house. I appreciate you. Oh my god. I feel like I need to hit your emote from MR. Hope you guys had a good weekend. As I said, if you attended a protest, let me know. Let me know how it was. What was the vibe like? I purposefully went to a smaller protest. I also, somebody kind of called me out in chat. They were just like, were you there for something else? I was like, yeah. I was in the area for something else, yes. So, good observation on you. I'm going to thumbs up right now because I have to go. Thank you for thanks for the like, Luck Dragon. If I inspired you to go out, man, that's cool, man. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. What up, Big James? You're always rum dog to me, brother. But still, how was your weekend? Did you hit a protest? I am very interested in knowing, again, what the vibe was like the size of the protest and where you were, because I saw a few rural protests that were like 5 people, but I really appreciated the fact that they went out and did it. But then again, I saw that because I'll be honest, I kind of thought that that's what I was walking into. I was like, yeah, there's gonna be maybe 100 people. Boy, was I wrong. Seems like the country folk, like, because I purposefully wanted to go to a red district, so I knew that the reddest you can get within like the Chicago city limits, or well, just outside the Chicago city limits, is McHenry County. So I was just like, let's go check it out. It was awesome. The vibe was awesome. The people were awesome. I really had a good time. It was actually a pretty short protest that felt like it went for a few hours, but I gotta say, man, if you haven't already seen my live stream, go check it out. Go check out the VOD for sure. I'm gonna be posting up some clips from there. I got into it with a few Trump supporters along the way, but we actually ended up having pretty decent discussions. Right at the end of the protest, there was this group in a truck that was just like asking me questions, and at first it seemed like they were trying to stir some trouble, but like, I don't know, it did turn out that they were just actually curious, like, why no kings? Yo, what up, Joe? How you doing? Fist bump. All right, here we go. Before I go one joke, it's Donald Trump worth pardon, I don't know. Oh, his squeaky tanks, that was, oh my god, we're gonna get into that too. We will be covering the the disaster that was Orange Boy's birthday. Oh my god, dude. Nobody came. I was so sad. Melania, she was laughing at me. I wasn't very happy about that. What up, Anna? How you doing? So you're so no audio. Oh shit. Well, I'll try and make this more of a visual show. I just start doing ASL all of a sudden, which would be rad if I knew ASL a little bit better. So, alrighty. I'm focusing on the 50 years of racist drug laws that have allowed the DEA to do far worse. Okay. You're focusing on telling the wrong person, because telling the left that you're like trying to out-left the left on drug policy is kind of funny, Cassandra. Cassie. I'm going to call you Cassie. I don't know if you like that or not. I don't care right now. Because you came in here hot. That's the most disrespect I will show you, though. So, although you don't seem like you really respect other people's names. Unless you do. Prove me wrong. This is one of those situations where I'm going to cross my legs and do my best Steven Crowder. Right there was my best Steven Crowder. All right. Went to a smaller protest near my house, more Republican area, stood alongside the road. Enough people. There was a 1 mile on both sides. Yeah, that's about what we had. It was about a mile on both sides. I walked the one side, and ye old trusty watch said about a mile. So that was cool, though. I had a really good time. Met some pretty cool people. Made a few connections there. That was actually really cool. Had my first situation where, again, I got to, discuss some stuff with the Trump supporter. Now, was it the most eloquent back and forth? I don't think so. I think that I could have done better. Which, you know what? I'm just admitting my shortcomings, but I also know that there was the one guy that he came back and engaged because he was surprised that I wasn't, like, mean to him. So, yeah, it was interesting. Either way, I am really happy that you guys went out and did the thing. But you don't care otherwise. You would not have elected someone responsible for so much suffering. What are you talking about? You're literally, like, Trump is doing the same shit, and Trump has not improved the economy. Trump has not done anything to actually better your life. But you believe his bullshit, so go ahead. It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. I'm done trying to fight for you. I don't care. I'm not trying to win you over. I don't give a fuck about you. Like, Cassie, if you want to listen instead of just make your points and, like, go on your little, you know, boomer tangent, because I'm sorry, this does not come from a point, like, a youthful point of view, I'm just gonna say. So, man, I really am being a little mean. Nah, all right, Cassie, I'm sorry. Sandor, beautiful birthday. Some people are, his beautiful birthday, nobody cares. I don't believe Trump. All right. Then see, how's it feel? How's it feel to just have someone come in hot, just assuming your belief structure and everything, you know? Points. Anyway, welcome to the show regardless, as I said. Don't care if I agree or disagree with you. Hope you enjoy the show. The number of people protested amazed me because it's a Republican area. That's actually... a few cursed cars from us, but we didn't have a F Trump sign. Well, or we did have an F Trump sign. Oh, interesting. There was a counter protest of like 6 people. I'm not even exaggerating that number. I think it was like 6 or 7 people that were at that, and they ended up dispersing and kind of walking the crowd. And then you had a few that were just like doing like the not crop dusting. Whatever, burning coal. That's what they were saying. They're burning coal. They're burning coal. Well, either way, it was it was a good time. But his big beautiful birthday was ruined. That was just objectively so funny. I paid no attention to it, right? So, waking up on Sunday and just having my coffee and seeing all the videos of like that World War I tank just going sadly down the street was just like, that's pretty funny. And then him just sitting there like he was so bummed, man. Which, I don't know. Like, the thing is, if I saw somebody I actually cared about, like, acting the way he did, I'd be like, oh, that's sad, you know? Or, like, you see those videos where, like, it's a mom and they're just like, my son has autism and nobody came to his birthday. And then it's like, you know, the fire brigade or whatever comes and saves the day, or John Cena shows up. Yeah. John Cena, there we go. John Cena could have saved the day. Sad Trump. I'm just so sad. Wait a minute. Is that who I think it is? Wait a minute. I can't see him. So, or actually, you could just convince him that you just play John Cena's music, and it's just like, here's the thing, Mr. Trump. You actually can't see him, that it is indeed part of his gimmick. So when he goes like this, you can't see him. He goes invisible. Wow. It's just, oh, wow, you know what? I really like that. That's incredible. Can we get that technology in our military? That'd be awesome. The guy carrying the drone. That was so funny. Oh my god.
I don't like this talk at all. I don't like it at all. President Trump had a very respectable protest, parade. I can't even think. You guys got me all hair wire.
Kickflip. Nobody paid for it, so you get a short one. Trump for Unmarca. What up, Kirk? How you doing? Did you go? Were you able to attend a protest in solidarity? If all of the left's candidates are monsters, why care about Trump? Who on the left is a monster? My God. Meanwhile, you're ignoring the fact that, like, Republicans are just ignoring basic humanity, but whatever, man. You know, one thing I have been saying is make every one of these fuckers feel awkward when they go to get tacos, where it's just like, yeah, openly just be like, man, ICE, huh? That's crazy, you know? We're not gonna be in business if ICE comes here. Then they'll start to get it. What up, Swift? How you doing? Sandor Clegane, also, how you doing, bud? 2 million people turned out. Yeah, it was impressive. To be fair, you have seen Indian military parades. They go crazy. Well, that's what Trump wanted. Like, he really wanted that. He was just like, I mean, here, you know what? We can start with this one. Which one had the leaked audio? Because we got this interesting leaked audio from Trump that, honestly, initially kind of missed my radar here. But leave it to Adam Mockler's sidekick. I don't know what his whole deal is, but it seems like his buddy is running his channel right now. The estimates I saw for No Kings are 10 to 12 million for No Kings? Holy shit. Yeah, somebody said like it was like 2% of the population, and I was just like, holy shit, that's crazy. Pirate Amir, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope everybody, as I said, hope everybody had a good weekend. As you file in here, hit that like button. It really does help out the channel. I love the No Kings protest. The Proud Boy leader showed up in Miami and got chased off. Really? In something Torres. God damn it, what's his name? Not Torres. Tario. Enrique Tario. Yeah, was that the guy? Kamala Harris refused to prosecute rapist cops. A monster. Listen, you're trying to do this thing where you're like you're trying to out left the left and like try and also get me to like just be like, wow, but okay. You believe in some pretty weird shit there, Cassandra. I don't know. You're not really speaking to anything to me, and I'm not sure if any of my my chat here really is getting anything from you, but hey, as I said, you're more than welcome to keep going. I keep seeing your comments, and I'm just like, okay. Look up the Miami Herald. It talks about this. Nice. I date black drag queens. You? Okay, cool. Good for you. I do not. I'm happy for you, though. That's fantastic. Date who you want. Love who you want. That's kind of the thing. Unless you be breaking some, some very uncool laws, then that's where I'm like, nah, we got hard lines on that one. You can't defend your hypocrisy. What's my hypocrisy? What have I been hypocritical about? Or hypocritical about? Hippocratic. I took an oath. I swear that I will always smoke a little bit of weed at the right time. We all know on Pep Talks that is blatantly false, because here on Pep Talks we always happen to smoke at 421 just because somebody in chat has either a better alarm than I do. But with this delay, we have constantly run into the issue where it's just like 420. It's like, actually it's 421 because Pep Talks. So this will be the shirt, guys. That is the first one that is getting released. Dr. Ganj. Dr. Ganj is already hit, fellas, and fellettes, and everything, and everybody in between. Jesus Christ. Yeah, really broke that one. Hippo law. Hey, oh, talk about hippo law to me. I was always the master at hippo law. Hippo law just meant you had the faster hand, which never play against a 13-year-old, folks. If you are playing Hungry Hippos and a 13-year-old boy beats you, well, there's a good reason for that. He just discovered his abilities. Ew, I know, 420. We're out of time today. Okay, what is drug warrior? I don't know. I guess Biden was a drug warrior of some kind. News to me. Oh, man. All right. As I said, happy 420, my local. Does he fight drugs or fight for drugs? Did he sell drugs? How are you not a hypocrite? You support racist drug warriors, corrupt DAs, and snitches. You have come in here twice now. Twice. Assuming these things. Have you asked once, who did I vote for? Have you asked once, why did I vote for them? Have you asked what my political affiliations are? No, you're kind of being a twat waffle. So continue being a twat waffle, but I will call you on being said twat waffle. Smoking real weed this time. Just made my first meal at new place. Hell yeah, Sean. Congrats on the new place, by the way, man. Wait, I think they mean he fights drugs, like with his fists. Yeah, put him up, Jack. I'm gonna knock fentanyl. I'm gonna knock fentanyl out. Come here, Jack. Where? Let me at him. Where are they? Over here, Mr. Biden. Okay. All right. Got a cough to get off. Let's see. How about the monster who wrote the hundreds of crack laws? You mindless cult member? That's new. Dude, I haven't been called a cult member since I was actually in a cult, but that's crazy. Man, throwback. Thank you for that. That was like legit nostalgic for me. Oh, God. I feel good. By the way, guys, it is happening still. What are we at? 20 minutes? All right, we can start going into this. But also, I did want to finish this real quick. So check it out. Here's some leaked... Ooh, that's still my screen. Give me a second. Every stream, I'll do that. And when I stop doing that, I'll be nostalgic for the days where I'll just be like, you know what? I'm going to put the start screen up again, because why not? Meanwhile, 2 times were shot by a right-wing extremist. Yeah, I have to say, Cassandra's timing is... like, okay. Hi, I'm Kirk. How are you? Uh-oh, Kirk. Kirk is engaging. Uh-oh. Kirk is reading Cassandra's straight-up poetry and is taken. Detroit. Rip. What up? Wait, no, you snitching in a bad, the DEA evil. What the fuck? Yeah, you got me. You got me on that one. All right, cool. Here we go. Well, I got a video to go through real quick. We got some Trump audio, some interesting Trump audio. Let's get the details on the Trump audio.
Quote, fascist to the core. We've heard from his previous military generals that he praises dictators. The parade itself wasn't very... There's a really interesting theory, guys, curious about your thoughts, relating to why the military parade was so bad. Now, before I get into that, I want to show you, or play for you, this leaked clip of Donald Trump. Take a listen.
Are we close to seeing Mr. Kim here at the White House?
Could happen. I mean...
They talked about that yesterday with Mike Pompeo?
Yeah, I think it's something that could happen. Yeah. Hey, he's the head of a country, and I mean, he's the strong head. Don't let anyone think anything different. Right. He speaks and his people sit up at attention. I want my people to do the same.
Yeah, this is old.
I want my people...
Oh, man.
...to do the same. Now, if we look at the military parade from just the other day, did his people, as Donald Trump calls them, do the same? Well, something a lot of people are pointing out is the fact that not only was the organization...
Hey, welcome. I appreciate you stopping by. Also appreciate you being from Vegas. We are going through a quick clip where it's him being outraged about something that Donald Trump said a long time ago, even though it is still holding true, where he just wants to be like, you know, Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong, is it Un? I forget now. But
really poor, but the actual parade itself,
the parade itself was hilarious.
Oh my
really
God,
sloppy. It was so funny.
I mean, I've seen several veterans comment on this. There's one very viral tweet saying, "I really thought Trump's police state parade would look fashioned and scary. Instead, it's just humiliating."
Oh, your bot trick worked.
Are the soldiers marching like this as a low-key FU to Trump compared to
Kirk Captcha? That's your new nickname in chat.
To
Captcha Kirk.
Any other military parade, and you'll see what I mean. Now, that individual I don't believe is a veteran, but I have seen other people who have served comment on the fact that they've been in military marches, and this just doesn't look right. So take a look at this.
That's insane. And they were using Clarence Clearwater Revival, which again, or Credence? Clarence? Credence. Credence Clearwater Revival. I am dyslexic, so you know what? Everybody can just deal with that one. But you know what? I still find that funny. Literally about draft dodging. Slowing it down like this doesn't work the way he thinks it does. Okay, that's not good. Well, I'm dipping out this video because this is the reason that I don't want to have a lot of the military stuff unless it's completely muted. So, we will find some muted clips. There we go. But yeah, let's just cover this real quick. The parade was hilarious. Just objectively hilarious. From both ends too. I have to say that, like, for every left-winger that was freaking the fuck out about it, and it's not left-wingers, I have to actually be honest with this. It was mostly center right, like left-wing commentators like Midas Touch, and I could even see like CNN, but CNN's kind of abandoned that post, but mostly like the Midas Touch crowd was losing their collective shit about this. Like, they were just like, no authoritarian, and like, again, our No Kings protests were so widely fucking publicized, which I'm joking. I did have this like really weird thing where the media blackout for one of the largest protests ever, and they were still covering Trump's sad parade. I have to say, man, like, that really did kind of put it in perspective. But that also backfired, because I do know that a lot of people, like, even on the right, felt like they were being lied to about like the optics of the parade, and they were just they were mad that it wasn't more authoritarian. They were like, this is lame. Like, they were getting called out for being lame. Wheeling, put some pep in my step. Oh. All right, fine. At least it wasn't Fortunate Son. I think it was. Wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was Fortunate Son. It was the one that was literally about, like, you know, sending the poor kids off to war. A little on the nose, you know what I mean? Or am I wrong? I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm starting to lose, like, my music knowledge almost entirely. Hockey is one that I lost it all. I barely know any of the rosters I used to, like. I think that I did like the Rolodex thing that happens like in your mid-30s, where you're just like, you know, you do a purge of it where you're just like, oh. Yeah, I really don't need that anymore. Who was the starting center of the Bulls in 1998? I don't fucking know anymore. Wait, starting center. Nope. It's about being proud of your country. That's the optics. Fortunate Son was played, and the artist said it was stupid. I love it. I love when the artist of a song comes out after Trump uses it, and they're just like, I'm not cool with him using that, and also he used it wrong. He apparently does not understand what that song means. He probably, oh my God, I realize what it is. He doesn't hear the lyrics. He just heard the, oh, that red, white, and blue. And that's all he heard.
And it was just like, that's it. And he's just like, I love it. It said red, it's red, white, and blue. Very patriotic. Let's get it out there. I kind of like the guitar solo. Let's go. Honestly, this person in chat just seems to be a rage baiter. I don't care. If y'all know what to do if they get out of hand, or if they start annoying me too much, I think that you'll understand. But right now, I'm in a passive mood with it. I don't give a seriously, when you deal with it in real life, I think that's what actually kind of happened this weekend. Dealing with this in real life, dealing with an actual rage baiter who then got caught on rage baiting and then was just like, well, I gotta go. I'm not sure if you guys saw the clip of me, where this guy came up to me. He called me a pussy earlier in the protest. I'm not sure if you got as many people saw that, because that was in the first video. Although I think it might have cut out when it happened. I hope not. Because I know that you can still hear him say it. He's just like, you like my hat, pussy? And the thing is, he wasn't wearing a MAGA hat. He was walking around in what looked like a camo hat, and he looked like your average Jew that just shops at Cabela's, and you had to look real quick to just see that it was a picture of Trump doing his little, getting his ouchie and just going, so he comes back, right? And I pan to he had a dog, he had a hunting dog that was, pretty cute. So I was just like, oh, look at the Poochie protester. And he was just like, my dog didn't vote for, my dog voted for Trump. And I was just like, your dog didn't vote, dumbass. And it really did, it kind of de-escalated. And then he came up to me and then he was just like, why is everybody saying no king, no king? Or why is everybody calling me Nazi? It's just like, well, time to explain something. Honestly, yeah. Also, Ruben Bloodstone. I know you guys were over on Twitch there for a second. I just need somebody over on Twitch to report, how is the connection? I kind of was doing, reporting live from our doorless bomb shelter. What? Hey, man, you better be okay. You better be okay. No, I mean, what? Ryan, I just got really nervous. When you said doorless bomb shelter, I was like, Sandor, when Trump got his ouchie and did the fist pump, gotta say, as a non-American, I stood fully erect. Looks fine to me. Good, thank you. I appreciate that. Very sardine box-like. Don't recommend it. It smells like a smoking sweaty butt. Cassandra, I'm confused on what a drug warrior is. It is a little confusing. Uh-oh, I'm gonna sneeze. I can already feel it. Excuse me. Man. Sorry, I spent a lot of time outside today, so my allergies kind of catch up to me when I get back inside. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I'm entirely confused on what Cassandra's trying to say. I mean, I go back to the very beginning of chat. That's why I was like, bot? I don't know. It's just it's pure nonsense. That's why I'm like, go ahead. I'll be completely honest with you. It's early engagement in the stream, and they're not necessarily baiting. That would require us to be stupid fish. We only got some high IQ fish in this pond there, sir. Now, if you go down the river a little bit, I do think that they have been pouring turpentine, so you may run into a little bit of luck down there. The R word is off limits.
Is it? Is this when you use autocomplete back and forth? You know what? I do. Sean. All right. All right. You already. That's comment of the day right there. That's line of the day. Line of the day coming from Legend of Sean. I'll show you how to trigger Pep. Hey, your mic sounds off. Dude. Yeah, I got a snap the other day. You know what? That was annoying. Dude, no. I gotta be real. Like, I worked hard on all my sounds, so for it to all just, like, go to shit in just, like, one quick moment, why am I reliving this? Damn it, Legend. You did it. See? Triggered. Ryan, all right. Here. I do need to do this real quick. We got a live look at Jerusalem. No. Here we go. Siren's now off after missile alert. Oh, Steve's on. Here we go. We got Lookner. Damn it! Man, I thought that last one was it. Nope. Don't you hate that? Where you get one more? All right. Left you a pick on Dis. Yeah, I think I did see that earlier this morning. Didn't I? Yeah. Thank you for the update, bud. I'll be honest, that, like, thank you. Sandra, oh my god, don't clip that. What? Hard to do when you're an American and not Swiss like me. All right, so we got Tel Aviv, Modine. Oh my God, Ryan, really? What's that supposed to do? I mean, damn. Yeah, that's a choice. I can't even vote in your country. Did you just say struggle snuggle? What the fuck? No. 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 God. What are you doing? All right. Jesus Christ. Fresh in chat box. Thank God you spelled rapper. Tupac coming in. All right. Here we go, guys. Let's get some audio from Steve. Steve! It's good to see him.
Wow. Matu's Adam Katana being very generous.
Oh, by the way, my friend from Agus, if you are still with us,
so make sure you say thanks.
Just wanted to say that I've been covering the conflict in Israel and Iran since last week.
Actually, I think
I got some protest footage out there, and yeah, just in general, if you are new to the channel, please hit that like button and sub.
On the reports after that, looked like a small. Oh, hold on. What does it say? Home front command just said you could leave the protective area in a bunch of areas. Home front command has just told lots of people in Israel you can leave the protected area. Maybe everybody.
Is that you?
So it looks like that attack is over for now.
Are you behind Steve for once on this one? Oh no. Hey, Vital Pill, what up, dude? Good to see you. Yeah, that'd be me. All right. Well, then we can mute Steve for a little bit. Man, I have got to get some allergy meds or something. I didn't realize that I was having a mini allergy attack until literally just now. Keep my agenda Steve free. Well, I mean, man, I don't get how he gets away with that. Likewise. Hell yeah, man. It's good to see you back here. Also, did you have a good weekend? Did you see any protests? We're good old Steve. Steve. Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time with him. Stevert. He is, oh my God. Oh my God. The fact that he wrote for Mad TV and just look at, oh, wait a minute. Did they base Stewart on him? No. No. I gotta cover the news. I want the air fryer. No. Sorry. Because he probably says the extreme right and left is bad. Ah, yeah. 1000%. He totally did. Oh my God. We gotta call him Stevert now. Had to pee, and I will respond to Sylvie. Oh. By all means. Have at it. That's it. Give me 1 second. I gotta take an allergy pill. That's killing me. Oh, I can feel the placebo effect already working. Oh God, that'd be nice. I could just get a placebo of actually not feeling congested right now. Ooh, that'd be wonderful. All right. Oh yeah, I'm all right. We're really damn seasoned. You seem like it. My allergies were terrible this morning. I have been fine, and like, I went to a thing, like it was in like the country, so there was just like this, it looked like an anime, I gotta be honest, because it looked like it was snowing, but it was all just the like ragweed seeds or whatever, that were just like floating all over the place. Everyone else was like dying, and I was fine. I was perfectly fine. And now, today, I'm just like, what is going on? Can barely breathe. Unfortunately, I don't have time to argue because I have to finish getting ready and start biking over to work. Good luck. Yeah, the whole work thing. Man, you get to bike to work though? That's cool. I mean, lots of peaches. Uh-oh. There's something funny. I was talking to my sister today, and you know, I made a joke, and she's just like, and on that note, I have to go. And I was just like, yeah, all right. You know, love you. I'll talk to you later. She's like, wait a minute. She's like, I gotta tell you this. She's like, I was just talking to Dad, and him and my stepmom, I guess, went to like some peach festival. And he just signs off by going like, all right, Well, I gotta go find your stepmother. She's out there, you know, selling her peaches to everyone. Didn't even think about it. Or showing her peaches, showing off her peaches, and it, like, my sister was just like, it was the worst. You bike to work, what a nerd. I ride chainsaws to work, dude. Do you do it like Chainsaw Man? You just strap 2 chainsaws to your arms, like, and just like shove them into the ground, just like rip, just let her rip. Yeah! Or do you like sit on a sled and then put them down and use them as, like, you know, like what do you call them? Sandor Clegane. Oh dear. Yeah, dude, it's just funny. I love how oblivious my old man can be sometimes. Like, he'll say shit like that and not even like, and he'll just be like, "What?" I saw your Twitch message, and this is my biggest fear: something big happening, and I'm in the bathroom and I gotta leave now. Like, why, universe? Why now? Why now? At least you're in the right place if, you know, shit does go down. I guess. Yeah, it's called redneck skiing. Oh god. All right, y'all gotta go to work. I don't mind Billy. He's gone through four chains this week. We told him, you know, they got these things called motorcycles, but he wants to do the chainsaw sled. It's all right. It's all right. I literally picture it like Chainsaw Man, though. All right. Back to the coverage. Sorry, guys. I'm getting a little goofy there.
Says, I'm from Iran and hope this will cause regime change. Thanks, Shelley. Thanks, aerospace expert.
I'm very,
Joshua
very
Bebo,
skeptical about
Nick,
those comments that come in.
Nick G,
we had that on Friday.
Zlatan Klebik.
Steve likes
Ed
the
Weeby
moped
for
still?
the
Oh, yeah, he
memberships.
does.
David Potter, Taz.
Calls it his Harley.
Cullen Works, Raven Knight,
I
Crazy
gotta get on my
Yoda.
Harley.
Crazy Yoda is wondering if there were other interceptions by U.S. ships. I don't know. I mean, we heard there were 10 missiles, and we didn't see 10, so maybe some of them got shot down somewhere else over the country by something or other.
My mother-in-law
Thank you,
is always
Crazy Yoda.
saying, "Oh, pretty
Matthew
pussy,
Joffe,
naughty pussy."
Mannequin 09.
Nobody has the
Teresa
heart to
Staub,
tell her.
Matt Cannell, thank you.
Dude, I hope that's true.
John Paul LaChance.
That would be wild.
John Paul LaChance, I really appreciate that. Andy Crabtree, Tom Lee, Donna Smith, Corn Pop 82, Big Sky, Deox DeSoto.
Nice.
John Paul LaChance again with more memberships. Thank you.
It's
so
kind of
much.
like Americans on
Very kind of you,
9/11
John Paul LaChance.
opining they hope
JCWEdit7,
it causes regime change.
4444.
Like, I'm sure they.
Tom Lee,
yeah, I
Scott
mean,
Gullett,
dude,
Andy
yeah, they
Crabtree,
pulled that
Bernard
shit.
Tappy, thank you. Punished Fox.
Yeah, they. I do remember that. It was not even like, while they were trying to cover up the weapons of mass destruction, they were trying to sway public opinion to just be like, yeah, but Saddam's a bad guy anyway, guys. I mean, come on. We gotta get him out of there. Regime change. It's all right. They want him out of there. You know, he's just kind of one of us. Steve's chat is about as genuine as a Vosh chat. Yeah.
Nice to see.
Yeah,
all the members
Vosh chat's
in the YouTube
weird.
chat.
I will say that much. Although they got
Pickle
Sake
Mods, thank
Tanuki
you
over
on
there,
Twitch
so.
Support, and Urian007 and July Johnson. All right, let's watch the video. Here is the video of. The Iranian, what it looks like a failed interceptor. Possibly a failed interceptor.
My granny was cool. She would ask us where
Here
all
it
our
is.
pussies
Here's the
were
video.
and laugh.
Hold on.
Base granny.
There's that. And then we're going to put on the screen replay moments ago. Okay, that works. Oops.
I took 2
messed
steps
it
into
all
my
up.
room after
There
my
you go.
shower, then had to run. Are you, what? Y'all, I shit you not. I was just in the shower
then
for
we
a
wanna
second
turn
before it
this down
started.
for the
Get the
moment.
fuck out.
Here is the replay Replay, replay, replay. Uh-oh. Before. Here's the replay. Look right here. There it is. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I'll replay it again. I'll replay it again. Sorry. Hold on. I want to get it right on.
Your granny was hit.
Why is this thing? Hold on. I got to position this better. There we go. That'll be better for you. Let's get it on the screen so you can see it. Really see it.
Wait, Pep, you missed the more outrageous shower run I told him in my chat. How can there be no damage? This war is so strange. Yeah. Well, Tel Aviv got slammed yesterday. Like, there's a lot of damage in Tel Aviv, from what I was seeing.
All right. So again, maybe it was a failed interceptor. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Interesting. All right.
For all the threatening rhetoric that Iran has been making today and tonight, that was not
Iron Dome is really good. Not not perfect,
attack.
but damn good.
Now there could be more coming.
I mean, usually there is something, even if not
What's
buildings
this?
or people.
What's this? Oh, I'm seeing a new report. Where did that report claim come from?
Well, then we know who to throw on the under the bus first. Steve. We just say Steve made us do it.
So another one said
He
10,
made me watch his stream.
but
He
seems
told
like
me
a
if I
pretty
did,
small,
I could be
attempt.
part of the Kermit Club.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment.
Meanwhile, it's Darkside Kermit. The entire time he's responsible for all this. Good, good. God, Kermit. This is all because you waka-waka'd all over Miss Piggy.
The more reliable reports I've heard said about 10 were fired. Roy Case.
Biking to
who
work
is an
sounds fun,
Iranian-
but it's not fun. I
Roy
arrive to work
Case is an
sweaty all the time.
Israeli
Oh, that
reporter.
does suck. Okay.
He says that the Revolutionary Guards of Iran claim they launched the missiles at the base from which the attack targeting the Iranian Broadcasting Corporation in Tehran originated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
We
That's
actually
what he
have
says.
footage of that.
The attack on state TV today.
Here, let me see. Let's see. Bring this up for a second. New barrage, no. Here we go. It's a CNN report.
It's officially underway in Canada, and U.S. President Donald Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney are now taking part in a bilateral meeting on the sidelines. Now, before that conversation started, Trump criticized the G7 for ejecting Russia 11 years earlier after Moscow annexed Crimea. The leaders of the G7 countries, which also include France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the UK, have a lot to discuss over the next few days. High on the agenda, global trade and security. However, looming over the summit, the Israel-Iran conflict,
There we go. Okay,
which
I was
is
about to
now
say,
in
how's
its
this lead
fourth
in?
day and
Like-
intensifying.
Huh.
Iran's state news agency says that it has been targeted by Israeli strikes.
And as you just saw there, the attack happened while
Holy
a
shit.
live newscast was underway. You saw the news anchor essentially evacuate the studio very quickly. Earlier, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urged Iranians to evacuate the
Whoa,
capital.
why they only show it
As
once?
the death toll on both sides continues
That's
to grow. To evacuate
no,
the
you gotta
capital,
show that again
essentially
there.
Evacuate the studio. A live newscast was
Man, they really are
As you
just
just
trying to
saw
bury like
that,
any
as
and
it
not
has
like
been
don't you
targeted by
dare,
Israeli
don't you
strikes.
dare sympathize with Iran. Jesus.
As you just saw there, the attack happened while a live newscast was underway.
I would have
You saw the news
evacuated
anchor
by
essentially
pants.
evacuate the studio very quickly. Earlier, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urged Iranians to evacuate the capital as the death toll on both sides continues to grow. Iranian officials say that at least 224 people, most of them civilians, have been killed since Israel launched a wave of airstrikes on Iranian nuclear and military targets.
Israel says at least 24 people have been killed by Iranian missiles that penetrated its Iron Dome defense shield. Elena Treen is in Washington, but first let's go to Nick Payton Walsh, who joins
Interesting.
us
So they're
from London.
all right. Notice how they just did that aside of the 224, but then they're going to focus on the 24. Yeah, that's been happening a lot. Been seeing that too. All right, let's get back to the live coverage. We got Jerusalem. Hold on. Oh, actually, here. Let's get one more report while we're doing this. The smoke. Did that look? Yeah, that looked fake as fuck, right? Just gonna say that. But then again, I've been fooled by just shitty like 720p resolution that just like had a delay. Like I called that fake, and they were just like, no, here, check this out. There's like you can check out the frames. Oh no, Israel is attacking everything with the regime owns. Yeah.
This may be our biggest show of all time.
Oh shit.
The number of colossal news stories I have for you. I mean, I've never been through anything like this, and I'm talking, I've been doing this show full time since 2012, and that's how big of a day it is. Okay,
Holy
so
shit.
In just a second, we're going to talk about updates on the Israel-Iran war. It is officially on, y'all. I mean, Iran is showing no mercy.
The fires.
They're going absolutely ballistic on Israel.
I thought you were talking
They are
about like the
launching
smoke
missiles,
look fake or
wave
something.
after wave after
Never mind.
wave of missiles. The missiles are landing and overwhelming Iron Dome. So I'll have a lot to say about that. We'll also get to the No Kings anti-Trump protest, literally being the biggest protest in U.S. history. We're talking about a moment so tumultuous.
Actually, here, speaking of, let's see. Innocent bystander shot by peacekeepers during No Kings protest in Salt Lake City. An innocent bystander at the No Kings demonstration in downtown was killed on Saturday. Arthur Falasa Alu, 39, died at the hospital. Detectives believe Alu was at the demonstration as a bystander and was not the intended target of the gunfire. Police have arrested Arturo Gamboa. He was booked into Salt Lake City jail. It was not immediately clear whether Gamboa was still in jail Sunday or whether he has an attorney. Also detained Saturday were two men who were part of a peacekeeping team. One of the peacekeepers fired a shot that fatally shot Alu. The men told the police that they saw Gamboa move away from the crowd and begin manipulating an AR-15 assault rifle, prompting them to draw their guns and order him to drop the weapon. Instead, Gamboa ran into the crowd holding his gun in a firing position. In response, one of the peacekeepers fired 3 shots, one of them that struck Gamboa and another which hit Alu. So wait. I don't get this. So, Gamboa then told police they saw Gamboa move away from the crowd but begin manipulating. Okay, so so the peacekeeping team accidentally shot the guy while this guy was trying to shoot other people? Instead, Gamboa ran into the crowd holding his gun in a firing position. One of the peacekeepers fired one that struck Gamboa. Oh, okay, yeah. There it is. I was like, wait a minute, what? Police said that they are still investigating and specifically looking into the actions of the peacekeepers who are not law enforcement officials. I mean, dude, the fact is we are getting way too comfortable with deputized law enforcement positions within ICE and just like this situation where it's just like, wait a minute, you're event security. What the fuck? And yet we still have the media just being like, we have to determine whether or not the use of force was actually justified. Fuck you. No, it's not justified because they're not the fucking cops. And it's not even justified by the cops. But you're going to sit here and be like, you know what's perfectly okay? When we give authority to anybody and then they start just shooting people. Wild. Although, here's the bitch of it. They were stopping a guy that was about to fire into a crowd, so I don't know what to say about that. Beyond, oh, shit. Why are they saying AR-15 style rifle? Because watch, it's a paintball gun. It means semi-auto that could literally be any. Yeah, exactly. Scary boom boom. Yeah, right. Hey, bud. Welcome back. Here, got the stand cam up. There he is. Wow, wow, West. Pick it, wow, wow. I assume a semi-auto rifle. Yeah, it's black and tactical. Yeah, whatever. The guy pulled out a rifle. Well, see, and again, this is where I'm going to wrestle with this one. Because I already made my peace with what I think about the peacekeeping forces. Now this, like, well, it's like, well, there are a lot of people there are a lot of guns that look like an AR-15. Yeah, but they should just say a cool looking rifle then. We have almost as many guns in Switzerland, but no shooting. Yeah, but don't you have to like go somewhere controlled? Like it's essentially like we could all have guns. Like, but yeah, you guys have like pretty strict enforcement from my understanding. Here we go. Let's get back to the live coverage of... Oh, wait, actually, no, let's get back to this quick video from Mr. Kyle Kulinski, because I did want to get into what happened at the protests and how that also, like, when they were talking about the protests, they did say, like, they tried to point that as like a violent occurrence, but then they found out that it's like, oh, it's not what we thought. Oh, hold on. Because they really wanted that to just be like, they were trying to start a riot. Yeah.
Tumultuous in U.S. history that it rivals the 1960s, which was historically tumultuous because you had assassinations seemingly every other day. So a lot to say about that.
I mean, everybody talks about the, summer of 69? Well, we got the summer of 25. If you guys are looking for something where we want to be politically nostalgic about how like fucked up it was, and it may like define our generation, this could be it.
Trump is also furious over his military parade flop. Got amazing pictures and videos. You're not going to want to miss that segment. Then we'll talk about the MAGA terrorism that hit Minnesota and the fact that the right cannot stop lying about it. It is lie after lie after lie. I've never seen such a massive, coordinated gaslighting effort, but it's here. And then we'll also talk about MAGA is now ripping themselves to shreds over war with Iran. You have different factions that are emerging. I'll break that all down for you. We have an epic rant from Tim Dillon going after the Iran warmongers. And then later on today, Nick Fuentes admits I was right. I don't know.
We shall pause for that. That is a big deal.
When are people going to realize, bro? When are they going to realize? I'm always right.
They're talking about the assassination.
Maybe they're just starting now. Maybe they're just starting to get it now.
Talking about that too.
All right, so We'll get to all that and more. You guys know the drill. Everybody do me a huge favor and subscribe to the channel. That helps out massively in the algorithm and costs you nothing at all. And extra love to all of you who support this show on
we're going to start with the
Patreon. It could not be done without you.
Report
this
from
is real
over the
independent
weekend.
media. There's a lot of assholes out
from
there
Iran and
pretending
Israel.
what they really are is new corporate media or fake independent media. This is real independent media. I'm very thankful for all of you who donate $5 a month on Patreon. That link's below. You can also tip with the thanks button on YouTube. You can subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends. That link is below as well. It's the Substack link. And everybody go
No, that's okay.
subscribe to the Corin's World YouTube channel because we're dropping Kyle and Corin podcasts over there. You don't want to miss that either.
No problem. Keep me in the background.
And we're trying to get him to 100,000 subscribers, so hook a brother up with a subscription. All right, guys, let's dive into it. So,
Tim Dillon is a comedian and a hardcore isolationist, so I don't know why we are going to him like he is news, even though he's great.
As you all know, Israel decided.
Because everybody decided to make, Joe Rogan and any comedian that has ever been around him like the arbiters of all things that are, like political comedy.
They were going to launch an offensive, aggressive war against Iran. They started it. Let's not get that twisted. Let's just lay out the basic facts here. That's what happened, is they decided we are going to launch an offensive, aggressive war against Iran. Well,
so yeah, take a look.
As you all know, Trump greenlit.
Well, at least you won't be sweating.
This behind the scenes. That has been leaked to this point. There was no way that Israel would have done what they did without the go-ahead from the
Tim Dillon has great takes. He's not the worst.
United States of America. And as a direct result...
He has good takes. He also just has, like... I don't like the thing where comedians do, like, they'll try to have, like, a serious opinion, but anytime that they get called on it being a bullshit opinion, they'll just be like, dude, I was just joking. Like, and they do it for everything.
Of that,
so it does kind of lend to, like, the whole, do you actually hold any of these positions, or are you doing this for money? And then Tim will even just, like, now especially, he'll do this. He'll put on the sunglasses and just be like, I don't know. Am I? Look me in the eye and tell me.
Man, are these old videos of Trump kind of curious. They are kind of curious. So here he is during the Obama administration, and here's what he had to say about war with Iran back then. Ready?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
There is always a tweet. There is always a video. There's always something which renders Trump.
It's getting old at this point where it's like, holy shit, dude. See, but his supporters don't know this and they don't see it. I'm going to just say it. They've probably never seen this video
Absolutely
and do not know
humiliated.
that it even exists.
If I scripted this, you would say, little too much. Little too on the nose, isn't it? All right, so here's Trump in 2018 announcing his pulling out of the Iran deal, which, by the way, they were completely abiding by. The IAEA had gone in there over a dozen times and validated that, yes,
Trump
Iran is
like
abiding by this deal
mozzarella.
perfectly. And here he is, simply to spite Obama, announcing that he pulled out of the deal. Here we go.
I am announcing today that the United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal. In a few moments, I will sign a presidential memorandum to begin reinstating U.S. nuclear sanctions on the Iranian regime. We will be instituting the highest level of economic sanction. Any nation that helps Iran in its quest for nuclear weapons could also be strongly sanctioned by the United States. America will not be held hostage to nuclear blackmail.
Now, let's be clear. If Trump just simply didn't do this, we would not be in this position that we're in right now.
Hey, what up, Bandit?
If he just left that deal alone and took the W, we would.
How was your weekend, man?
Be in this position right now. In fact,
also thanks for sending that link. I really appreciate it.
If Joe Biden did what he said he would do on the campaign,
and put me on the right path,
trail, which is get back in that exact same nuclear agreement, we wouldn't be where we are right now. So there were so many off ramps to this, but they decided, let's be warmongers. That's what they decided. Okay. Yep. We're just getting started, y'all.
Yeah, and meanwhile, like, they're all following the John Bolton playbook. Like, John Bolton's been doing this since the Bush administration.
So then we also have this. I'm going to show you here. This is a...
Like, I remember when him and Colin Powell got into it on, I think it was, like, Bill O'Reilly.
Compilation of videos over the years. And this is the number of times that Israel and the U.S. have made the bogus claim that Iran is just a couple months away from creating a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, they've been saying this for years. That's the reason that so many people even lost like the ability to care about it, because they it was boy who cries wolf bullshit, where it's just like, how many times are you gonna do this?
Legendary how long they've been saying this bullshit. They've been saying it since the early 1990s. Oh, in 2 months they'll have a nuke. And every single time, the deadline would come and go, and they wouldn't have a nuke. You want to know why? Because they actually weren't pursuing a nuke. Now, as
Craigslist and rich neighborhood or visit their Goodwill.
at this moment, they'd be
I didn't think about doing that.
crazy
honestly.
not to pursue a nuke. Crazy, because they're under attack.
No, what sucks is I saw somebody getting rid of a desk not too far away from me, and like it kind of looked like it would have worked, but they were already like the people were loading it into their van. I was just like, oh, damn it.
But back then, they had no interest in a nuke. In fact, they called it.
I used one thing I was able to do was I put a little bit of like sticky tack, and then I used some Flex Seal to like just completely wrap the leg that's broken. It's holding up.
Un-Islamic to have a nuke. Here we go.
It doesn't look great, but hey, it's working.
Let's watch this.
Take Iran about 12 months to enrich enough nuclear material for a single nuclear weapon.
United States. That was in 2023. That guy said that.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is warning that Iran is potentially just months away or less from nuclear breakpoint.
That was in 2021. Blinken said that.
Iran is 2 months away from a nuclear weapon, and it's a victory to get them 1 year away?
Iran.
That was 2015 that they said that.
Could be less than a month away from building a nuclear weapon.
That was 2013 they said that.
Who has made 2 tough-talking TV appearances, saying that Iran is just months away from making a nuclear bomb.
What is important to
That was 2012 he said that.
understand is that you have to dismantle the entire terror empire, and especially before its main practitioners, the terror states of Iran and Iraq, acquire nuclear weapons. And this, I think, has been a wake-up call from hell. It is telling.
I mean, again, that's why this is so jarring, because like I've literally been going through this since high school.
You have the power now to act.
That was 2001. Netanyahu said that.
Flex tape infomercial mythbuster.
There's also an article in the New York Times from 1995 saying Iran is just about to get a nuke. Do you?
It's holding up.
See what's going on yet? The arguments in this country rely on you not knowing anything and not researching anything.
Yep.
Like, they literally rely on everybody being colossally ignorant about everything all the time. Now, by the way, this is from this Trump term. The head of DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, she said this in a committee hearing. Ready?
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
Wow.
Oh, my
God. That is
God.
from this Trump term. Director of National Intelligence saying they're not making a nuke. So here's what Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying for a very, very long time. Here he is in 2002 testifying in front of Congress. Listen to this.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. And I think that people sitting right next door in Iran, young people, and many others will say, the time of such regimes, of such despots, is gone. There is a new age. Something new is happening.
So here he is in 2002, right before the illegal invasion of Iraq, saying if you topple Saddam Hussein, it'll have enormous positive reverberations throughout the region. That is so immensely wrong that the word wrong doesn't do it justice. We need to invent a new word that's stronger than the word wrong. Like world historic, colossally, gargantuanly wrong. That is insane. The exact opposite happened. You had the rise of Al-Qaeda. You had the rise of ISIS. ISIS took over large swaths of the Middle East. You had failed states. I mean, look at what they did to Libya. Open slave markets now in Libya because they toppled Gaddafi after he gave up his weapons of mass destruction. What he's saying could not be further from the truth. And this is the guy now that's steering not only Israeli foreign policy, but U.S. foreign policy under Trump. 5-alarm fire if I've ever seen one. Now, by the way, this is incredible. Look at this headline from the New York Post. Trump keeps door open to Iran nuclear deal after Israel strikes. Maybe now it will happen. Maybe now it will happen. So, understand something, guys. Trump greenlit this Israeli attack. He greenlit it. But he may genuinely be stupid enough to have fallen for a line of bullshit from Netanyahu. Because I'm convinced Netanyahu said to Trump, "Sir, I know you want a deal, and I bet you're going to get a deal, but the way to get a deal is to first allow us to assassinate their nuclear scientists, top military officials, and top political officials, and attack their nuclear sites. If you let us launch a war, sir, it'll avoid a war." I've never seen anybody this stupid with this much power. I really think Trump, we know he greenlit the attack, but I really think there's a decent chance he was convinced that, hey man, if you do this, it'll actually help you get a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then
No, because he thought he was strong, like he was going to strong arm his way into doing it, because like that's mostly what these idiots keep convincing him of. You know, I have to be the strong man. I got to show my strength.
Rockets are in the sky from both sides. He's going, anybody want a deal? Anybody want a deal? The hot war is already here, you fucking asshole. You greenlit it. Oh my God. All right, look at this, guys. Israel launched its initial attack on Iran, mostly from Syria. So Ben Norton says, the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran was made possible by the U.S.-backed overthrow of the Assad government in Syria. The U.S., Israel, Turkey, and Gulf monarchies waged a war on Syria for a decade, destroying the Syrian state and setting the stage for the colonial U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. So I told you guys, when Assad fell and the former al-Qaeda leader took over Syria and became the new president of Syria, Israel started taking over large swaths of Syria, and they also bombed Syria. And it was a declarative statement of, hey, we're here and we are keeping this land that we just stole in Syria. Now, of course, one of the reasons they take that land is because they want to create a greater Israel. They want to expand Israel. But beyond that, it gives them a better spot to launch offensive attacks against Iran. That's another reason why they're holding that territory. You're not going to be surprised to hear that.
I mean, it took years. Why do you think that was such a hotly contested area?
Yes, y'all. The U.S. quietly delivered hundreds of Hellfire missiles to Israel before its unprecedented attack on Iran on Friday. Middle East Eye can reveal. So
well, I mean, Trump kind of said as much. He's like, well, they got the toys. Don't fuck with them. They got the American toys, and you know what? We're gonna send them more.
It's like we learned that the Trump regime pulled U.S. troops out of the region, took them out of the military bases that were around Iran. Just like they did that. Now we know they were quietly sending them Hellfire missiles leading up to this offensive attack. So in other words, further evidence, of course they knew it was going to happen, and of course Trump greenlit the operation. This is a strategy that they've used many times. Trump basically fakes diplomacy to lull Iran into thinking there is no current threat, and that's when they attack. This is literally what they did with Qasem Soleimani when Trump assassinated him in his first term. They pretended like, oh, we're interested in diplomacy. Let's do some diplomacy. Let's meet in this place. And then boom, they attacked and killed him. So don't fall for the bullshit. Don't fall for the head fakes. Iran's energy infrastructure situation right now.
And then they want, this is kind of the bitch of it. Then they play the game where they're just like, you know what? Iran, they don't even want to come to negotiations with us. It's like, yeah. Gee, I wonder why.
Iran's South Pars gas field struck, like, shutting down 12 million cubic meters of gas production per day. Shahran oil field in western Tehran on fire after Israeli strike. Israeli strikes hit 2 oil depots in Tehran, setting them on fire. Iran says production at world's largest gas field has been partially suspended due to Israeli strike. Multiple oil refineries in Iran are reportedly on fire. Iran currently produces 3.3 million barrels of crude oil per day, or about 3.5% of global supply. At the current pace, we were set to witness one of the largest one-day increases in oil prices in 20 years. Holy shit.
That does make sense.
They're now officially going after Iran's oil infrastructure. But wait for it, because Iran did the same thing right back to Israel. Breaking, Iranian missile strikes Haifa as retaliation begins. Iran launched a hybrid attack on Israel, combining missiles and drones
during MAGA summer,
drones targeting key cities, according to Iran's official news agency. Channel 13 reports that missiles struck the northern coastal city of Haifa and the nearby town of Tamra. Al Jazeera's journalist here notes the attack on Haifa.
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us over on YouTube, hit that like button. It really, really helps me out. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Haifa was expected, as the area is home.
It's free.
Home to Israeli gas
and
fields.
It really does help.
This appears, to be Iran's initial retaliation for Israel's recent strikes on the South Pars gas field near Bushehr and the Abadan oil refinery. Iranian officials are promising this is only the beginning, with more waves expected to hit Haifa, Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem. All right, so I'll show you some of the videos we got here. This is from Dropsite News. You can see the Israeli infrastructure on fire here, their energy infrastructure. More, you can see it from a distance. They attacked power plants as well. Mass blackouts, big electric outages all over the place because of the attacks on power plants and energy infrastructure. All right, more. Clear footage showing Iran's missiles making direct impact on Haifa power plant in Israel. Here we go. Wow. Wow. Multiple impacts you can see. All right, more. Nearly all missiles Iran fired in this wave were 20 to 30-year-old models. But watch the single newer generation missile that struck Haifa, then watch the electricity go out. Wait until Iran empties its old stockpile, then things will get more interesting. So here we go. I need you to pay attention here because the older missiles are really slow and really laboring. And then one of the newer generation missiles, you'll see. This thing is like, it's a totally different breed of weapon. Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
One more time. This is incredible. So these other things in the sky are the older missiles, and then the one that comes in at 1,000 miles an hour is the new one. Ooh. Power immediately out. Immediately out. So this is Tel Aviv. And by the way, I should be clear, these attacks are from different waves of attacks. There's already been a number of different waves of attacks. Some of these are from the first wave. Some of these are from later on. So when you see something coming from the ground and going up, that's Iron Dome attempting to intercept these Iranian missiles. But Iron Dome has largely failed to intercept these missiles because the Iranian missiles are overwhelming Israel's defenses. So this isn't like fighting Hamas, where they have like bottle rockets put together with duct tape and they use that as a missile. These are like real weapons now. Wow. Wow. Did you see that at the end? Holy shit. Wow. Wow. And we got countless videos like this. Iran struck the Kiryat compound, Israel's equivalent to the U.S. Pentagon. Fox News confirms. So here's Fox News talking about that.
Trey Yingst has been up all night, is standing by with all the details. Trey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Laura, following that Israeli attack against Iranian nuclear facilities and top IRGC leadership overnight and into today, the Iranians have responded with 3 waves of ballistic missiles. This is Israel's version of the Pentagon, the Kiryat. And the building on this compound was just hit.
Please go back, please, go back, please.
You can understand here, it's very tense at this specific location because the Iranians are now targeting the defense establishment of Israel. And so I'm going to have my cameraman pan up here to this building just across the street from the Kiryat. And
so yelling at journalists, they really don't want journalists to see the damage that was done. This is more from Tel Aviv. Here we go.
Okay, this makes sense. Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa!
You can literally see the shockwave. Watch.
Yeah, damn.
Holy cow, man. Holy cow. All right, more. Trita Parsi says, like in Beirut and Gaza, Israel is hitting residential and commercial areas with no regard for civilians. Horrific scene of Israel hitting the well-known Tajrish neighborhood in northern Tehran. So let's take a look at this video here. You can see the smoke. Wow, look at all the damage. Holy shit. See all these cars, and in the road you got all this debris. Now, by the way, I should also point out how quick everything has escalated here. Because like I said, you had the initial wave of attacks from Israel going after top military officials, top political officials, but also hitting apartment buildings where civilians were to get other political officials. And then Iran retaliates, and then Israel goes right to attack their energy. And if you attack their energy, what you're really flirting with is Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which would have global economic implications. So, and, Iran immediately retaliated by striking Israeli energy. So this is really, really just getting started. Look at this. Breaking. Netanyahu says Israel attacked Iran because Ayatollah Khamenei was planning to carry out another Holocaust on the Jewish people.
What the fuck?
The rhetoric surrounding this war is eerily similar to the rhetoric leading up to the Iraq war, WMD, uranium, aluminum tubes, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
He really expects everybody to believe
uranium
that
enrichment.
Khamenei was on the brink of, setting up concentration camps and gas chambers. Meanwhile, Israel actually does have concentration camps.
I remember for some reason this one really stuck out. They kept showing pictures of this underground bunker that had all these large, giant tubes overhead. And I was just like, okay. They're like, that's where the weapons are.
You have protests in Israel for the right to rape Palestinian hostages. Gaza is just a massive open-air prison, a clear concentration camp, starving people to death, bombing them there on a daily basis, luring them in with humanitarian aid, and then killing them.
Yeah.
And you expect everybody to believe that, no, it was actually Iran that was on the brink of doing a genocide against Israel? Please. It's incredible. It's incredible. Iran's armed forces gives warning to settlers. All occupied lands will be targeted. If you want to save your lives, leave occupied lands. Wow. So, look, we don't know. To be clear, the Iranians are known for using a lot of rhetoric that seems over the top. So this could just be a threat, or if Israel keeps attacking them, they could make good on this threat, right? So we don't know until it actually happens, but I'm sure you've seen the comments coming out of top Iranian officials after Israel attacks them. They have these long poems about the death and destruction that will be rained down on Israel, but they are threatening, we are going to attack all occupied lands. All right, more. Israel targeted the Iranian Foreign Ministry and hit the library of its think tank. Researchers from this think tank have been very active in Track 2 diplomacy. Its head recently spoke on the same panel as Barbara Leaf from the U.S. State Department. Israel is killing diplomats. They're killing diplomats. So just like they killed their nuclear scientists, including their top scientist, they're also going after the people who are directly involved in the negotiations. They're attacking the buildings of the people who do the negotiations. The move here from Israel is to try to make it so that it's literally impossible for any sort of deal to come about. Because their goal...
I can't wait to get home so I can cough like Pep.
...is regime change.
Dude.
Their goal is regime change, and they will stop at nothing.
Board that plane.
And you get that.
Woohoo.
Israel is now setting off car bombs in downtown Tehran.
Lord knows I did. Holy crap.
This is literally the definition of terrorism, not expecting European states to condemn it because it's very difficult to have any faith in their integrity, but that doesn't mean that Europeans aren't damaging
riot with fucking Maverick today.
Themselves. Iranian footage purportedly shows the aftermath of one of the 5 car bombs activated across Tehran. Wow. So this reminds me of the beeper attacks. The beeper attacks that they did in Lebanon, which they claim was going after Hezbollah, but of course they got massive numbers of innocent people. So now, I want you to take note of the game that Netanyahu is playing here, okay? Because as we already pointed out, Trump greenlit this attack, but he genuinely may have been stupid enough to think, even though I'm greenlighting this attack, in the long run, it might make it more likely I get a deal. Well, now... Netanyahu,
hey, thanks for the 145 bits. I really appreciate it.
Who's doing everything he can to try to get Trump to greenlight American boots on the ground. Now, understand, we're already helping them from the air. That's already...
Corporate media isn't failing. It's doing its job, manufacturing consent for cruelty while pretending to be neutral. Indeed. When they frame dehumanization as popular, yeah, they are totally doing that. They're not reporting. They're laundering policy violence. Yeah.
We're already
well said.
Involved directly in this war, but he wants American boots on the ground. He wants a regime change effort in Iran. He wants the U.S. to do the dirty work. So here he is. Take note of exactly how his arguments are structured here to speak to an audience of one. Donald Trump.
I gotta let both my dogs
These people who chant death to America tried to assassinate President Trump twice, killed 241 of your Marines in Beirut, killed and injured thousands of American soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq, tried to bomb a restaurant in Washington, D.C., chant death to America, burn the American flag. Do you want these people to have nuclear weapons?
So see what he did there? He spoke about the 2 assassination attempts on Trump, and he said, That was Iran trying to do. There is literally zero evidence Iran had anything to do with that. But he's trying to make it personal to Trump so that Trump goes, I want to protect myself. I want to protect myself. We got to do regime change. It's really incredible.
Means to deliver them to your cities? Of course not. Yeah. So we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending the world.
I want to talk about...
We're defending ourselves, says the guy who launched the offensive attack against Iran. There was zero indication there was an imminent attack coming from Iran. The idea that they try to pull this bullshit, look, what I'll say is the lead up to the Iraq war, the propaganda effort was very intensive. I mean, they literally did not stop day in, day out, trying to make the case that Saddam has weapons of mass destruction, and more importantly, he's about to fucking use them on us, right? That's the argument that neocons made leading up to the Iraq war. This time, there was no massive propaganda effort leading up to the offensive Israeli attack on Iran. So now they're trying to play catch up, and he's trying to play the victim when it's very obvious this is cry bully shit. Everybody knows you started it. And by the way, that was kind of clear on its face based on the fact that you were already currently bombing Gaza and Lebanon and Yemen and doing mission creep and trying to take over the entire West Bank. Nobody's going to think the country currently engaged in 4 wars, like, oh, in this one instance, they happen to be on the defensive? Please spare me. What do you think? We have the fucking IQ of a mosquito?
I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes.
Look at the ease with which he lies. The ease with which he lies.
Well, through their intel, yes, they want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with them in a way that is weak, giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means...
See what he's doing here? Stroking his ego also. He's so much stronger and better than the other presidents. I mean, he wasn't negotiating from a position of weakness. What he's saying there is Trump took the right position when he said, we're not allowing any enrichment of uranium at all, not even for power for your power grid, not even for scientific research. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what's called a poison pill in the negotiations. That's like, we're going to make a demand that's so over the top that, by the way, Iran has a right under international law to enrich for those reasons. So they took that hardline position knowing it would tank the negotiations, right? And now Netanyahu is heaping praise on Trump for that poison pill. You see how he's playing him like a fucking fiddle here?
Pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up.
Fake agreement, the agreement that was working. The Obama agreement that was 100%.
Why is he holding the hat like that?
100% working according to every expert who was...
Why does he hold things so weird? Like, literally, you give him a coffee cup and he just goes like this. He's just like...
Directly involved in it. This guy's incredible. This guy needs to be locked up.
Actually,
Holy
no,
fucking
he won't
shit.
hold it by
What
the
a
handle.
criminal.
He'd be like this. Coffee cup. Here's a coffee cup.
He killed Qasem Soleimani. He made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Who, me? I'm
Ew.
just small beans.
Ew.
Oh, my God,
That,
the
like,
dishonesty.
And they understand that President Trump is a great threat to Iran's plans to weaponize nuclear weapons and use them.
By the way, remember, guys, they weren't making a nuke. They weren't doing that.
No.
But now they'd be fucking insane not to because they're under direct aggressive attack. I mean, if you're in their shoes, of course now you're going to be like, shit, we need a nuke. Case in point, North Korea has nukes, and that makes it so that the West can't really fuck with them, right? Because they know, hey, if we try to do something against North Korea, they'll just...
The more I listen to Kyle Kulinski, he's a little bit of Kermit. He's part of the Kermit Club,
just
too.
launch against Seoul, South Korea, and destroy everything. And so now we're in a position where we can't do shit. Now, on the flip side...
Not initially, but since Trump broke from the agreement, they have opted for nuclear deterrence.
Look at Libya. Gaddafi gave up his weapons of mass destruction, and then he was sodomized with a bayonet.
It's almost like people told him that was going to happen.
And they did regime
That's the craziest part.
change, and now there's open slave markets in Libya.
Like, his own people were telling him that. It wasn't just like the Democrats just being like, concern trolling.
So you see, the message that's sent to these people It's like you need.
Oh my God, he does look like Colonel Sanders.
A nuke for deterrence.
Here, come and get some of them crispy chicken tenders down at the KFC, while you can also listen to me rant and rave about the oligarchy and the robber baron. I got the robber baron special down at KFC. Kyle Fried Chicken.
Pilots are shooting down drones that are headed towards Israel, as do our pilots.
He does actually.
American THAAD missile batteries are helping defend Tel Aviv and
he'll look like Sanders. Do you think he'll just like let it go?
Area. American
just like let the goatee just keep going.
Just ships are in the Mediterranean. That's all a decision by President Trump, which I deeply appreciate. Again, his decisions.
It's finger licking.
On what to do, at any given time is the president's decision. I trust his judgment.
This news has been finger licking good.
Completely.
Oh my God! Look at how he...
Wait! I'm not gonna let this one sit. We got to figure out how would he sign off with that one.
Playing him, and by the way, he was also validating there. Well, you guys are already directly involved in this war, so why not go a step further?
I'm workshopping this in real time.
Why not go a step further? All right, from Dropsite News. Israeli strikes across Iran kill at least 406 and wound at least 654. According to a rights group, Washington-based group, human rights activists say Israeli airstrikes in Iran have killed 406 people and injured 654, based on verified local sources via the AP. Here's the breakdown. Israel has already killed 197 Iranian civilians, 90 military personnel.
It's at 224 now.
100 civilians are wounded, and 71 troops are wounded. Moments ago, an Israeli strike on a residential building in downtown Tehran killed 5 people, Iranian state TV reported. Okay. This report was floating around from Reuters, but understand, guys, part of this actual warfare being waged against Iran, there's an information war going on as well. So now Reuters is reporting Trump vetoed an Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader. So again, the purpose of this is to try to...
I'm not sure. Okay, so guys, just so you know, wait, can I say anything about this? Here,
lull them into a false sense of security and to try to make it so... the Grand Ayatollah goes about his day like he normally would, so potentially they can take him out. This is what's happening here. If you buy this nonsense that Trump vetoed the plan to kill the supreme leader, I have a fucking bridge to sell you. This is fake, just like Trump's Gaza ceasefire was completely fake. Just like so many other things he's done. We're going to have another round of negotiations on Sunday with Iran. That was completely fake. The point was to use diplomacy to lull them into a false sense of security to then attack. Right? That's what they did with Qasem Soleimani when they murdered him. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Okay. So as I pointed out, I said, this is...
just so you guys know, if you speak other languages and prefer to have my stream in another language, that seems to be an option on YouTube coming up here.
100% fake, just like Trump's Gaza ceasefire was fake and his Sunday negotiation with Iran was fake. Don't fall for the information warfare that they're waging. Okay, more.
Not sure if I'm too jazzed about that.
So this is from Haaretz. The government has ordered airlines not to take Israelis abroad, even when rescue flights begin. So as Dan Cohen says, the Zionist regime is forcing Israelis to stay in the country against their will. All the claims about Palestinians using human shields
now I want chicken.
were projection, of course. So that is wild,
I could actually,
man, to launch an illegal and offensive attack against a country that didn't attack you. And then that country fights back, and now you're telling the civilians in your own country, oh, by the way, you can't leave.
My apologies for giving anybody an accidental craving for some fried chicken, because damn, now I got it.
Now, at the same time in Iran, look, understand something. The government of Iran, they are Shia Islamist theocrats, right? It is an authoritarian country. Everybody knows that. So there's nothing to defend when it comes to their social issues and their domestic policies. Now, having said that, there was one thing that could happen, which would actually make the entire public rally around the flag. And that thing is an illegal
German TV will be
offensive and aggressive strike from Israel against Iran. So now,
all of a sudden, I just noticed, I'm just like, why is that the most popular one?
All over social media, we have stuff like this, right? Here's somebody tweeting or posting, I was born in an Iranian prison. My parents were held in their jails. My uncles lie in their mass graves. Nothing you can tell me about the crimes of the Iranian regime that I haven't lived in blood and bone. That doesn't mean I want my people bombed, maimed, killed, their homes in ruins. If your vision of liberation comes only...
shines like a disco ball. Hey, careful, man. Some of us got,
through the destruction of innocent lives.
Listen, one thing that I've noticed since it's become like a thing where I'm just like I'm starting to notice, like, if there's a bit of a sheen, that everybody's got it.
then it's not freedom.
I noticed it.
You're after.
That's how I noticed it, because I looked at this one woman walking by. I'm like, oh, she's got it too.
So even people who are under the repressive boot of the Iranian theocracy, even they're like, no, I don't want Israel to launch an offensive war against this country and kill massive numbers of civilians, because they know Israel doesn't actually care about Iranian civilian lives.
Jake Uger, he went on Piers Morgan and had like this huge debate about this. I kind of want to cover that.
Lives, despite whatever they fucking pretend. Here's another one. I was raised as Baha'i in Iran, which meant being denied access to higher education and treated as a second-class citizen in my own country. I was arrested, tortured. My father was imprisoned and tortured. My family lived under constant harassment. My sister, my brother, my closest friends, my brother-in-law, we all suffered under a system built on oppression and the deeply rooted anti-Baha'i sentiment that persists in Iran. And,
he is.
And yet, despite all of this, I do not and will never wish...
But I hate to say this. As entertainment goes, he actually has a good show for what it is. Like, he gets the right people to debate each other, and he capitalizes on the madness.
For my homeland to be bombed or invaded, no matter how much pain I've experienced.
But lately, I just have to say, the swerve on Palestine, I'm gonna welcome that.
I cannot support violence as a path to justice. Iran is still my home. Its people are still my people. I long for a future shaped not by war or retribution, but by dignity, freedom, and peace for everyone. So now, again, all these people who have every reason in the world to hate the Iranian Islamic theocracy authoritarian government, they're all going, yeah, I hate the government, but I don't want an offensive war waged by Israel that's going to kill my countrymen. That's insane. All right, more. This is scary because I've seen so many different indications out there that perhaps false flag attacks are on the table to try to build U.S. support for boots on the ground in Iran. So here's Mike Pompeo, who looks like a fucking
Again, dude, Alex Jones has to either be just losing his collective shit right now, because it is just like they're doing it. They're doing the false. God damn it, Trump, why are you putting me in this position? Why, you mother effer? Why?
Inflated balloon.
I've been saying false flag for so long, and now you're going and doing it.
Because he's probably taking colossal amounts of Ozempic. And here's what he has to say.
Careful who you were around in terms of large events, Jewish events. I mean, this sounds like we've gone backwards decades in terms of the threat on Jewish lives. But that's exactly what this is also about.
She really does have like the dumbest robotic approach to her reporting.
By the way, that is Rich talking about the threat on Jewish lives.
Oh my God, Alex Jones posted an AI photo of the damage thinking it was real. Did he get corrected like live on air? God, does he have his own Jamie that embarrasses him? That's the one thing that Rogan still has that makes him watchable.
At the same time,
it's like, all right, Jamie. I want to shake that man's hand. Just be like, I gotta applaud your hard work all these years.
Are the ones who were offensively attacked by Israel. What about the threat to Palestinian lives? What about the threat to Iranian lives? What about the threat?
Oh yeah, the sleeper cell bullshit.
To Muslim lives. It's amazing the way that they twist themselves into these intellectual pretzels and do mental gymnastics to always come back to the right's main identity politics focus, which is always anti-Semitism.
Actually, no. Hold on.
Harris, I actually think it's just the converse of that. I do agree this could be a very high tension, stressful, and indeed there may be an event somewhere in the world. It's not just...
Damn, look at Pompeo's nussy, bro. His nussy game is honestly on par with Trump's. Holy shit. He's got a beefy nussy. Jesus.
The missiles or drones, they'll fly to Israel, but the Iranian IRGC, the very leadership the Israelis destroyed last night, has been working in nearly every country around the world, including the United States of America, to plant little terror cells all across the world. Hezbollah was doing the same. So this will be a very difficult period. But in the end, this was not a reckless attack, but indeed what they did was decent and just and righteous, and will reduce risk to the Jewish diaspora around the world. And for Israel and for the United States of America, a really good set of outcomes are in the offing, so long as Israel is prepared to finish the task, and as long as the world unites to provide continued deterrence and defense to prevent Iran from conducting all kinds of attacks. I think of cyber threats that will probably be projected around the world too. Iranians have a great cyber program, so lots of vectors for them to respond. We all need to be
nussy,
alert and responsive, and
you don't know what that is.
Do everything we can to deter them from coming after any American anywhere in any field.
So understand what he's doing here. He is relying on the ignorance of the American public to try to get a fast one by them. Because here's the reality. When you talk about terror attacks against the West, it always comes from Salafi jihadists, which are basically Sunni fundamentalist Muslims. So that really originates more from Saudi Arabia, for example, That's who ISIS is. That's who Al-Qaeda is. These are the people that actually do terror attacks against the West.
Here.
In Iran, it's an Islamic theocracy, but it's a Shia Islamic theocracy.
Back on the clock.
Shia are not the ones who are doing jihad around the globe. That's not a thing. So he's trying to conflate these things in your mind and make you think like, oh, there's Iranian terrorists out there. No, there's fucking not. And the fact that he's saying this and other things I've seen too lead me to believe they might try to do some false flag attack and then blame it on Iran to try to make the American public support putting U.S. boots on the ground in Iran. And understand something, guys. I'm telling you this beforehand. So let's sit back and watch. And unfortunately, I think it may happen. But at least you're awake to it and you'll know the reality of what they're trying to do. All right, more. Republican pollster finds 61% of Americans say it's more important to keep the U.S. out of a wider war in the Middle East than it is to help Israel. 61%. This is a Republican pollster. By the way, if you were to just ask the question, should the U.S. go to war with Iran, that shit probably polls at like 10% or less. Nima Shirazi with a great thread here. The political and media blitz to justify Israeli aggression and war crimes against Iran is in full swing. As you see the inevitably ridiculous coverage unfold, remember this. Iran has exactly 0 nuclear bombs. Israel has a stockpile of 80 to 100 plus nuclear bombs. Iran has no nuclear weapons program. Israel has an active nuclear weapons program.
He wants a butt rub.
Iran's non-military nuclear energy program is the most rigorously monitored on Earth.
He's goofy.
Israel's nuclear weapons program is not regulated at all. Iran is an original member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel has never signed the NPT and refuses to do so. Iran has called for a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East for decades. Israel is the sole country in the region that refuses to discuss a nuclear weapons-free zone. The IAEA has affirmed time and again that Iran has never taken steps to divert nuclear material to military purposes. For nearly 2 decades, the consensus view of the U.S. intelligence community and its allies, including Israel, is that
I can't report on them seriously. Every time it's just going to be like the IAEA
has no active nuclear weapons program. U.S., European, and Israeli intel has also so long officially maintained that whatever research relevant to nuclear weaponization Iran
you don't understand
may have conducted in the past stopped by 2003 and never restarted. But there's more. Even allegations that Iran had an active nuclear weapons program before 2003 are dubious at best and all rely on Israeli-linked evidence that is most likely completely fabricated, just as this former IAEA director. The authenticity of Israeli accusations has been repeatedly questioned by the IAEA.
That one's with you guys.
As well as by the United States itself. In his 2011 memoir, Age of Deception, El-Baradei explains how Israeli allegations were laundered through U.S. intel but never actually shared with the IAEA. The U.S., quote, did not share the supposed evidence that had led them to confirm the existence of a past Iranian nuclear weapons program other than to refer to the same unverified set of allegations about weaponization studies that had already been discussed with the agency. When Israel provided the IAEA with more allegedly incriminating documentation
all right, that's the last one.
In 2009, no one was fooled. El-Baradei explains, quote, the agency's technical experts, however, raised numerous questions about the document's authenticity. So he goes on to explain here the reality of the situation, which is who's the real threat here? Who's the real threat? Maybe it's the people who just launched the offensive attack. Ken Klippenstein says, Israel's strike on Iranian nuclear facility is causing chemical and radiological contamination, IAEA chief tells UN Security Council. So because of the Israeli attacks on Iran, we now have chemical and radiological contamination. Now, here's the part, again, where you have to look out for the information warfare. Because, according to the Wall Street Journal, quote, Iran has been urgently signaling that it seeks an end to hostilities and resumption of talks over its nuclear programs.
There was a man who had a dog. And was his name?
Sending messages to Israel and the U.S. via Arab intermediaries, Middle Eastern, and European officials. So they're trying to say, oh, actually, it worked, and now Iran wants to
You want to hear Arnold Schwarzenegger having a stroke?
Make a deal. And so they're reaching out to people desperately trying to talk to the U.S. The reason why you need to be skeptical of this is because this is exactly what Trump wanted to happen, right? And so you could have somebody just slipping this story to the Wall Street Journal and pretending, see, Trump was validated. They actually do want to talk after they were aggressively attacked and had political and military leadership taken out, nuclear sites taken out, scientists taken out. Like, yeah, they're really in a mood to de-escalate now as they launch missile after missile after missile. Breaking, Israel issues first evacuation threat to civilians inside Tehran. So now, look out, y'all. Look out. Because Israel is about to make this way broader. They're about to go after civilian centers day after day after day. They even point out that this District 3 that they're talking about, it's a densely populated area in north-central Tehran, home to more than 330,000 people. It includes foreign embassies, UN offices, affluent neighborhoods like Golok and
magnetic bug
and
those
Darus.
things are cool, yeah.
Embassy staff and international
I got one of those on my garage.
personnel are reportedly being ordered to evacuate. So they're going to fucking level the place, bro. They're going to level the place. Israel's going to level Iran. They are all in. They want regime change. They want regime change. In fact, they literally want the son of the former dictator, the Shah, Reza Pahlavi. They want his son to become the new dictator. And that guy's on TV saying, I agree.
It's good to see you this weekend, as far as...
agree with Israel's attacks, and their attacks are great.
There.
And then when the hosts are like, wait, you want your own people to be bombed? The civilians? That's crazy. He's like, oh, I don't think they actually want to take...
Oh, by the way, does anybody have a recommendation for what I can do for my mobile streams, like to kind of increase my signal?
Out civilians. They're just maybe doing it by accident. Oh my God, bro. And then finally, at the same time all that's going on, Ryan Grimm reports 9 Palestinians were just killed seeking aid, a number that would make international news if they were not Palestinians. And since he said this, I saw a new report, over 30 Palestinians were killed. Yet again, they are luring Palestinians to a fake humanitarian aid agency, and then when they go there, they are murdering them. Over 30 of them killed just this morning. So we have the final solution is in full effect in Gaza. It's in full effect. At the same time, they announced a total siege on the West Bank. So they're going to take over the West Bank too. They've gone full psychopath, y'all. They've gone full expansionist and annihilationist. They've taken large swaths of Syria. They're taking over all of Gaza. They're taking over all of the West Bank.
Get a signal booster through my carrier? Okay, I'll look into it.
They're bombing Lebanon. They're bombing Yemen. And now they're bombing Iran. And they are begging the U.S. send boots on the ground. Do an actual regime change in Iran. To say we're up Schitt's Creek without a paddle is the understatement of the fucking century. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just get that then.
And like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
It does. So if you could hit that like and subscribe while you are over here enjoying the YouTube stream, that would be awesome. Does help me out a lot. Uh-oh. Lookner's looknering out over Trump. Agenda free. Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame. What a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Seriously.
I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Anti-war president, ladies and gentlemen. You gonna... Hey, agenda-free Lookner. You gonna bring that one up? You can also reduce motion or camera movement. It saves you bandwidth. Thanks, Misty. No, I can't really do that, like, when I'm doing the protests. That's why, like, I kept losing connection. Like, that's what sucked. Like, my stream, like, not even halfway through. Like, I was, like, 10 or 12 minutes in or something like that, and it just, like, cut out.
Axios says it's not immediately clear what triggered his dramatic post.
Sitting here fucking laughing at him. Laughing at the end of the world.
He provided no additional details about what's coming, and it's not immediately clear what triggered his post.
Agenda free, ladies and gentlemen. What is MAGA since 1492's take on this? Bandit, if you don't change your name to Pep Talk since 1492 at some point, I mean, I will be disappointed.
Wow.
I'm kidding, though. Don't do that, because I'll get confused. Have you,
Artist Caverlin says...
cleared your
that was
cache?
A while ago.
It has nothing to do with my... It has absolutely nothing to do with my computer. I'm talking about... No. When I do mobile streams. Mobile streams.
Oh, I see what's going on, I think.
CK, hey, what's up, man?
Artist Caverlin says... Oh, that was a while ago. Sorry.
He's saying he wanted to make a deal.
Cheryl Dula
Iran is now getting attacked by Israel. I think this is...
Very seriously. Very scary words.
Yes,
Thanks,
very
Cindy
clear.
Dennis for subscribing on Facebook.
Or are you protesting the property of your homeland? No. The whole
Ellen
no
Katz
kings
says they
thing.
just posted it on Fox.
And on top of that, that was kind of funny. Where, like, again, we got to watch Donald Trump have the situation where he set himself up a military parade and nobody came, and nobody was enthusiastic to march. Like,
he says in waste of human life.
It was so funny.
Simply stated in capital letters, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it
Notice how
over
he's
and over
not
again.
like, I was so
Everyone
happy.
should immediately evacuate Tehran.
Scuba Steve might be
It's so
brain dead. He
specific.
really is.
It's Tehran, and it says evacuate immediately.
Yeah, he said. Because this man's never been known to be hyperbolic in any capacity. What the fuck are you doing, Steven?
Thanks, Ava Knight, for modding. Thanks, Erin Van S, for subscribing on Facebook, too.
I'm just the black sheep. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Tommy
I tried to
Sonnen,
be
thanks
part of
for
the Kermit
subscribing.
Club. And Kermit was just like,
Tommy
no.
thinks Trump wants the people of Iran to overthrow the government. Thanks, Lisa Perkins, for
Look through
subscribing.
that highly strung
Diane
guy,
Oliver.
or that
Diane
high-strung
says
guy in the
didn't
office
vote for
who's
this.
one bad performance are you away from? He does. He totally does.
I swear to God, I've been up for this promotion for 16 years. If they pass me up one more goddamn time, I'm gonna snap.
Thanks, Margaret Riley and Shannon Davis Hughes.
That does it. He throws off his clip off,
subscribing
his clip-on tie. I'm done. I've had it.
Steve can read. I can't. So Steve's already got me on that one. Sorry about that. Pep just tried to help. Oh, Misty Lane. I'm sorry. If I was coming off aggressive, my bad. It's literally
one of our
it's
viewers
for.
mentioned this. Bitcoin.
Did I come off aggressive? I
in the
thought I
last
was
few minutes
just
went
exploded.
down
My
from,
bad.
like, it looks like it went down
mine's
from
bigger
like
than Donald.
108.6 to 107.6.
Kim Jong-un should have done a military.
But
That
you
would
can
have
clearly
been a
see
flex and a half.
a small. I mean, I don't want to say small or big, but you can clearly see the
No.
drop on the chart.
Fucking Putin. Putin does. You want to see parade? I will not show you parade because we don't have military at the moment. But we don't still make fun of your shitty parade.
The White House.
We will show footage
Look,
from 2012
they're-
and say it's from now, and
The
you
White
will
House
believe
has
it.
just literally reposted it.
Oh boy.
The thing is, remember that he didn't post it on his X,
Yodel's
I don't
Mitchell,
think.
first
So
time chatter.
people
Have
on
you?
X who
What do you
follow
think
him
the
on
best solution
might
to the
not have seen it.
Iran-Israel conflict
People
is? Do
on
you
X who
believe
follow the White
Israel
House
or
might
Iran
not
should have
seen it on his
nuclear
true social.
capabilities? I want to go back to the original nuclear deal, plain and simple.
Oh, they put it in yellow highlighter.
Oh boy! Oh
The
boy!
White House.
I can see
The
it.
White House
there.
just posted it with it highlighted in yellow. The White House. I don't know what to
Fucking
make of this.
Steve.
The White House just
Guys, they
reposted
use yellow
this
highlighter.
with the
It's my
last line
favorite.
highlighted in yellow.
I'm sorry, my
Maybe they just took
exaggerated
somebody
Steve
else's
voice really is kind of
screenshot,
annoying, but
and
at the
they
same
didn't
time,
mean
I
to
love
highlight
there's
in
something
yellow.
about it. It's just kind of enjoyable.
I don't know.
Welcome to my stream. I'm a puppet. Misty Lane, thank you.
Yo, chill with them. Do you know how to turn caps lock off? I hope you know. Dustin, I think we established you do not know how to turn caps lock off. Hold on, wait a minute. Where are you? He still has great support, you dumb idiot. Yeah, you did. Dumb idiot. You big dumb idiot. God, I haven't been graced with that burn since my since 1996 when my sister pulled that one out of her pocket.
Wow. Wow, guys.
So,
wow,
it was a
guys.
bunch of
I think
libtards
it's a big
that
deal,
bought
'cause
tickets to make
for
it
all
look
you know, he
empty.
knows
Some
something.
TikTok.
He could know something.
Nothing new. Oh, that's the
Talks to Netanyahu
explanation.
regularly, from my understanding.
Whatever. It was still a sad waste of money.
A quick
But
thank you to
whatever, dude. You gotta
Thank you,
stand up
VHC
for him because you
1996.
can't
I really
you can't
appreciate
look
that.
weak.
Thank you,
You
Scott
can't look
W.
weak.
Thank you, Scott W.
Watch, he's gonna try and ban
Hang on a
TikTok again because that's what caused it the first time.
I owe a
Because he
couple
got embarrassed by TikTok, and you know what? Fuck these kids. God damn it.
Anthony
I'm done with this.
Stevens, John Oliver, thank you. says, got me wondering if the U.S. is going to go ahead and hit Fordo.
He has a lot of program minds that follow him. Yeah, no shit.
You,
it's insane.
Handel,
I mean, listen,
Justin
like,
Blair,
when you look
Maggie
at this,
Kay,
especially all caps, too,
Michael
hilarious.
Who says, will this cause civil unrest?
What exact shade of yellow is
will
that?
This cause civil unrest
It's calm yellow.
in Iran.
It makes me
calm
so hard.
I would think people in Iran, a lot of them would be quite worried about this.
It makes me hotter than the air fryer.
Steve has to prove these things.
By the
You
way,
dumb
time in
poo-poo head.
Iran is
Trump is still cool and you're not. Dustin,
Thank you,
probably
Booner
in all
and Babs
caps.
and Bradley Moore.
I
Bradley
love
thinks
how
it's
you're
big
doing an
news and
impression
something's
of him
going
and
to
you
happen
still can't bring yourself
that
to
we
do
don't
it. You're
know
like,
about yet.
I abide by this channel's
Bob NL
TOS.
says, is the threat an act of war?
TikTok
Thank you,
owned him.
Bob. Thank
I
you
mean, for real, a
thank you
bunch of
to,
TikTok dancers owned his ass just by like reserving tickets. That's pretty funny.
Forget
Although
about
I
it.
don't think that's what
Thank
happened.
you, Jim A00A1. No, I don't have live cams from Iran. I don't have any from Iran.
That sounds like the Simpsons episode
Brax thinks
with
Iran
that
bluffed about their
dude
attack
Grimes.
tonight, and we don't. Thanks, Brax.
I can't understand how
Thanks,
Homer
Bradley
does well. Yeah.
Castaneda.
Oh wait, yeah.
And C.
I think that they.
And Evyen. And Laura Swanson. Hold on. I owe a couple more thank yous. I got behind here. Accedi.
Oh wait, that's real.
Balls Gooner,
Steve once live streamed a date
Kutsu
barbecue he had
who
with a
thinks this
super
could get
hot
ugly
chick.
real quick.
She was his mod for a while.
Abu
LOL.
Mohandas says he could be bluffing or not.
I think he stayed a virgin
He could
though.
fold or go all in. Thank you, Abu. Thank you,
Wait,
Russell
did
Bob,
he actually like
who
live
says it
stream
could be
something?
scare
Got to go to
tactics
D&D. Bye.
to force Iran into a deal, but definitely take it
Good
serious.
luck. May the dice be with you.
Push Praj thinks he is a market manipulator.
Now I'm curious about this hot chick that
Push
Steve.
Praj says after a few hours he will
Steve
post
had at
again
his
that because
barbecue.
of me, Israel and Iran agreed to a
Scandalous.
ceasefire. He is a market manipulator.
We must find out who this
Thank
who
you,
this was and who
Nas-
his mod was.
Nas Dacker. Black Sheep Actual.
Steve out
Back
here
Garden
pulling baddies. What's going on?
Back Garden
Miss
Astronomy
Piggy.
thinks it could be a my button is bigger than your button money moment like we had with Kim could be to scare
Wait.
Iran into submission. Thanks, Napoleon Solo, who says,
No.
of course, it's breaking news. He's the president.
How could
Tazianza,
she?
thank you. Itzik Chen, thank you. Kareem Amos.
Oh, Kirby,
Gregory
I just
Prim,
have
thank
something
you.
for these. Yeah,
Thanks,
it's
Gregory.
something about her
Hosseini.
voice, but not
Thank
your
you,
little,
Jiva
not your
86.
little green pecker.
Gary
I had
Fry.
to go with Mr. Steve.
Gary says the G7 summit has gone well then. Mitchell
Jesus
Pilot.
Christ. Steve with a hot
Relax,
chick. I
Dave.
will
Food and travel
take things
videos,
that will
thank
never
you.
happen for 1,000, please. I mean,
Thank
somebody
you.
says it already
This is maybe a
happened. So
bluff from
online
Donald,
dating
hoping Iran
is
gets
easy
scared
with the
and decides
name
to
like
negotiate.
Steve. Oh, I mean,
Thank you. Mitchell Pilot thinks it's not.
she
an
saw the
overreaction
last
to
name,
this
like
is.
he was just like,
Thank
my
you,
last
Linda.
name is Lookner, and
Thank
she
you,
was just like,
Lionite
oh,
Road,
take
who
me,
thinks I'm overreacting.
take me, Stephen.
It's kind of vague. I don't know how vague it is. You might think he's not serious about it. I don't really think it's vague to say everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. I mean, you might say it's vague because it doesn't say what's going to happen.
It's not.
That's true.
Oh my God! You're
But
saying it's
he's
vague.
very clear
No,
about
they're
saying
saying
everyone
that
should immediately evacuate
he
Tehran.
is,
And he also says
he
waste
is
of human life.
hyperbolic. That's the
Although
word that
maybe you
you
think
don't
that's the
know
past
that
human life that's been
everybody should be saying, because that's what it is. He doesn't actually
Thank you,
fucking
Michael
mean it, you
Cromwell, who
dumb.
thinks it could
And
mean
if
the
he
US is
does,
involved now.
guess what? He
Thank
just
you, Mid-Hudson
admitted that he
Security
is
Consultants,
complicit in
LLC.
us going to fucking war. So,
He thinks
hey,
Trump knows
MAGA,
the
what the
panic
fuck?
that statement will cause in their country.
I thought this was all like, hey, we're not
Thank you,
warmongers.
Exceeding
The left is a bunch of
Asianization.
warmongers now. We're not the
Anita
warmongers.
Mantakis,
Come on.
read the freaking comics. Who thinks
Online
he doesn't
dating,
understand the
wait,
meaning of his
you
words,
know,
doesn't realize.
God, so packing so.
Hamid Sawar ORG, thank you. Brian 771, thank you.
Rizzo,
Ryan
where are you
says
going
it's
out
true.
there and
Check
telling
the date
them?
when he told Iran to take the deal.
I don't
he
know.
gave them 60 days, and 60 days
may have-
later, Israel
I
attacked.
told some stories about your nose.
Thank you, Kerry Poteet, who says, whoa. Thank you, Lena Lopez, who says,
Is this
US
why you
agents
always
said
want
there
to
was
party?
No weapon threat. There's reporting that says
Was
U.S.
also a mod.
intelligence or some in U.S.
I
intelligence
put Vegas money
disagree
on what
with
happened
Israel.
there. Ah, Vegas money. Got it.
I think I got to look that up.
Yeah, she cooked the burgers and made some salads. Really? Really? I am now more interested in all of this than, for some reason, than
I know I've seen that reported.
what's happening, and that's not good. Because that's fucking what? Why do I care? It is weird though, because I'm like genuinely curious now. Iran. He says Iran too, by the way.
The BBC says this March, Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, said that the U.S. intelligence community continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon.
Yep. Weird. Weird how that contradicts everything that they're saying. He just said, agenda free. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll give him that one. Breaking news, did Steve just get his dick wet tonight at 6? Yeah, I probably don't need to see that, though.
Test, Serena, Army Man, RC Cape Cod, Sean F., thank you.
I don't know, based on all his, air fryer meals.
And also Emily Queen.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he definitely does not, at least in
I can't read it. I don't know.
this capacity live with anybody.
Justin Blair. Xylee
Little do we know that he actually has just a roommate that totally hates him.
Zach thinks a deal is most likely because the Iranian military might not be.
Although, if we're going to talk about roommates, can we talk about the roommate about the assassin in Minnesota? Papa John's, the Papa John's guy.
Ty King, Matthew McCauley.
He was just such a good guy.
Okay. Let me get some updates.
Didn't see this coming. Meanwhile, the guy was like a total nut job. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should talk about that a little bit, actually. Like, there was some more news that was going on this weekend.
Tap it on Twitch. Luddington71 on Twitch. KJK98420 on Twitch. Xanthos. Coke4E Ior. I'm probably reading that wrong.
Eeyore.
Thank you. Okay. Leal Dahan.
Are the LA protests still going on? I can't find any coverage right now. Let's see.
Leal thinks that Iran has a report. Leal read a report that Iran could attack oil.
I thought they were.
Interests across the Middle East. I guess if they are attacked in a certain way. Thanks, Arlander. There's been questions about whether they would do such a thing. Maisie H, the pro of pro gamers, Crypto Devil 75. Thank you.
Oh my god!
All right, hang on a moment. Let me check for updates.
Is there a compilation of streamers doing that, just letting farts go where they didn't think the mic would pick it up?
Very big news. I think it's big news.
I'd love to see it.
President Trump has
roommate still has the same shirt on 4 days later. Hygiene standard issue for Papa John's. Oh no! It's got the same pizza stain. It's got the same grease stain. That's how you know it's the same one. It's just like, come on, man. It was the garlic sauce that just tipped a little bit because it was the one he was eating, and he was just like, oh god damn it. This stuff doesn't come out.
Ariel O'Serin says several explosions were heard in East Tehran with heavy air defense.
I will say this: Papa John's pizza is ass, but god damn that garlic sauce. I will just say, all right. I have been that guy where I got extra garlic sauce and got me a Pizza Hut pizza because if you're gonna go for that pre-made bullshit, like get it anywhere pizza, I'm gonna go for going for the Hut. I know that we watched something about that, but you know what? No, Pizza Hut. It is It is definitely the superior place. Oh no, I didn't watch that with y'all. I watched it actually. Oh, this is sad confusion. I watched that one with my wife.
Eastern Tehran.
Is Cody Rhodes going on a tirade about how much he loves Pizza Hut pizza?
Peruzzi Street. Now, by the way, this has been going on for days. This
has been known to rumble a few.
There's explosions in Tehran.
Wait, didn't he used to box or some shit? I do remember him saying that he did some kind of combat sport.
At the same time, defense systems have also been activated. So they did say that several explosions were heard in Eastern Tehran.
A Hungry Howie's?
They posted
Never
that
heard
a
of
half hour ago.
What is that?
We'll have to see if there's reporting on what those were.
Is it like a general place? No, but we just got some Jack in the Boxes. They're opening soon. Can't wait. Oh, I got to travel for them. This one, that sucks. Oh, wait. Did we end up getting one? Wheaton. Ooh, no, it did just open. Shit.
You're a plane.
24 hours, countryside.
Times of Israel reported the Trump post.
Still a little too far.
Well, oh my gosh, what did I say? I said this. What did I say? What did I say?
Don't know.
We might hear from the White House. I said, will somebody from the White House say that he said something like he meant, well, they should evacuate if they don't make a deal or something. So Faytux News found a report from CNN that says White House official says Trump's post urging Tehran evacuation reflects urgency for Iran to come to talks. A White House official told CNN on Monday that President Trump's social media post telling Iranians to immediately evacuate Tehran reflected the urgency of the need for Iran to come to the table
when you
as
order,
it is tit
Pizza
for tat,
Hut
as it's tit for tat for
at
with
your
Israel
dorm.
continues.
When you have Papa John's at campus because he went to the same school. Ew.
Now that's not what the post said.
Wait, but yeah, if you have a Papa John's on campus and you can just walk down and buy some garlic sauce and put that shit on some Pizza Hut pizza, because that's where I was going with that. Now that, if you guys want like a little bit of just like stoner fun, yeah, that's a good one.
Other outlets as well.
Do you think Steve plays D&D? I don't want to answer that because if he doesn't, and I somehow
from the White House
am indeed nerdier than Steve, then I don't know. It's not nerdier. I'm cooler. I have friends. Fuck him. Fuck you, Steve. Bandit, dude. I just saw what you posted in Discord. Oh, dude. Can I say that? Allegedly, I'll say this. Allegedly, Stephen Miller got into politics because his arms were too weak to strangle prostitutes.
Trump says everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran.
Man, you want him to be taken so seriously. Like, this is the problem I have with Steve.
It's also
he
interesting
doesn't
that the White
recognize
House
why
person,
Trump is not taken seriously.
Supposedly told CNN that he really meant that it's really urging them
God, he is just
come to talks. When the White House social media
I want to be
nice.
I want to be at least like I want to be careful because somebody had actually pointed out, they're like, dude, he does kind of strike me like he does have like, I don't know, like some form of autism, like something. He's got something that if you were to find out that he's got it, it's like, oh. But if he doesn't and he's just certifiably this stupid, that's what I like. That's what I'm worried about. Is like that I'm being too fair. Just gotta say.
The nuclear plant, which I have not actually
knows
seen
that,
any evidence that actually happened.
The views will be
some unconfirmed
lit
claims
if there's
that
more
there
chaos.
is some sort of attack on Natanz tonight. But again, it's all.
He's got to be careful with that shit, man.
It's not.
He does though. He has like a little bit of that in him, where
But
he
state
like
media did say that there were several explosions.
he like that's the thing that where he's like, oh my gosh, there's stuff happening. Steve just got some autism. I mean, he's got a bit of. He's got the touch. He's got the power.
Ariel Oserin with I-24 News English says reports of explosions at Natanz
Ever since I started streaming, I'm like,
nuclear facility. But I haven't seen those reports. Where are those reports coming from? I have not seen those reports about Natanz. So I don't know if it's a case where
I think we
people
should
are
go
just
into Steve's chat and see if
reposting other
I can get a
reports.
timeout on
I
my other
haven't seen
screen. For sure, he has hypertension, something awful.
So I want to get a little more information about this. Because it just looks to me like everybody's repeating everybody. Israel has already attacked Natanz, but the attack was all on the surface.
You guys are on fire today. I gotta say.
They could certainly go and attack it again. Or
Between Bandit and Viral over here.
I'd be careful with
and
the
CK,
reports
actually.
coming out right now,
You guys
I don't know
are.
where the sourcing is coming from.
You guys are keeping me on my toes. I'm just gonna keep this tweet up here just in case he happens to be serious. So you can see that he was complicit. Oh, wait a minute. You're telling me I'm not helping? Hold on. Delete, delete, delete.
Yeah, Faytuck's linked to a couple of different
he just keeps doing it.
Social media. Hold on, what's this? No, but there's no sourcing. One of them just says it, and it's not like a well-known news account. One of them I follow, but they say there are reports of. Well, who's giving the reports? Where is the original reporting?
Holy shit! You can do this with
a number of these accounts,
the actual like reporting on this, but you can't do it with Trump.
So who is the original source for this stuff?
This guy's a pretty easy target, though. I mean, he is. He does. He just make. That's where I feel a little bit bad. Where it does kind of feel like you're making fun of the slow kid from
Iranian
school.
State Media would be one, or some news organization.
I just don't think he is. I think he's
Iran.
just. I don't know.
I remember last night there were all these accounts posting about Fordo. And as far as I'm aware, there was no attack on Fordo last night.
Hence nervous laughter. If it can be productive in an isolation and isolationist, be productive and isolationist. Japan, San Marino, Ethiopia. Learn from them. Yeah. I mean,
just some sort of explanation.
You're objectively like, yeah. Lessons could be learned there.
Al Arabiya says, that's a
all right.
Arabic,
what's the over under on how long it takes them to go say, I haven't eaten all day. I need to go take a 5-minute break and touch the air fryer.
Southwest Iran.
I don't touch the air fryer once per stream, then it's gonna then my curse will subside and I will.
Al Arabiya also says air defense is activated in Mashhad.
A curse implies a good thing.
Iran.
Hold on, or a bad thing. Oh my God. My brain just broke. Dude. He gets cursed. It's like, I got cursed with a blessing.
There's a lot of stuff flying around right now, and I'm
Scuba
not
Steve
really
is not a smart guy.
So I need to see better sourcing than a lot of this stuff.
Oh, my.
There's just a lot of stuff flying around right now.
Guys, I'm going to be real with you. He is working with a site that is totally set up by like an RT style fucking organization.
I
so
will just direct you to last
the
night
fact
when
that he's doing the thing where he's just like, I don't like the sourcing, and it
turned out false.
It's CNN and like, you know, you can go and source it to the AP or even Reuters, who he does work with, but I think that might be. Yeah, a little bit of a counter to his wanted narrative here. Is there an MGM over under betting on this? Hey, Polymarket. Let's go to Polymarket and see what the over under on this is. Oh God, I bet that there is actually like a. That's depressing.
Give me a moment.
He has good listening skills, but I don't know if he can solve a problem. Who's Donald Trump? Did you just say listening skills? What?
Give me a moment.
Sorry, just that even being a concept is really funny. I'm the best listener. Everybody says that I'm kind of like a therapist. Oh, no, Scuba Steve. Ah. Okay. Well, things are quiet for now. we're going to silence Mr. Steve. And then we're going to check in with Jerusalem real quick. Nada. Nothing. We got nothing. Okay. Here. Let's get a news report on what's going on from CNN and really piss off Lookner for, I don't know, reasons.
More breaking news out of Israel, where at least 8 people have been killed and dozens injured in the latest round of missile strikes launched by Iran. Israel's National Emergency Service says multiple locations were hit on Monday morning.
Okay, if Idris Elba, if they ever need a character understudy where they need somebody to just take over, this guy should definitely be up for it. Like, holy crap.
Explosions were seen in the coastal city of Haifa, where missiles hit near an oil refinery. Central Israel's power grid was also damaged in the latest of the back and forth strikes over the weekend. Israeli officials say at least 23 people have now been killed since Iran's retaliation began. Meanwhile, in Iran, at least 224 people have been killed in Israeli airstrikes since Friday. That's according to the country's Ministry of Health. The IDF vows their strikes will only get more intense from here, but Iran's president says the country's response will escalate as well, putting more innocent lives at risk.
Israel thought there was no damage. That's the thing, like, dude,
wherever they
really did put themselves in a precarious position with all the lying they've done.
With permission from America.
Oh, we're gonna watch the Cenk Uygur debate with the IDF shill on Piers Morgan right after this.
We are by no means seeking to expand the war, but naturally, as our army, our powerful IRGC, and our dear people have shown, appropriate responses have been given so far. The more they try to escalate, naturally, the responses will become tougher and more severe. More innocent people may lose their lives.
Jeremy Diamond was at the scene of one missile strike in Tel Aviv and filed this report just a short while ago.
I'm at the site of an Iranian ballistic missile attack in central Tel Aviv. This ballistic missile struck this area in the early hours of this morning, severely damaging 3 residential buildings right behind me. As you can see, in this whole street is littered with debris as rescue crews move in and out, still trying to assess the damage, to find anybody who might be trapped under the rubble, and also to get people out of their apartments. There are also folks who have arrived here to try and get back inside to get some of their belongings and to make sure that their loved ones are okay. This is one of 4 ballistic missile attack sites in central Tel Aviv alone. In addition, there was a ballistic missile attack in northern Israel in Haifa as well. More than 70 people were injured in these attacks, according to Magen David Adom, Israel's national rescue services. And of course, we are seeing that these attacks are continuing to escalate.
Were they kicking out CNN too?
Here in Israel,
what
about
was
the number of
report on that one?
Casualties and how many more?
Because I know that they were definitely going after citizen journalists.
May come. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Tel Aviv.
Let's dig deeper. CNN's Paula Hancock is now joining me from Abu Dhabi. Paula, thanks for being with me.
Abu Dhabi.
Again, we appreciate it. Things are moving so quickly across the region. Tell me, what is the latest that you're seeing now?
Well, Ben, we are seeing the casualty figures going up in Israel, for example, now at 23. The early hour barrage of hundreds of missiles from Iran did hit a number of different areas. Tel Aviv, as Jeremy
sounds like they were kicking most out.
was showing.
Yeah, because I did see that there were some larger CNN types.
There, and also central
BBC,
Israel and some of the coastal areas as well. Now, we know that in Haifa, for example, alongside the coast, that city, there are still fires burning in some areas. There were some missiles that hit, or at least one hit close to an oil refinery in Haifa itself. Now, a number of residential buildings across the country have been impacted. We understand from authorities that most of these missiles are being intercepted, but we are seeing that a number are getting through. Certainly, Tehran, by firing hundreds of missiles at the same time, is is hoping to overwhelm and overpower the missile defense systems of Israel. Now, when it comes to what is happening in Iran, we are seeing panicked residents in Tehran try to get out of the city. That we have seen gridlock on the roads heading north, a more rural and isolated area many people are trying to get to. Gas stations are overcrowded as well, as many are trying to escape the areas they believe may be more dangerous. Now, we've heard from the Israeli military that Iranian residents should move away and evacuate if they live anywhere near a weapons production facility, because they say that that is a target. This was announced on Sunday, and then just a matter of hours later, an announcement came from the Iranian authorities telling Israeli residents to move and evacuate if they are anywhere near the Israeli military. So both sides still claiming that they are targeting the military infrastructure of the other country. But clearly we are seeing residents and civilians are being impacted.
With Israel showing no sign of backing down, what's their end game? Some say regime change. For others, they say it's about eliminating Iran's nuclear capabilities completely.
We've set them back dramatically, but not enough. And that's why this series of strikes is not going to end today or tomorrow, but only at a period of time which may take weeks.
Oh, again, the fact that they were like losing sympathy and they were starting to like actually be held accountable for their positions with the West Bank and Gaza and the atrocities that they're committing, that has nothing to do with their, you know, move to just fucking pull everybody into a fucking world war.
With the intention of weaponizing.
Come on, this is so obvious, and honestly, like, I'm getting a little almost
What's
insulted.
clear here is
like,
that this is a conflict that
like,
has
dude, how dumb do they really think we are? I mean, holy shit.
the potential to lead to a broader regional war with the risk of pulling in major powers.
I'm talking about us, like the ones who actually follow this shit.
Including
like,
the U.S.
Come on.
The Trump administration is already walking a major diplomatic tightrope.
I think we're going to see some more action tonight, but from the U.S.
Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim is
like, what do you mean? Like protests in L.A., or what do you mean?
Always welcome back. I want to start with the sort of physical battle. At first, it was the military leaders, nuclear facilities. How has this changed over the last even 48 hours?
They also took out some of the Iranian scientists in civilian areas, which meant civilian casualties. We're seeing them expand a bit to energy facilities.
The Israelis?
The Israelis.
Yeah.
On the Iranian side, last time they volleyed missiles at Israel in April 2024, they stuck to military sites. This time they're using a lot less care, and according to the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, they are using dumb missiles, ones that can't be guided. But Iran only had 2,000 some odd ballistic missiles to begin with. We don't quite know how many drones, and they have to preserve them because much of their leadership has been taken out, much of their air defenses have been taken out, and now every time they move a launch platform to try to hide from the Israelis are watching and taking those out.
Now, this means a lot of people are saying that this is the right time to go for regime change. The reporting over the weekend, we have it at CNN as well, that the White House decided not to go for to kill Iran's supreme leader, be part of that. What would regime change mean in this moment? Is Iran just that vulnerable? What is the question the White House is facing?
Well, the Israelis would like regime change. Netanyahu has said as much, but from the Trump administration perspective, the only reason to say no to the Israelis to taking out the supreme leader is to preserve the opportunity to go back to those talks, to use this good cop, bad cop that Israel is taking out all of Iran's military, but also economic might, what it needs to survive, and then saying, okay, you've got to negotiate with us to keep your people fed. And keeping the supreme leader alive preserves that possibility, but I think it underestimates the pride of the Iranian regime having been taken out like this. I don't think they'll be back to peace talks anytime soon.
Yeah, we've heard so much from about Israel and the idea of the Operation Roaring Lion, but I actually was thinking about something else, which is this idea of like the octopus doctrine, that Iran was at the center of something with many tentacles.
My God, it's Iraq all over again, guys. This is it. Like, this is the shit that they were doing before they even did the weapons of mass destruction. Like, we've heard that they could have these weapons, and that there's this pipeline you see that comes from Iran and goes to Iraq, and it's got Syria. Like, they kept doing this thing, kept throwing these names out there.
What do you see now with this latest proactive attack?
This is ridiculous.
On Iran? How far has Israel gone in doing what it hoped to do?
Well, one of the reasons Israel couldn't do this before is there were hundreds of missiles in Lebanon pointed at major Israeli cities. It would have been much worse than the volley that we've seen hit Haifa and some of the suburbs of Tel Aviv so far this time around. But by taking Hezbollah out in Lebanon and by taking other proxies out, Yemen still has capability, but they're far away. They have really allowed this kind of attack to go forward. And this was one of the reasons pushing them into this attack. Never again would Iran be so undefended. So from the Israeli perspective, they have made their country safer, even if they're going to be
thanks for the $5 donation, Lex. I really appreciate that, man.
And even now, it's not clear where Iran would turn to, correct, for any kind of support.
Good boy
Arab leaders are
for that.
speaking in favor of Iran, even Saudi Arabia calling them brothers. Because in the Arab and Islamic street, people are furious over this. And even though the White House is trying to say, we
really
didn't
appreciate the $5
take part in this
donation,
attack,
and so
you're
does
still
the
being
pooch.
seen as part and parcel and backing this violence against Iran, especially because
I'm literally fucking watching this objectively, like criticizing it, but propaganda, sure.
They're protecting Israel.
Wolf strike.
Kim, thank you so much. Always a lot of context when I speak with you. I appreciate it.
Say that right. Or Wolf's friend 42. Is there an O at the end of that? Because then we might be able to be a little bit more friendly. Because it came in hot. You don't know what's up. Wondering what YouTube recommended this time. Again, I'm sitting here like criticizing CNN, but okay, man. A propaganda channel. I'm literally like telling you how I've lived through this once with the Iraq war and how I see that they're doing the exact same thing. Like, what? Listen, I know that I'm not sure if, like, I'm 38 years old. I was about to say I look old. I think that I look all right for my age, but I'm going to say this much. Do they really think that we forgot? Because that's insane. What kind of chemicals did they put in our food that they just banked on just being like, they have absolutely no collective memory about 9/11 or post 9/11 or any of the wars that happened there? So, Israel is getting grabbed by the ears a bit. During the whole clip, he said how corrupt they were. Yeah. Fluoride. Oh, yes. Listen, if there's one thing, I'm the most humble streamer that you'll ever see. Listen, I've always appreciated it's like that little, that little turn there. Desert Storm, though. Yeah, same thing. We don't put that in our Swiss water. They've found benefits. I don't know, like, what the actual detriments are. What are the perceived detriments? What are the ones that I'm missing here? I don't know. Anyway, welcome to stream. If you are new here, I appreciate it. Thank you for checking me out. Okay, Asmonwood. Oh, God. Asmonwood. Wait a minute, I just got that. All right, good one. Just a humble man with a 12-inch dick. Yo, don't go exposing me like that, man. What's up? I was trying to keep some secrets. America dumb? Yeah, I know. Hot take. Wheeling coming in with the hot take. Shut up, you're Swiss. You're supposed to be neutral in this. Come on, man. At least, live up to your standard. Damn. if everybody didn't know, Wheedling in chat here is from the Swiss Alps. You know, big horn and all. You guys still do that yodel hee hoo shit. That is one of the most American things that I've said to you yet. I'm gonna choke you with my lederhosen, motherfucker. Shut up. All right, whatever. You got them goofy ass clocks, dude. Actually, my mom bought one of those, and yeah, I'm looking for it. Like, it's one of the things that I have no idea where it is, and I know that she had it. This is what sucks, because, like, I'm not sure if you guys are new here. My mom passed away recently, and it's one of those situations where I can't, like, obviously can't ask her. So, but I have this vague memory of her telling me that she broke it, and it's like, ugh. Cannot remember, but anyway, sorry, just completely random aside there. Also, watch your mouth. That's one thing me and Micah agree on. America's pretty... I couldn't even say it. I was like, America's pretty bad. It's Smoke 'em Ganja Man channel. Yes, yeah. Ja Budfarai. Okay, that's no, that, yeah, careful. Budfarai. Man. Yeah, that was my last little, like, walk with God, was through Rastafarian. Like, trying to be a practicing Rastafarian. But yeah, man, I noticed that they have, like, the problem that, like, a lot of Christian sectarianism, is that what's called? Where, like, they do this, like, they have, yeah, sectarianism. Where they have, like, so many different belief structures. Like, they have one that's borderline atheist, where, like, or, like, they're kind of Buddhist, where they're just like, yeah, we just believe in, you know, the energy of things, and that Jah is the collective energy, and, like, it means that, you know, that's in a way where we can all kind of agree. And I'm like, well, that's a little bit of a cop-out, because you have, like, the hardcores where they're just like, no, it's literally the Christian God. It's like, I kind of, and what, like, that's the thing. When I found that out, I was like, oh, that's secularism. Thank you. That is, yeah. Oh yeah, the secularists. Well, see, I never actually applied secularism or any of that. That was not necessarily all secularism was essentially anything that we did not believe in, or, like, that was just, like, blatant, you know, America, where they're just like, you're gonna be tempted. Although, wait, what's it called that? I might just be stupid here. Good. There's a very good chance of that, but no, we were very much taught, like, be scared of the secular world, be scared of, you know, one of my favorite, we had a talk, right? Because there was this situation where it was like a small mission statement that we had to do, and the local schools kind of agreed to work with it, where which was always a little sus after I found out about the, you know, separation church and state kind of thing, that they were even entertaining these types of programs, which makes me wonder, did they, like, pay my school? Or did my school just, like, do this dick thing where they're just like, no, we're just going to have, you know, a group of our students come in and be as condescending as humanly possible to yours. And tell them how, like, they are, you know, sinning, like, every day is essentially a sin with them. Oh my God. Okay, so this is right around the time that Bush was pushing that whole, oh my God, what's the name? Fuck. I'm having a brain fart. Fuck. Not austerity. Fucking shit. It's it was the whole thing where, like, it turned into girls just being like, well, technically in the butt is not shit, what the fuck was it called? Somebody help me here. Old Testament they use mostly. I mean, ish. Yeah, well, for their hate and to justify anything that they don't understand. Abstinence. Abstinence. Thank you. Yeah, abstinence. Thank you. Tom Hanks. What? Yes, they're teaching us Tom Hanks. Mom. Nah, I can't even do that because like he's cool. Anal loophole. Jesus. The anal loophole. No, not celibacy, it was abstinence. Yeah, we were taught the whole abstinence thing. Abstinence rings were a big thing. They tried to make that a big thing in my school. But see, we were the first wave that they tried to sell that on. And even in the Christian schools where we're like the coolest kid at my school was probably the biggest nerd at yours type of thing. Even worse because they actually thought that they were popular. I'll never forget when those guys did get humbled and then they'd come back with I went into the secular world this weekend, which they really did break it down like that. It was fucking wild. The way that they would say that, they'd just be I went to the secular public school for a basketball game, and I was they were trying to lead me astray so much. They were trying to my favorite ones were they were trying to make me do drugs. They're trying to make me do drugs. And the thing is, my favorite one was this kid who didn't know the difference between smoking cigarettes and doing drugs. He just thought that he thought it was everything. So, which he was technically right. Let's be real. But yeah, he actually meant smoking cigarettes. And he went and told his parents that he was just I saw a bunch of kids doing drugs at the skate park. Which, dude, Tim Pool was one of those those rat fucks that was just I don't want you smoking weed at the skate park. You guys are embarrassing. You guys bring a bad. Oh no, he actually said too, that he's just yeah, you guys are bringing the cops here, and then they profile us. He was dead serious about that shit. God, he's such a prick. Sorry, I just had that real moment where I'm oh yeah. Never got cooler. That's one of the funniest things, kind of knowing somebody like that, where you're just oh, he really did not get cool. He doubled down, and I'm sure he would say that to my face now. It's just I actually did think that, though. These fucking losers. Right, Repentant Man? Repentant Man's in the house. Repentant Man is my favorite chatter because he knows what's up. He knows what's up with all of these loser libtards that need their little vape pens. They need vape pens because they have so much anxiety. Where did they get the anxiety from? Right, Repentant Man? It's from smoking. I told you. See, me and Repentant Man get on. Kickflip. Politics is serious business. You shouldn't talk politics if you're stoned. Oh, no, I shouldn't, because something bad might happen. Politics is serious business. That should just be my shirt. Pep Talks. Politics is serious business. That'd be great if they actually let you monetize it properly, though. That'd be dope. Actually, you know what? Here. Since this is not what I'm covering today, and I'm also just going to go into Just Chat because I do need a little bit of the ad revenue. We'll just say, guys, yeah, if you guys can help support the channel just by hitting that like button or subscribing to the channel over on YouTube, it is free. It really helps me out. And you could also get yourself a membership. I do have members only content that I release. I usually do it for about a week. Usually, I should say. I'm new to it, but yeah, that's the plan, is to do a video every week, just for the members only. And also, you guys get those awesome emotes and all the fun. And you guys really help out the channel. That's honestly the biggest thing. And yeah. Where is that link? Son of a... You know what? Oh. I cleared it, didn't I? Hold on, guys. My bad. I just realized I cleared all my links earlier because I redid them all. Haha. There we are. I also got something really cool There we go. Politics control every aspect of your life. What? I mean, they kind of, like, listen, they, like, technically that's a true statement, but also, no. Like, I'm just here to fucking report on the news with a little bit of a stoner, like, flair. There we go. Where, dude, it's like a stoner circle where we talk politics. That's essentially what you just walked into. And listen, if I do not even agree with you, welcome. Like, hey, man, just, as I said, like, you came in here, you literally came in here, pow, 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 you're a propaganda channel, pow, 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 pow. Instead of just being like, hey, how are you? Like, you, well, I mean, you did ask what channel you did walk into, but then immediately you're just like, propagandist. Am I? RM. You seem angry today. Everything okay? Oh, are you calling me RM? Oh, you're calling Repentant Man. I thought you were calling me RM Brown. I'm like, hey, listen, he's got his own shtick. I'm different. Hey, I'm different. Come on. Boltstrummer. Trump selling all public land to the highest bidder. So much for making America great again. Always worse off. It really is kind of like almost comical how everything he does is just going to be objectively bad for people and Americans. But whatever. Whatever. I'm never angry. I don't do drugs, so my life is great. That's just that. That's why. Bro, come on. At least he's the most humble guy in chat, guys. Most humble guy in chat. What's the problem with selling off some selling off some trees? Wait a minute. Your whole anti-pot smoking brain just like tried to make a what is wrong with selling trees there, Repentant Man? Huh? What's wrong with selling trees? They grow back, huh? There's almost nothing wrong with trees. This guy doesn't know. Are you a logger? Dude, that'd be hilarious. He is just like, oh, right back to the chainsaws. Wait a minute. Do you chainsaw sled? Is this what you do? Is it like this is actually the thing that you do? What's wrong with smoking some trees? Exactly. You know, burning some trees down, man. What's that called? Like replenishing the forest or whatever. I actually don't. Yeah, that's what they do, right? Weed grows back. Fire up the chainsaw. He still got his boyfriend's tweet up, guys. Who's got Caroline Levitt too? Man, he really had a great day at GZ. Even, dude, agenda free. Can he just change his name to like Trump's little bitch? Like, what the fuck, dude? Bro, if you're never angry, that means you have no emotion. Ooh, good point. Which means you're never passionate, which means you're not speaking up for what you believe in. Reforestation, pothead should simply follow my example. This guy, Repentant Man, guys, just so you know, he seems to be for real. If you're not seeing him from the Twitch chat, he's on the screen here. He's an interesting cat, you know. Hold on, guys. I gotta set this. There we go. There we go. All right. Hotheads need to shower, shave, put some deodorant and clean clothes on, and find a job. Yo, dude, if there's one thing that I really hate is the whole, like, you must, like, listen, say what you will about me with the Asmi Gold bullshit. My hair is, you know, nice, clean, smells freshy fresh. You know what? No, everything is fresh with me, including my room. Yeah. Breaking news. A joint has been lit. Oh my god. You moved. Don't tell me. Oh god, that's actually starting to hurt my voice. That's the joke. That's the karma coming back for me. What are we at? 250? All right. You're unshaven and haven't had a haircut. I mean, I still get like trims and yeah. Dude, I care for this. Like, you don't understand. Come on. You gotta care for your hair. Also, hey, my beard's on point. Like, look at this. This is called a good shave job on a beard, so you're just jealous. Honestly, that's what a lot of this stems from, is you're just like, there's a part of you that's jealous that I can live the way that I do and still, like, enjoy my life, enjoy talking to people. Yeah. Here we go. Again, YouTube. Pay attention to the chat box on screen only for this guy. My Twitch chat is merged with my YouTube chat. So also that means Twitch chat. Keep it TOS, otherwise I will have to boot you. That is a thing. Also, stop complaining about automod. That goes for YouTube and Twitch. Like, God, I'm so sick of you guys doing like automod ban this. It's like, unless you're informing me that they're trying to silence you and it's not like in bad faith where you're like, oh, I guess they just don't like some racist comments. It's like, come on, man. All I heard was from that was huge bush beard. Wait, did I say bush? Bushy beard? Did I say? Oh shit. I don't know. Don't do that. Now I think that I accidentally said bush instead of beard. Here, let's take a look. Look in with Lookner. Here,
it sounds like.
Oh my God, that's our pep talk
almost
segment.
Like Lawrence Jones III.
Just look in with Lookner.
Awesome.
No, I'm gonna have to pay him. You have to pay me. Fair use doesn't exist because I don't know about it. I signed up with this very specific news organization that controls a lot of what I do. That's not sus at all. Agenda free. They should draft the potheads. The military would whip them into shape.
Just crazy.
That's why the military hates potheads, is because you said unshaven, which means 70s porn star. Oh.
Again, a Fox
what the fuck?
On-air
that was like
personality.
I don't know how the hell that was an organic.
Lawrence Jones III says Trump has requested that the Situation Room be prepared when he returns tonight.
Ow. Ow. Oh, I don't want to get flagged. Gotta be careful.
Oh, Adam Cancerin also reports that Trump was also supposed to meet with Zelensky.
What is your deal? Why are you so like, these people living their best lives make me so mad? God. You know what makes me really angry? Happiness. It's fucking douche.
Oh my gosh.
Really is kind of like that with you, man. I smoke lots of weed in the Swiss military. That doesn't surprise me.
We're going to do another poll right now.
Welcome, everybody. Coming over on YouTube. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate you being here. Mango Mussolini needs to stop. Needs to smoke some weed. Maybe that'll cure his narcissism. Oh, can you imagine? Oh my god. Okay, I gotta do this one. Hold on, guys. Hold on. So I was chilling with Snoop Dogg, right? He said he found out that I had never done drugs, and he was just like, "Yeah, for shizzle dizzle, you gotta chill the fuck izzle out. You know what? I got a MAGA strain. Here you go." And he's just like, "You know what, Snoop? You've always been a pretty cool guy.
I think that I might take a little hit, just a little puff, just a teeny weensy little puff. He put his little tiny hand around that joint and just went, and like it was kind of like Elon, and he just had this moment where he's like, holy shit, and it didn't make him any like more based or anything. It just made him that much more into McDonald's. That's why he was just like, you know what I got to do? I got to find out how the burgers are made. I've never done it. I love McDonald's. You love McDonald's? I love McDonald's. I love the chicken. I'm a big McDonald's chicken. The chicken nuggets. I love them. Absolutely love them. They fit in my hands perfectly. Never letting that one go. Just like his hands can't. I look so good in that McDonald's apron. I've always thought that my hair kind of looked like their fries. Can I get some more of that? Hold on. No, for real. What do you think he would talk about if Donald Trump got high? Like, what would he talk about?
Is that what's about to happen?
Steve is way worse than listening to my ex-wife sometimes, the way he repeats himself. Yeah, it really is annoying. That's why I'm just like, yeah, you know, he's not important to this. Here, I'll just keep him on the background. And honestly, it's one of these situations. I don't even need that camera. You know what? Fuck him. I'm just kind of done. I'm like, you know what? Why don't I just go to Jerusalem stream? Here. There. Tiny nuggies for my tiny hands. I absolutely love them. They're so tasty. The barbecue sauce. It's the barbecue sauce. I'm telling you. When it drops, the perfect thing about the barbecue sauce and having a little bit of the McDonald's ketchup is that when I spill it on my tie, you can't tell. This is why I always wear red ties. No, for real. Like I'm trying to think. He takes one puff. So do you want to know exactly how many nuclear bombs we have? Because they don't want me telling you that, but I have a total secret, guys. I can't keep a secret. Apparently, I'm just loose lips when I start smoking a little bit of the ganj. You know what they say? Loose lips sink ships. What did you just say about the USS George Washington? Oh, bummer. U.S. warplanes have bombarded Tehran, it seems. What? No, really? Are you serious? I mean, we're watching the... Listen, this guy doesn't know how to address terror the way that I knew how to address terror. You see, you just gotta tell him. You can't fool me twice. That'll do the job, see? Because he won't get fooled again. I always wanted Obama to... I always wanted Obama to... Oh, I see where you're going with that. Got it. Do you think that when they caught Trump making the P-tape that it was just his colostomy bag just bursting open and he's just like, oh crap, the catheter came out. Ew. Alright, that one was too far, guys. My bad. If Trump got baked, he would hear an all-new level of thinking outside the box. He's just sitting there. Hold on. He's just sitting there eating a box of chocolate softly, just like, yum. Okay, hold on. What's your take? I want to make peace in the Middle East. It seems like the right thing to do. I don't know. I just feel very friendly right now. Hold on. Does anybody have the Cheetos? Trust me. The one nice thing about being me is the fact that I never get Cheeto hands. Did anybody ever think about that? No. I'm a genius. Oh, I'm sure that he was, that's just an excuse for Trump to run away from the G7. Oh, yeah, that's right. He did run away from that. It's for my bone spurs. Did you know that Cheetos do wonders for bone spurs? Nobody talks about it, but they have increased medical properties that nobody wants to talk about. It's why we're keeping them a secret. No more American Cheetos going out of the country. Keep Cheetos great. Dude, how on point would that be if he actually did something with Cheeto? I almost couldn't be mad about it. Where it's just Chester Cheeto with the Trump hair. Make it cheesy. Make it MAGA. Make it cheesy. Oh, fuck. MAGA. Make America cheesy again. Fast food only when I'm extremely baked for nowadays. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's kind of how that's how pretty much I operate, but here's the bitch. I'm baked all the time, so I have no idea how I've like managed to keep my weight the way that like that I do. Like I eat absolute trash sometimes, but at the same time, it's moderation. Like I'll allow it, let's see. Like, being realistic, and 4 days out of 7. It's not that bad. Of all the meals, come on, guys, work with me here. Who made that deal? Oh, shit, it was me. Who makes this crap up? I don't know. God, he starts having an existential crisis. He's just like, who actually controls my government? What the fuck is going on here? Oh, shit. He just starts release. Wait, no. A high Trump would literally just start releasing everything. He'd just be like, hold on, for shits and giggles, I'll release the Epstein files, or the Epstein files. See, I can't even say his name right, so that means that I'm totally not in them. That's just how that works. Jeffrey, he was a weird dude. I ate at my desk on mute all day. It is bad. I'm only 185. Nice. Well, I don't know your height, but... Penton Man, dude, really, can you type something constructive, please? Holy crap. Deke. I like how you're finally like, I've had it. Repent, man. You're useless. We're done. I have repented and now repentant free. I mean, the fact is, he is kind of being a dick to you, Bandit, and he doesn't even know you're like what's going on with you. Like, I mean, damn. He's literally being a dick to somebody that he should be very, very happy with. So, come on, man. 6 foot. All right. Yeah, you're all right. Yeah, I'm about 10 pounds under you. I'm 185 if I'm at my hockey weight. But then again, it's like way more muscle. Yeah, maybe if I did like just like a modicum of the same training that I used to, I could actually get like that build back, but I don't know. I'm not even sure if I want to, because like you do actually, it's a lot of just playing hockey, that keeps you there too. So like if I take that part out of that, then kind of defeats the whole purpose. My typing sucks because I'm 2 meters tall. Yo, freedom units, bitch. This is America. You use freedom units. How dare you throw them meters at me? I don't know what 2 meters is. 2 meters could be a whole car for all I know. I'm actually not kidding. What the fuck? What is 2 meters? I should probably 2 meters. Wait, can I beat you to it? In freedom units. You're 6.5? What? Damn, you're tall. Holy shit. Dude, really? I've only been on for less than a minute after working all day. Oh, really? So you just caught like a few comments and you're just like, dude, chill the Alright, enough of you. At least ball. Doritos for Camalito. Kamala, yeah. Cheetos for Trump. Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying now. 6 feet, gotcha. Oh, yeah. 6 foot. I mean, wait. 2 meters is no. It says 6.5. I mean, dude, 6'5"? like in America in freedom units. Like, damn, dude, that's like I think Hassan's 6'5". Like, that's tall. That's pretty tall. I used to eat lots more chips and shit like that. Yeah, God, this is the worst thing I gotta just say. I switched to like the baked chips, which honestly, yeah, they're good. They're really good. And yeah, I don't know. I started making like little pivots here and there. It's just like I can't stop eating just like, you know, those little snack like size, like just bite-sized cheeses. I love those. Like, I absolutely love those. And I like my doctor recently is just like, do you eat like a lot of cheese? I'm like, well, I mean, I found chips made from egg whites and chicken broth, but didn't like them too much. Ew, that sounds kind of gross. Aren't chicken biscuits like that? Like, what are chicken biscuits made out of? Those are pretty good. Oh, those are probably unhealthy as fuck. They're probably like made with just like pure butter or some shit like that. Yeah, I could see those not being good for you. I still eat shit stuff, but I try to sub it with other stuff. Yeah, I'm all about the moderation type of thing, man. Like, I really am. I like to still enjoy things. It's just, I understand where other people are coming from, because like my dad explained this to me once, where he was just like, "No, you don't get it." Like I learned through like he was like saying his experience through AA made him realize how much he was addicted to like sugar, and like how Oreos and, you know, that kind of stuff was a big problem for him, because he was just like, yeah, man, like I can't just eat one or two, I will eat the whole bag. It's like, oh. That's also how he kind of like described addiction to me. I'm like, I don't think I have that. He's just like, what? I'm like, yeah, I just get like the munchies and then I just go kind of like chill, and then I'm just like, all right, I'm kind of full. It's like, so we were both at like this precipice of understanding where it's just like, yeah. Babe Al. Ooh, yeah. Sylvie knows what's up. Unpacking them wax. Shit, no, I want one. I'm huge addicted to sugar. It's a problem. Yeah. Yeah, I'm at that age where I started, like, you know, getting all them fun tests, and they were just like, yeah, you need to kind of watch that. You need to watch your cholesterol. A1C is like, it was like, I'm okay. Like, I'm not like, you know, pre-diabetic, nothing like that. They're just like, yeah, you're at that age where you're like, honestly, like you can't just have like all of the sugar that you used to. I'm just like, oh, that kind of makes sense. You know. But hey, I can't keep anything at the house. I just go to 7-Eleven. See, now that's actually really, yeah. No, that was that's a good idea. No. Yeah, Bandit, that's actually a really good idea. I have a friend that lost a lot of weight that way, where he was just like, yeah, no more snacks at the house, and, you know, lots of like high protein, like cashews. He got really into cashews. Also, I did at that time too, because he just always had them around, so I was just like, ooh, cashews. And then you ever have, we've all had that moment, which is awesome. Can we just, here, let's smoke one to the moments where you eat something that you eat all the time, but you get that moment of being the perfect amount of high while it's happening, where you're like, oh, God damn, I love a good cashew. Just something simple like that. You're like, peanut butter, man. Sometimes just hits. Hot sauce. I had that with hot sauce recently, where I was just like, oh, God damn, hot sauce. Have you ever seen a picture of a dragon before we have incredible abs? Wait, what? Sugar addiction is real? Oh, hell yeah. No, it is. See why I quit drinking 17 years ago. I didn't crave sweets, but now I do. Not sure why. It's actually, I know exactly why. That's your that's your organs craving the alcohol. Because alcohol, when processed like that, especially if you drink beer, it does actually get processed the same way as sugar. So it's kind of doing that thing. Alrighty, now I'm about to chow down on my chicken egg rolls. It sounds really good. And chicken gumbo type crap I just tossed in the crock pot. Did you really make a goulash? For real? Alright, cool, man. I could get down with some goulash. Oh. For real, because I hate alcohol, but I love sweets. No. Okay, yeah. It's kind of, yeah, my dad, that actually makes a lot of sense now. Because, like, now I'm having this moment now thinking back to, like, my childhood and how much he loved sugar, and like, yeah, no, that actually makes so much fucking sense. Everything is sugar that isn't protein. Are dragons real? I remember watching a documentary about that, where they found that one in, like, frozen up in Iceland or some shit. Was that real? Was that real? No, that had to be some National Enquirer bullshit that I'm just conflating. I don't know. Anyway, welcome to the stream, anybody that has just gotten here. As I said, hit that like button. That is a thing we do here on this channel, and it's something that I actually made a thing that I do personally, where every time that I like a video, I make sure to hit that like button, because, yeah, I don't care if they're larger streamers or smaller streamers. It helps out tons, and it also helps curate your stuff, so... Hope you guys are also just enjoying the vibe. I'm sure humans dug up dinosaur fossils and thought they were dragons. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, since I don't cook, I just eat drumsticks, celery. Oh, shit, that actually sounds really... Wait, onions and... Tell me... Oh, you're using, like, spice. Spice melange. You better be putting some spice in there. If you're doing all that without, like... I mean, a good amount. Like, they're... If that's all you're doing, and like, oh my god, I just thought about this, and you're just like, you toss broth in there. No. Flavor. Nice. Yeah, I was about to say, wait, if you mix that with, like, let's see, what would I mix all that with? Lots of paprika. Because again, I like hot food, so maybe a little barbecue, actually. Like a little bit of a barbecue rub would also work good on that. And then, ooh, if you did that, add a little apple juice to it, give it a little bit of the sweetness. Also, leave it in the crock pot for long enough, it'll just shred the chicken, like the chicken, and just toss the bones out. It'll just break down. Some tomato concentrate. Hey man, I am trying to make this, like, tasty. Well, you say gumbo, so wait. I'm going back. Hold on. Yeah, you said gumbo, so I'm assuming that you're using some that type. Oh, chicken broth. My taste buds are trash, so I'll just toss in garlic salt. I eat to live only. Oh, you're one of those guys. See, I got like a terrible sense of taste, but I also like. Yeah, terrible taste buds. I have a deviated septum that actually affects my sense of taste, is what it is. But that's also why I like bold flavors. Like, the more pepper, the more pepper, the better. Clip it. But I actually mean, like, yeah, more garlic. Oh my god, you can't give me enough garlic. Like, love that shit. Luck Dragons are lucky. Hey, Luck Dragon, I actually meant to ask you, did you, like, get your new name from, like, being part of, like, the Dragon Squad over on TYT? Not that I'd begrudge it. It's just, I was more so wondering. Alright. Here. We'll get to more news here in a minute, guys. Just gonna take a little bit of a... Okay. I eat lots of cheese. I'm half Asian. I don't think I'm lactose tolerant. Yeah. I don't have like a lactose intolerance per se. Like I do, but I don't. Like I have that weird one where like I can eat cheese and be fine. I can drink certain milks like skim, I'm all right. But yeah, you give me some whole milk, oh boy, that's a countdown. Milkshakes, that's a big one too, where it's just like, I have this thing where it's like I won't have a milkshake if I have somewhere to be. It's like, yeah, nope, not taking that chance. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, I was there for a long time, but finally came up with the perfect drag name. Nice. No, you got a good one. If America were cheese, you would be cheddar. Oh, wait. It is. I missed a joke. Yeah, whole milk. Dude, whole milk is... yeah, it tears me up. Alright, let's get this idiot back up. Alright, so he finally got rid of Trump. So I feel like he's more agenda-free. Seems like he's also getting sleepy. Let's see what Steve... What happens to Steve when he gets sleepy? Ooh, I have a water. My wife got me.
We can update that as need be. Oh, and also,
some of that Fiji water.
I want to mention the thing that was said about why he's going to the White House.
What's his intro video?
The press secretary said
I'm not sure.
He is returning to the White House.
There's no music in it. Right?
Because of what's going on with the Middle East.
Oh, it explains how he came up with agenda free. You know, I forgot. I don't think I ever made one of those intro channels, or intros to my channel. I was supposed to do that. Oops.
Okay.
I'm sure they had a
bunch,
but when I was watching, they had a really good art. Yeah.
Red ticker. We're in red ticker territory. Where's the red ticker?
He's leaving because all G7 countries hate him. He didn't want to sit alone at the loser table.
We got the red ticker up for you.
It's kind of funny.
All right. I know I probably missed something in the last few minutes while I was typing, but...
Because of what's going on in the Middle East. Although if that is true and he is going back, you know... could be a precursor to something a little bit worse. That actually, because somebody did say that like U.S. was sending air support in, which I'm not sure if that's actually true or if they're just using American planes. But
oh, Fox News, did they officially post it on the Fox News site? Hold on a second here. Fox has the headline: Trump to depart for G7. Part G7 because of Israel-Iran conflict. Yes, Fox
I don't know if
News,
this is just a me thing, but I never care for channel intros. In fact,
Fox
they annoy me.
News reports that Trump has requested the National Security Council be prepared in the Situation Room for his return.
Oh, nice. There you go. Right there. Hassan showed a news article saying that they're sending Navy ships into the Middle East earlier. They sent a ton there. Well, yeah, I did. I already heard that earlier, though. I feel like way before even Hassan. Like, I heard, like, wasn't that over the weekend? Maybe I dreamed that shit. I don't know. No, I'm right there with you, Sylvie, about the intro thing.
In the
very similar feelings. That's why I never really like prioritized making one. Plus, like when I was new to this, I did know where I'm like, I really don't want that being my intro. Like, I don't want, early video of me being an intro and then have to re-record it. I was just like, nah, they can just go through my stuff. Which, I don't know. Maybe this is why I do the numbers I do. Who knows? Who knows?
One of our viewers said,
Oh, wait, I got a $5 donation over on YouTube. I got to put that into the...
Is it live or recorded?
Here. Count it.
AZ Intel, thanks for posting that. Fox News had that story too. I had posted it from a Fox personality before. Hold on a second here. Breaking news. Breaking news. Fox News producer Liz Frieden reports the U.S. is not striking Iran and remains in a defensive posture, a U.S. official tells Fox News. Again, Fox News producer Liz Frieden, who I follow,
how in the hell is he going to sit here and just have the smile on his face when Trump is about to take us into war? And this was like their biggest thing, that they were just like, Trump was anti-war. No new wars, no new wars. Guys, this counts as new wars, right? Do we get to start using that as more of an attack?
Maybe by defense, because Pete Hegseth said he was sending resources to the Middle East today, but said it was defensive. But maybe what's going to happen is if they jump in,
you are aware that the Middle East isn't just deserts, right? I hope that you're not that dumb.
All right, hold on. I'm behind on a couple thank yous. Let me just say a couple thank yous here. I'm sorry. A couple quick thanks. Gordon McNutt, Nightshade FM, who said, should I fill up my gas tank? J.K. Lloyd, Lisa H. Tiffany Rose, who says, this is going to get rough. Scott Hadaway, Sue Ellen Peters, Danny Kane, Sweecat, thank you. Proximate Cause is wondering why there aren't more Iranian attacks tonight. I understand the question. The last two, Iran has conducted the last two Iranian missile launches. I believe, according to reports, had a combined 5 missiles.
I enjoy that.
I don't know if they're low on missiles, or maybe Iran thinks something's coming and they're not worried about it. The weird thing is there was all this rhetoric from Iran earlier in the evening about how they were going to be attacking Israel all night. So I don't know what's going on there. Thanks, Arita77, Afshar Sigarchi, Robbie Gravino.
People can call it not a war all they want, but the shit ain't peace. No, this is the bullshit that I hated about the Iraq and Afghanistan conflict was, remember, I'm not sure if you guys remember how much they said that it wasn't a war because it was never formally declared a war. So, like, you still have Republicans out there trying to sell you on the idea that it's like, well, it was just a conflict. It was just a conflict. It's like, fuck you.
Mid-Hudson Security Consultants, who thinks they're going into Iran ground assault. There's also the idea that there could be some kind of ground operation in Iran to, for example, deal with nuclear facilities and that kind of stuff, and get and target political leadership. I don't know. That's not a full invasion, but some sort of ground operation. I don't know. Ryan M.
How is that?
Thank you. Victori's, thank you.
So is that your line, is when there is a full invasion, but then he'll be like, look, they're invading. They're invading. I'm so hard right now.
Distance from Israel, like provide weaponry or something. Lena Lopez, thank you. Upstate NY girl, who says, this is too abrupt. There must be a threat to the U.S. Look. We keep hearing defensive.
Him reading his commenters' names is really funny sometimes.
I don't know. I haven't heard about it, but I don't know.
Yeah, special military operation.
Abby, thanks,
Yeah.
Shadow, Dan Hell, S. Cust, 1975, Rula Poles.
Yeah, Russia was using that too.
Who says if the
oh
U.S.
my
gets
God,
involved,
he is
also
Butters.
Other countries that have military contact with them also get involved. Well, I mean, I will say I don't know what's going to happen here, but if there's some bigger war, then certainly there would be a risk of other countries getting involved. But I don't know what's going to happen, so we'll have to see. Dream Squad HD, Jersey, Texas. Jason
Was there conflicts
Morgan,
too? Everyone playing semantics to fit their agendas. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate your support. And Shifting Realities and and Jay Drabble, thank you. All right, we got to go get some more updates here. Let's see if we have some more updates here. More updates? Thank you also, Gifted Red Wing. All right, hold on. Let me just see if we have more updates. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Guys.
Huge breaking news. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News reports, U.S. is not joining Israel offensively in its military operation, per U.S. officials. Despite reports that President Trump asked the NSC and Situation Room to be readied, I'm told NSC cabinet members are already on standby 24 hours a day, including since Israel's Operation Rising Lion began.
Little did they know that he's Captain Chaos.
We have a couple reports from
this is
a
what
Fox
Captain
News
Chaos
producer
sounds
and
now.
Jennifer
It
Jacobs
sounds
of
like now.
CBS News that says U.S. officials are putting out there that the U.S. is not joining Israel offensively. But if the U.S. is not joining Israel offensively,
I don't want to be
then
that mean.
is Israel itself doing something really big? Right? Something's going on. A bunch of our viewers think that that's not true and they are joining it. Now, I keep seeing offensively. How about defensively? Can they say it's defensive? I don't know. I don't know what to say here. So, not joining offensively could mean defensively.
The media is always going to tell us what is going on because, frankly, they don't know.
But seems like something's happening.
They're literally as clued in as he is right now. Something's happening. I don't know.
I wonder if Israel's doing something.
What are they cooking up? News when no news going equals
CBS
speculation.
News
That's exactly what this is. Yeah, wait a minute.
News,
This comes after his Trump.
reporters
Man,
say that US,
how does he
the
actually
US
claim to be agenda free? This really is wild.
is not joining the
Military won't announce their plan. But Lookner,
the Fox News one
are you telling me that they're not going to tell Steve Lookner what's going on and he doesn't have the deets? Come on. Now you're just lying to me.
Is not joining Israel in striking Iran.
He doesn't have any real opinions?
I think that's a good way to put it.
I mean, from my understanding, it seems like he has some.
But it's interesting. It's like there are U.S. officials going out to these reporters and saying, we're not joining the offensive.
Yeah.
Shelby Talcott with Semaphore says Trump, who is returning to Washington tonight,
he serves no
has
function.
directed his
Yeah, I'm starting to get that. You know what? Fuck this.
Convene in the situation.
He keeps saying breaking news too. Like he is becoming like Fox News, where it's just, or like the fucking CNN Fox News machine, where it's just like everything is breaking news because he's like, oh, hold on, there's breaking news. We gotta get these clips. Oh my god, let's go. All right, let's take a break. Let me stretch again. Ooh. My arms are sore. I just flew back home and boy are my arms sore. Yuck. No, I was working out earlier. Well, it's for blind people that he commentates. No, that's he's doing an audio No, sometimes you just happen to accidentally do just like exclusively in audio format on YouTube because, you know, some people aren't watching. Yeah. Oh, or not people not watching, just listening. There you go. Okay, never mind. I'll peel back. Abandoned ship, boys. My people can't see them. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Okay. I'm gonna go full Joe Pesci on you now. Jesus, why does this keep happening? He just reads, what we all can just wait. People who can't see this. Tried to beat Captain Obvious over here. Yeah, they are blind to the content, but not like physically blind. There we go. Yaka. What was that? Yaka. I tried to do yuck yuck and waka waka. Yaka. Yaka yaka. Oh God. That was weird. We've got a news report on this guy.
Right now, there is a growing memorial in St. Paul, Minnesota, right outside the state capitol, honoring the lives of State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, who were shot and killed over the weekend. They were killed inside their home, while another colleague and his wife were severely wounded in a separate attack. The tributes come after what is being described as the biggest and most intense manhunt in the history of Minnesota. Overnight, federal agents and police captured the suspect in this political assassination over the weekend. NBC's Jay Gray has much more on the arrest from St. Paul.
Well, at least they're calling it that.
After more than 40 hours on the run, tactical teams close in, capturing Vance Belter overnight.
There's no question that this is the largest manhunt in the state's history.
Federal, state, and local agencies searching for the man they say murdered State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, and in a separate attack, severely injuring State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. Bullet holes from that shooting visible through their front door. The break in the case came Sunday afternoon. Officers locating an abandoned car Belter is suspected of using after the attacks in a rural area about 50 miles southwest of Minneapolis and just minutes from his home.
Always amazing how they find the guy.
After a tip from a resident, honing in, tracking, and surrounding Belter.
The suspect crawled to law enforcement teams and was placed under arrest at that point in time. There was no use of force by any member of law enforcement.
Agents say Belter was armed when he was taken into custody. A criminal complaint unsealed after his arrest shows police found at least 3 AK-47 rifles,
like
a 9mm pistol, and a kill list in his car, a ballistic vest, mask, and police-style badge on the ground outside the vehicle. Evidence, and what police stress, is still an open...
Someone caught them on a trail cam? No shit.
...open and active investigation.
Now begins the hard work of looking at what the motive is, looking at putting this case together.
As the Twin Cities struggle with overwhelming loss. Jay Gray, NBC News, St. Paul, Minnesota.
And sources say the suspect has been charged with 2 counts of murder in the second degree and 2 counts of attempted murder in the second degree.
Dude, Trump's going to pardon him. That'd be wild. You know what? This is the reason that I haven't actually commented on it, because the guy, he did me a favor. So after he did me a solid, I got to say, he's up for a pardon. How crazy would that be? Just like, you ought to see the Democrats get really pissed off. Jesus. That's crazy that they caught him on a trail cam, though. Because, yeah, those are so few and far between that, yeah, he had to kind of fuck up on that one. Like, yeah, like, how did he, like, not think that maybe, like, stay off trails type of thing? Not trying to help the guy, but still. That's interesting. All right, so there's an interesting video here that I just wanted to pull up because it's fun. I'm not sure how much merit there is to it, though, so I'm going to be cautious with this one, all right? But without further ado, Keith Edwards has a breaking story where Fox News was caught faking parade footage.
I don't want this parade story to end. I don't want it to end. It is giving me
whoever is doing his editing, like, it is such a jarring change from his old, like, his content just like not even 2 months ago was just like, holy shit.
Not ever fully expect. I was dreading this parade, and it turns out it is something that has given me a lot of joy, and it continues to give me joy because it hurts.
I didn't realize
Donald
that he
Trump,
broadcast at 2.5.
And he didn't get, and it wasn't perfect. Fox News tried to give him something he wanted, but we all just caught them now. Fox News has been caught faking Donald Trump's parade. I have that video for you in just a bit. I also have Donald Trump trying to, without crying,
gotta get that like and subscribe
that his
first.
parade was a great
I hit the
success.
like, guys.
And let me know if you can tell that he was lying through his teeth. I also have tweets from Donald Trump as well as more stunning video.
This dude loves other men for sure. He is out. He is, yeah. He is gay.
The parade that never should have happened, but I'm glad it did. First, here's Donald Trump's
based on his moisturizing
tweets from that day, and he was also trying.
That's like the one thing I'm always just like. He always looks like he's like so moist,
as best he could to make it as big looking as possible, but it was not big. It was not big. And by the way, there's no crowd. They're just not showing any crowd shots. It's fireworks,
WWE's school of filming.
Trump. It looks good on camera, but of course, we all know it was not good. He also
just
said,
exploded.
Here, what a great parade. Thank you, Army.
Great parade.
I don't know about that. Here's more footage of Donald Trump trying to make this parade look better than it did.
You don't use cocoa butter daily? I use shea butter.
As you can see here,
against all enemies.
See how it's framed, where they're not really showing much beyond this part, and beyond that part is very, very, very empty.
They just remind me.
And they even
been a little
blurred
ashy
out
today,
as to not show the crowd. They were trying to do everything they could to make it so that this didn't look as small as we all now know it was.
Holy shit, his eyes are huge.
If he thought that
my God, he looks
went
surprised.
Well.
It was a fantastic audience. It was supposed to rain. They gave it a 100% chance of rain, and it didn't rain at all. It was beautiful. And so I asked if they gave it 100% chance, right? 100% it was going to rain like crazy, and it didn't rain at all. How did they predict 100 years out, and 50 years out, or 200 years out? They didn't do too well, the weather people, last night, but it was beautiful.
It did rain. I was there. It rained. It wasn't raining a lot, but it rained. It didn't pour, but it rained. He cannot not lie about anything. He must lie. I think he needs to. I think if he doesn't lie for a certain amount of time, he might. Well, I'm not going to say that, but it just seems like he needs to lie to stay alive. We'll just put it like that. Donald Trump was also quoted saying that his flop parade was a tremendous success.
Jesus, all of this extra like stuff. My God, it's like he just like his editor is just like, I got this new program I really want to test.
Tremendous success with a fantastic audience. I don't.
At least it's not that one guy from Midas Touch that's been using like the same drops for like the past 5 years. He's like from Australia.
So I don't.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
So.
Like using the
Trump's
fucking Army of Darkness drop.
That there were over 250,000 people there, but NBC quickly fact-checked him and said, just any individual who is here on the ground or looking at images or video knows that there were not 250,000 people, but that can be the White House's position here. I don't see, this is why I get upset with the legacy media. There is no position on this sort of stuff. Like, it's either true or it's false. There's no position on numbers. It's either 250,000 or it's, I don't know, 10,000. I really don't know how many people were there. It was not 250,000. Not even close. I was there. It's not even close. And that's one reason why Fox News had to fake portions of the parade to make it feel better than it was. This is actually pretty shocking that Fox News would do this. But what we have here are two clips, one from PBS and one from Fox. And you're going to hear the one with PBS.
My rotted brain likes the editing.
Fox, you can hear very blatantly.
I like my bare bones approach.
Added cheering from the audience, an audience that was not there. Okay, here we go. All right, you hear that, right? You hear nothing. You just hear music. All right, sorry, I'll shut up. I am.
Okay,
I was shocked by this when I saw it.
Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to Vice President Vance.
Normal.
And thank you to our wonderful First Lady.
All right, now here's Fox.
A piped in crowd. Dude,
Thank
wow.
you to- Oh my God! You even hear how
Oh,
they
that's
just
embarrassing.
immediately pull down the levels. Crazy.
That's nuts.
Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to Vice President Vance. And
Are you? I mean, I guess maybe we shouldn't be shocked, but that is shocking that they would add in.
Oh dear.
An audience clap track.
All right, that's one of the
Clap
better
track.
explanations
Clap
or
clap track.
reactions to
But
this.
they would add in an
Explanations.
audience clap track in order to make it feel
Dang.
bigger.
Yeah,
And this is one
right.
reason
This is
why
pretty
Fox
egregious.
News really just should be called Fox Entertainment, because they do not bring the news. They are a propaganda
No.
machine, and
I know
this
piped
is
in
one of the most
crowd.
blatant
Come on.
examples of it. Actually,
WWE has better piped in crowd
if
than
we were in
that.
normal times and we had a Democratic president, they would be fine for this.
Oh
from
my
the
God.
FCC,
Yes,
because
we
it
get
is
you're a
just
contrarian, but dude,
blatant
that was
manipulation of what is supposed to be.
If you don't know,
factual
fake
reporting.
crowd.
So if
I don't
you're
know. You're
upset
never
about
gonna.
that, hit a like
you will
on this,
never have
because
any
we
luck
need to
with
make
AI.
sure that more
Never.
independent media is seen and grows.
Yeah,
because
that was
we
bad.
Have to make
Yeah, you can manipulate audio, but that was just egregious.
Fox
Yeah.
News and the rest of them, like the dinosaurs, extinct. And
Fair and balanced.
as Brett Meisler says here,
Hey, I'm trying here, Ben. I'm trying.
every new video, there are so many good videos of this embarrassing parade, and here is one that just gives me joy. Here it is.
You should be moving. You guys should be moving.
So what we have here is one of the coordinators, I guess, yelling at the crowd. So this was, so as I said, I was there. That bridge was the only way to get on and off of the parade site. So it was jammed the entire time. And it was also, as I said yesterday, there were no risers. So people could not see anything. And so what happened was that this bridge was the best view, but it was also the only way out. So it was completely crowded. And it obviously messed up the parade because you had this woman on a bullhorn yelling.
Wow, such a lame
while
parade, especially when you consider he's firing veterans and cutting healthcare.
All right, let's watch.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad.
Oh, I feel bad for our soldiers. I do. Like they deserved a better parade than this. But what they should never do is lie and make shit up. And so I'm glad that Fox News got caught. Again, as I said in the beginning, I'm glad that Donald Trump just had a terrible birthday. Maybe that makes me a bad person, but he's
it makes you an awesome person, because honestly, we should all be enjoying the fact that, you know, Trumpy had a very bad time at his very big birthday party. Nobody came. Nobody really cared. He looked so sad. He really did. It was fun. Oh, hey, you know what? Here, this is the girl that's trying to run in my district. Let's take a woman. Jesus, I don't want to be condescending here. Kate Abu Ghazala. Abu Ghazala. I think I got it, but yeah, she is. My one critique of her is the fact that she, through her content creation, just picked a random district and was kind of like, okay, I'm gonna target that one. So they have like, they've been leveling like I forgot what the term was, but they've been saying something about her. But here, this is a quick clip. She's actually not bad at stand-up, I have to be honest. But yeah, here, take a look.
My name is Kat Abu Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress.
Ghazaleh.
Thank
There we
you.
go.
That is my name. My name is Kat Abu Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress. Thank you. That is my name. Yeah, register to vote. Do that. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and I have learned a lot about myself since running for office. For instance, I'm a social contagion. I am also a MAGA Hamas supporting Republican. And of course, a filthy carpetbagger. But what I really am at my core is a researcher and journalist.
I think that might have been it.
I started my career at Media Matters, watching Fox News primetime every night, specifically Tucker Carlson. Yeah, it sucked. My brain is soup over here. In 2023, I started making video explainers about what I was watching, and that's where I found my niche, explaining, distilling, and fighting far-right narratives. And while this has been great for me professionally, it has been awful for my most unhealthy hobby, which is falling down insane right-wing rabbit holes. Which brings me to my presentation today. Michael Flynn wants to sell your blood. I'm not done. But only if it's unvaccinated.
As I said, my one critique of her is the fact that, yeah, she really doesn't Then again, I have this critique about Spikowski and the fact that Spikowski is a, legacy 80-something-year-old. Like, I'm all for getting her out, but I don't agree with, anybody just coming in from any state, running in any district. Like, I think that there does need to be a rule. Like, you should have to live in your district for, like, a certain amount of time. And that's for everybody. I'm saying, like, but that's my opinion. Whatever. Because how in the fuck are you supposed to understand our district and our needs if you aren't even from here? Like, I don't want to be like, she doesn't even go here. But I am trying to be as, real about this as possible, where it's like, no, I would bring this to her, and like, I want to be good faith about it though, like, because I'm not just trying to sandbag her or carpetbag, whatever sandbag. Learned a new term. Panic. He has cut VA staff. He is trying to cut. Yeah, he is. He's just objectively doing worse for the VA. So I just want to say I applaud you for correcting yourself and not infantilizing women. Oh, thank you. No, I hate that shit. Although, hey, if I'm gonna be completely honest, equal opportunist with this one, because I do tend to, like Adam Mockler, I've said the same shit where I'm just like, look at this kid. It's like, I need to try not to be a fucking condescending dick about it. Like, all right. No, but again, she's cool. For overall, like, I like her content. I like everything that she has to say. And honestly, like, if she just lived in my fucking district, I would have been way more about it. Like, but even if she lives here now, I think it was one of those situations where it's like, you found this district because Jan Spikowski's the age that she is, and you were like, oh, I can counter her, which, bravo. But this is the bitch about my situation, is I got redistricted, so it's not to cut their healthcare, it's to cut a specific provider for healthcare, which isn't efficient unless we were talking about something different. No, I didn't. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. My bad. I get you feel that way. It helps them get a feel on the community. Well, that's what I mean. Like, that's so. For instance, like the last guy that the last guy I had was Sean Caston, and he's been pretty good. But the guy I had before him was actually the first time that I was in the first election that I voted for. I didn't vote down ballot because the guy was adamant that he was going to be voting to lower our taxes, which I was like 18, 19 at the time, and I was just like, yeah. Whoa, lower my taxes, baby. And then he voted, like, that was actually one of the things that I, like, to his detriment, I was paying attention to. He voted to raise the taxes. And that's where I was like, oh, screw this guy. And I remember that was the first time that I got kind of active with a congressional campaign, because I was just like, nah, I really do not like this last guy. I voted, and like, they wanted my testimonial too, because they're like, oh, we appreciate the fact that you like voted for him and that you're willing to speak out. It's just like, well, I mean, it's like, did you guys not get the part where I'm new to politics? Panic, just read the news. Bro, there are cuts of the VA all over the place. Yeah, there are. Dude, at some point, Panic, at some point you just have to admit that you just like love to argue and you're just doing this thing. Like, I think half the time you don't necessarily either know about what you're arguing or you're just like, you're doing it to do it. But I don't know. Chill. Gotta care for burn pits, cancer. Oh yeah. The thing that that's right. Jon Stewart was fighting war. My first vote ever was for Bill Clinton. Mine was for Obama. My first presidential was Obama 2 because Obama... Or no, wait. No, it was Obama 1. No. Sorry, I got that mixed up. It was Obama 1 because I couldn't vote for John Kerry against Bush because I was like a month out from being able to do that. Dude, that sucked. Because I remember getting into like a political argument and I was just like, oh, I want to vote for this. And then like somebody even pointed that out where they're just like, oh, you couldn't even vote? I'm like, shut up. They can go anywhere now, not to the VA and get compensated. So you're just straight up dumb. No, it was just reported on today that they can even deny service just because of political affiliation. What are you talking about? Mine was for Kamala. Nice. Hey, congrats. Yeah, my first presidential was Obama 1, and then my first time ever voting was in a congressional, and for the governor. So, no vet wanted to go to the VA. What? Whatever, man. Are you a vet? Like, if you're not a vet and you're speaking on this, like, as an authority, just stop. Like, you're embarrassing yourself. Because either way, like, you're sitting here just, like, trying to, like, talk down to other people when you don't know better either. You're just doing cursory Google, like, you guys can have that argument all you want, but... the facts are facts. VA has gotten worse. So, I never did vote for Obama because I thought he, laced experience with lots of things, but he was personable back then. No, he was fun. He was great. As far as like, I don't know, man. Like, he was a breath of fresh air as far as like a personality from the George Bush era. You know, even as a lefty, I'm gonna be fucking real with you guys. I had to find stuff to get outraged about. I really did. I found myself like protesting the second time specifically. Like the drone strikes and all that kind of stuff with Syria. And then I found, like, then again, you find out that it's like, oh my God, like they were like essentially going to do that anyway. Or you find out like some of the good shit that he did that was not reported. Like, I have conflicted feelings there where it's like every president is always going to do something that I'm not always going to agree with. So that is just going to happen. So it's a matter of how much shit are you willing to take, you know, on that one. So, and yeah, he pulled troops out where we needed them. Trust me. Like, I saw tentative change on that one. Not as many troops were dying in just, you know, needless IED explosions. Because that was a big problem during the Bush administration, man, because they kept pushing in, like, for no reason. VA sucks. No one likes it. People who work at the VA don't like it, and the VA is terrible. Yeah, I mean, I will give you that. The VA is not great, but, you know, a lot of people do rely on it, and I can tell you, like, my local VA, they, like, the people there, they treat it like a fucking social club. So, well, it is a social club, but they actually treat it as one. Like, they genuinely care about each other. Like, I've seen so many, like, situations where these guys have, like, GoFundMes or whatever, but they actually, like, get filled by these people, like, because of the way that they approach these things. And also, I do know that they have, like, guys that, like, are part of a biker chapter. So, like, that helped. I do know that that's, like, a pretty big, like, turner, or, what's the word I'm looking for? Where it's like, yeah, there are lots of guys who are vets who become bikers. Then it's like, all of a sudden, the VA hall essentially becomes a biker bar. There's another time where I just didn't, like, really like anyone. It's okay. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I get it. Trust me, most of my friends are, like, apolitical people that, like, just, they either don't vote, or if they do vote, it's always, like, the opposite of who's in office. There are those people, which there's nothing necessarily like. I don't. I'm trying to be friendly, man, because like honestly, they just don't follow politics the way we do. You know, they have lives. They do other things. I'm jealous of that. They are able to put that into other interests, which seems to be a much happier way of life. But you know what? Screw it. All right, we got some Trump suddenly leaving G7 conference, returning to White House. Nope, no updates there. Honestly, this is kind of nice. It's a nice turnaround from last week's streams where it's like, dude, that was nuts. So I worked on the first Trump campaign, but didn't even want to vote for him this time. Nice. I always appreciate people that like change their minds where they were just like, I love those like stories where it's just like, nah, man, like that guy's what? Like, nah. Wait. That's great panic, but keep ignoring everything else. To me, a big W of his administration was that because Republicans branded him a socialist, people looked into socialism and figured out what it was in real time. Yeah. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me load up the debate, because it's debate time. Oh, shit. It didn't get taken down, did it? Oh, no, here it is. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, good. Whew. I was really worried about that. I'm like, no. I didn't even watch it. Damn it. No. All right, cool. So, they're actively privatizing veterans' healthcare and services. Yeah, I think that's the long-term goal. I guess maybe I lost hope for now. It's okay, Vinyl. Don't worry about it. I mean, honestly, like that's why you should just try to like hear, more left-leaning positions out. But that's why I keep telling like people who agree with me and who I agree with politically to kind of chill out on some of the ideas, because like one thing is. That we have a problem with, and it's not just like the left, it's pretty much anybody that's trying to sell a political point, is that it's always like too much. There's a rule in politics where during a campaign you should only really focus on 3 things, because that's all people really have the attention span for. So the second that you see somebody come out with a platform of like 17 different things, red flag city. That's why Project 2025 wasn't like used to be like, yes, this is what we're doing. Honestly, I think that's why they were so like egregious about just being like, we don't know what he's gonna do. Who knows? Gonna be better than her though. It's gotta be better than her. Like that's all they were really running on. Like when you break it down. So we have 2 hours to get to a VA. It's like a joke. Well, I mean, I'm not sure where you live, but I'm just saying, like, in the bigger cities, it's fine. Well, I mean, okay, I'm coming from a position of... Yeah, all right, never mind. I should I should be careful because, yeah, middle America, it's probably a little bit harder, and I should be more careful on that. Veterans rely on Medicaid. 86,000 veterans fired. There we go. There we go. There it is. All right, here. I'm going to put Steve on just for 1 minute. I have to really pee. Kind of just hit me out of nowhere. So give me 1 second, and then we're going to fire off this debate, which here I will show you guys who's part of it. Description. Matthew Said, and then we got the founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, co-host of the Verdict with Ted Cruz, Ew. Ben Ferguson. And senior editor of Human Events, Jack Posobiec. There we go. It's the Jack Posobiec jank angle that we want to kind of catch on that one. All right, here. So let's put on agenda free while I go take a whiz real quick. Did I just say take a whiz? I'm gonna bring that one back. There you go.
Here's it. Iran should
here we
have
go.
signed
Here we go.
the deal.
Here we go.
I
He's
told
going
them
and
to
he's
sign.
gonna stand.
What a shame and waste of human
stand
life.
about
Simply stated,
President
Iran
Trump
cannot
again.
have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. If all that the U.S. was going to do was help Israel knock out Fordo, it doesn't make sense to me that he would say everyone should evacuate Tehran. I just don't understand it. Also, I also don't understand why Lindsey Graham would have posted what he posted. That also doesn't make much sense. Senator Republican Lindsey Graham says no one can say that President Trump has not tried to seek peace regarding Ukraine, Russia, and Israel, Iran. He has gone the extra mile, and I appreciate that. However, you had to be willing partners to make peace. Iran played the same old game with the wrong guy. God bless Israel, God bless the U.S., and God bless President Trump. That doesn't sound like, oh, hey, we're going to help Iran out with Fordo. I mean, are we talking regime change or something? I don't know. Joe Gray thinks Tehran is where the uranium is at. Whew. Oh, I got to restart Facebook. Let me restart the Facebook stream. Hang on a moment. Just got to do that. Just got to do that.
Let's do it. Whew. Time is it? All right, so we got a few minutes until the 420 spot. This will be fun. You had to restart your PC.
We're back on Facebook.
But I see Steve. Wait, Steve is still waiting for a military announcement on X. Sorry, guys, I need a snack. I'm so hungry. All right. Let's get to it. Also, pack them up. We got 18 minutes until go time. So you know what? I'll follow my own advice. Baked potato chips. This is actually my first time ever having the baked barbecue. Not bad.
I am just checking for updates here. I mean, right now we're in like a let's see what happens here. I have no idea what's going to happen.
I have no idea. Oh
It's
my
crazy.
gosh. Oh my gosh, I have no idea.
Is that how he watches movies? He's just like,
I have no idea what's going to happen. Oh, this guy, he just came into frame. Who is he? Who's this guy?
oh, he's got to be insufferable to watch movies with. Like, I kid for a second there, but, could you imagine? Also, I had to cook some late night food. That KFC talk got me hungry. I was just like, I'm
I'm so hungry. I went upstairs and I saw that these were sitting on the counter. I was just like, yonk. Pretty good. Not as barbecue flavory as I would really liked, but meh. As far as a baked potato chip goes, pretty fucking good. Shout out or label your session. I should.
I'm just checking different things for.
That's a good idea. I should put like a little state like cutout or something.
No,
yeah.
I'm checking all kinds of updates from all kinds of sources, and I'm not seeing any kind of big update right now.
Well, good. It's actually, I mean, in this case, this is good. West Coast already? We already did West Coast already. Didn't we? Yeah. Although we're going to be doing Stream 420 here in a minute. Although this, yeah, you know what? Because that would actually, like, lend to that, too. Good call, good call. All right. Here.
Oops, hold on. I got to refresh the chat here. Sometimes my chat gets stuck. Oh, now it's not.
Yeah, no, that happened.
Oh, Joe Seals.
You know what? I'm actually kind of glad to hear that him say that, because, like, yeah, that happens to me a lot.
I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. I missed that before. I'm sorry, Joe.
Wonder if it's just on his stream link.
And I missed something else.
Or Streamlabs.
Katie Williams gave 50 people memberships.
Wow.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Katie. Jesus. Well,
Thanks,
wait,
Bass,
he should be saying thank you to Katie.
H.
Wait a minute. I just got like wishful thinking there. Just like,
so
oh, she did? But not to.
Lara.
Bummer. All right.
Kathy 111, I think it is. Thank you.
All right. Let's keep him in the background here. We won't fully abandon the content, but let's go for it.
We showed the amount of intelligence we have, and we will decide, you know, what we will do next.
I think you forgot. You're an American, not an
Oh.
Israeli.
Do they or do they not support
Oh, it's our favorite big-eared.
Hamas and Hezbollah?
God, he really does
Say,
look like just
you
a fucking
cannot
little
be this
twat.
dumb.
Israel attacked Iran. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Everything you just said.
Or the bratty kid that would tell, like, I'm telling.
Propaganda for the terrorists.
This guy has definitely said, I'm
Donald
telling.
Trump comes down the golden escalator. And what did he say? No more foreign, endless wars.
Your friends, your Zionist allies, they have bombed buildings belonging to the Iranian television. I'm in one of those buildings. The guard right now is standing outside the door telling me to leave. I was yelling at him, telling him to go. I'm going to finish this interview.
What we saw on Thursday night from Israel was not a preemptive strike. It was a preventive strike, which is illegal under international law. I don't know why you're believing them on this.
If the UN's experts are correct, then Iran is or was 3 days away from
Piers
enriching
already
enough uranium
shifted.
to build
Look
an
at that.
atomic bomb. That would support Prime Minister Netanyahu's claim that Iran is months, not years, from developing nuclear weapons. And nuclear Iran would be a serious threat to Israel and, frankly, to all of us. Now, we know this because the ruling mullahs are not subtle about their intentions. As we're supposed to believe that chanting death to Israel, death to Britain and death to America is just excitable rhetoric like globalize the intifada. But there's a lot that we don't know for sure about this crisis. Frankly, the foreign policy experts don't have a stellar record on weapons of mass destruction in Middle Eastern dictatorships. Today, the IAEA, whose evidence is the basis for a lot of this, said the IDF is exaggerating the damage it's done to Iran's nuclear facilities.
We're back.
As recently as March, the US Director of National Intelligence said this.
Wait, they need me to pronounce it.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme
right.
Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
Well, Netanyahu has been talking up the imminent threat of a nuclear weapon in Tehran for at least 33 years, and his core message has always been that Europe, and most importantly America, should be very afraid about it. Here he was making that point to me in 2013. If President Rouhani picked the telephone up and called you, would you take that call?
Yeah, we're not averse to calling. It's a question. I'll tell you what I'll tell them. You want the sanctions lifted? Stop your nuclear program. Why do you need underground bunkers? Why do you need ICBMs? The sole purpose of ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, is to carry nuclear payloads. By the way, not to Israel, to Europe and to the United States. They already have missiles that reach Israel. Why do you need...
Never made sense to me how we let them dictate
Well,
this.
most of the allies who are furious with Israel's increasingly brutal war in Gaza are in lockstep with Netanyahu on Iran, but that doesn't mean there is any public support for being dragged into a full-scale war. Mission creep is Netanyahu's speciality. If Israel's neutralized Iran's nuclear threat, then I support...
That's all Netanyahu. You must stop it. You must listen to the IEA. Stop it. Stop it now.
But I think I speak for most when I say I don't support...
Now get to the chopper. We must get out of here. The IEA is coming for
mass
us.
Civilian suffering in a prolonged war was contingent on support from everybody else.
You just hear the click of the Predator.
In a moment, we'll debate all this with my panel, economist for Sunday Times, Matthew Said, host and founder of the Young Turks, Czech Yuga, Ben Ferguson, who's the co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz.
He just starts breaking into random characters again, just like, my name is Officer John Kimball.
And Jack Posobiec, the senior editor at
I'm a police officer.
Events. But first, I'm joined by Danny Dillon. He's the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. Mr. Dillon, thank you very much indeed for coming back on Uncensored. First of all, can you just explain to me where you believe Israel currently is in this operation?
Can I just quickly say that my favorite line ever is one that we all know, but it's the second part that most people just slip on, where he goes up to Dillon in Predator and he just goes, Dillon, with the most epic handshake in all of cinema history. But he goes, looks like the CIA has got you pushing too many pencils.
Thank you for having me again, Piers. So we are pushing back Iran. You know, it's going to be a long process. You know, for years, Iran built those capabilities.
Sylvester Stallone and Arnold would be great.
And we know
discussing Middle Eastern politics. I just want to say that I'm actually a big proponent of Iran. I had no idea, but I was very sympathetic.
And they have a lot
I don't think that's very cool, you know.
of capabilities.
Israel's not going to be too happy about that.
Think about capabilities. It's not only the nuclear program that everybody speaks about. It's also the ballistic missile industry. You know, we found out the intentions of Iran to build...
I just listened to this guy. He had a little bit of my accent.
Of ballistic missiles that can actually compete with the US and Russia. And by the way, unfortunately, we are paying the price almost every night because you see the damage of those ballistic missiles. So you can just
Israel's
imagine
operation.
if we had thousands of those missiles.
Okay, I don't feel as bad. And did you say 1,000?
At the same time,
he literally said 1,000.
Targeting Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, it would be devastating. So we are targeting the nuclear facilities, we are targeting the ballistic missile infrastructure, and overall, we know about the extermination plan of Iran against Israel, so we are pushing them back.
There are certain sites which...
Nope. Not buying it. Not buying it in the slightest.
Because
it's just like, dude, why are we ignoring the fact that they were on fucking, like, on thin fucking ice just a week ago?
Don't have enough weaponry.
Come on.
America has that weaponry.
My God.
Would you like
Piers,
America
you were a direct contributor
help you to give you the weaponry you need to get in to where you believe a lot of this nuclear
The way he cooked that one lawyer from the Israel Defense Fund
stuff is being hidden.
Like the one from, God, where the fuck was she from? London.
Well, that would be a U.S. decision. You know, when
someone called her Zionist Hermione, and I can't get that out of my head now.
We look at what's happening in Iran. They are threatening not only Israel, but the U.S. They are burning American flags. They try to assassinate President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. So I think the American people understand that we are fighting their fight, but it will be their decision to decide if they want to get involved and how to get involved. But
Netanyahu will doom us all just to stay in power.
In the past, you know, it's not for the first time. We were the one who took the initiative. You know, when we attacked the
fact that this is the saddest part is that, like, the Israeli people are buying into it now.
The reactor.
Like, they are. Hold on. YouTube error. Give me a sec. Nope. This one is actually on me. Give me 1 second. All right, cool. Sorry, guys. I had a minor internet glitch. Oh, shit. What? Stream quality is good. Oh, I thought that was me. No, it's my stream. Give me a second. Honestly, at this fucking point, it is my so no, what happened is I updated my my settings on Streamlabs, and I forgot to go back and make sure that they were set for this video. And sometimes, every once in a while, my frame rates will double, which we do not need that. Or my FPS, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, that should be good. If it starts dipping again, just let me know. Twitch, I think that you're going to be the ones to start seeing it cut a little bit quicker. So just, this is the one time I'll give you the permission to just, well, not spam. I hate that. Just hit the exclamation point, and I'll just know. Okay, can't say I'm surprised. I recently learned that Ethan supports it, saying that Iran is evil and that they are the bad guys. Oh Jesus, really? Oh no, we got a new Ethan arc coming out of this. I hope not. I'd rather not. God damn it, that's something I'm not. I don't do that at all. No, I understand how this is working. Thank you. Oh no, the interweb hamsters took an unscheduled union break. No, as I said, this was a me. This was user. Totally a user
it's
moment.
not the same. We are talking about a much bigger task this time. You know, a strong country. And when you look at the numbers, Israel is a tiny country. You know, 9 million people compared to 90 million people in Iran. You look at the size of Israel, you know, Iran is 70 times bigger than Israel. So it is a challenge for us, but we decided not to wait anymore.
There are many people who say that Prime Minister Netanyahu in particular has spent 3 decades talking about the imminent danger of Iran developing nuclear weapons and enriching uranium. Why should we believe now that it is any nearer to being done than in those 30 odd years?
Well, first you need to listen to the IAEA. You know, if you don't want to believe us.
God damn it! No!
So our intelligence, they said themselves that they have enough enriched uranium.
This guy.
That it's enough for multiple bombs.
This guy.
And then you look at the intentions. And I tend to believe the Iranians. When they say they want to destroy Israel, I believe them. When they say that they will use those weapons, and they have a sign that actually with a clock in the square in the middle of Tehran, I believe them. So we don't take any chances anymore. And after October 7th, you know, we saw the evil of our enemies. So we cannot wait and decide to wait more whether Iran will have the bomb and will use it or not. We are not going to be in that situation. That's why we took the preemptive attack.
1 minute
and, you know, when you have the intention,
to 420.
and you have the ballistic missiles, and you have enriched uranium.
Yeah, just drop my letter.
Until when should we wait? Until they will actually send the bomb to Tel Aviv? We will not do that.
Your defense minister, Katz,
this
morning posted on X, the arrogant dictator from Tehran has become a cowardly murderer who fires targeted shots at the civilian home
stuck
front
in my beard that
in
got
Israel
stuck
to
in my
deter
mouth.
the IDF from continuing the attack but is collapsing its capabilities. The residents of Tehran will pay the price, and soon. This was seen by many people, including myself. I responded to that to say that this seemed to be a direct threat against the civilian population of Tehran. He later said, I would like to clarify the obvious, even though it clearly wasn't obvious. There is no intention to physically harm the residents of Tehran as the murderous dictator does against residents of Israel. And they carried on the clarification. But it was a very stupid thing of him to post, wasn't it? To even infer, albeit in a way that he says came out wrong, that the civilian population, the residents of Tehran, would become targets of Israeli strikes.
Well, as you said, Piers, the minister clarified his statement, but I would say more than that. Not only we care for the people of Iran,
I gotta say, I really like this guy. I understand him a lot.
I want to tell them we feel their fears and we have nothing against them. We know that they are being oppressed, and we pray for the day that they will be able to live normal life and we can go back to where we were 46 years ago, before the revolution. You know, we had daily flights between Tel Aviv to Tehran. You know, we had a real bond with the Iranian people. And I believe one day it will be the same. So we pray for the Iranian people, and we hope that they will not be oppressed in the future. And for us, you know, we do everything we can to minimize civilian casualties. You know, even today, we announced that we are going to attack a certain area in Tehran in order to minimize civilian casualties. And they are doing exactly the opposite. Every night they are targeting cities, neighborhoods in Israel. And unfortunately, every night we have casualties, families, kids that are being killed from those missiles.
Makes things better. It's all lies.
You've been very successful in taking out a lot of the senior military commanders in Iran and a number of nuclear scientists. This is according to obviously what you have put out.
It reminds me of that kid in school that, I mean, as somebody who had a decent amount of toys, but there was always the one guy that always had everything, every game system, all of it, but nobody actually liked that guy.
But the Ayatollah remains alive.
But they would always just be like telling you just like, oh, or like they would just ask like, oh, how come you guys don't have this? And we'd all look at each other just like, this guy.
It's been reported that President Trump has vetoed any attempt to assassinate the Ayatollah. But I mean, why, out of interest, if you're going to target all the top people of the regime, why would you not target the Ayatollah?
Piers, I will not go into detail, but I will tell you that.
By that logic, can you not see? Wait, how come it's always this way? It really is where they're just like, oh, so we can't target the top leader and try to do a regime change? Guys, we're just, holy shit, we're not even needing the CIA anymore for this shit. They're just doing it in the open. This is fucking nuts.
You know, we showed our capabilities. We showed the amount of intelligence we have about the whereabouts of the leadership of Iran and the IRGC. We showed our capability to fly everywhere, not only above Tehran, everywhere in Iran, which is a huge country. So we have those capabilities, and we will decide, you know, what we will do next.
Many of us carry around bulky, worn-out
like
wallets
somebody
that are
who makes a lot of
junk.
decisions.
The big question
it's like
is
me
why
when I was the governor.
Ridge wallets can hold 12.
Ridge, god damn it.
Just explain something to me, which is that this has clearly been a very well-planned operation. There are reports of Mossad agents being all over Iran, planning all sorts of stuff involving drones and targeting sites and targeting people and so on. So from a military perspective, a highly successful operation so far, as indeed was the operation against Hezbollah, where 3,000 terrorists were targeted with the pager devices. Again, very successful, very precise, very targeted, Mossad's fingerprints all over it. Which does beg the question, and it's one that I've asked that I've not really had a satisfactory answer to. But why is it that with Mossad, one of the world's foremost intelligence agencies, being clearly at the forefront of going after terrorism with Hezbollah and with now Iran, why was it completely incapable of knowing that right on the doorstep of Israel, Hamas, who were given government, or elected governors, but given free reign when Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, that they were able to spend 20 years building a highly sophisticated, very deep tunnel network, and were then able to plan one of the world's worst terror attacks in modern times, And even after doing all that, the only way that Israel's been able to go after Hamas has been to basically flatten as much of Gaza as it can, and in the process kill 50, 60, maybe 70,000 or more people, including maybe three-quarters of that being civilians.
Much better.
People seem sort of nonplussed why Mossad seems to drop the ball so...
My long-haired kin, you ever get that, where you get that one stray that's just like, it decides, it's like, I am going for your eyeball.
...badly in Gaza and with Hamas, and yet been so successful in other parts of the region?
So first, I agree with you that we have to give credit for the Mossad for the operations in Lebanon and in Tehran. You know, we have no border with Iran. We have no dispute with them. It's 1,000 miles away from Israel, and still we developed very impressive capabilities in Iran. Regarding to your question, you know, it's important to understand that Mossad is not in charge of Gaza or...
I love A1.
...or acquiring...
I came to America. It was the best. They put it on everything.
...in Gaza. In our government, in our system, we have separation
but why
between
not?
Mossad...
What up, Anthony? How you doing?
If you don't mind me interrupting, why not? I mean, they've been right in the heart of Tehran.
Allow me
they've been in the heart of Lebanon.
You excited for Supernova?
Not in Gaza. Doesn't make any sense.
So I will explain my point that, you know, Mossad is dealing with external threats, and the Shabak, the internal security agency, deals with the threat within Israel.
Shit. You didn't see my
Gaza and Judea and Samaria. So yes, I agree with you that we failed on October 7th, and we're going to have to inquire exactly what happened. You know, I was Deputy Minister of Defense 10 years ago, and I sat in many important intelligence committees. I think one of the reasons for our mistake was that we focused too much on Lebanon and Hezbollah. We always thought that Hezbollah is the imminent threat, and they will be the one who will actually invade Israel. They will be the one who will attack Israel. And we put a lot of resources, a lot of energy looking north. We should have looked south.
I'm also not sure if you saw that there is now a Mecha Mothra that just debuted in the comic books. And it looks awesome.
That was a huge mistake. We paid a heavy price for that. But I agree with you. You know, we're going to...
That's Stan in his glory here. Yeah.
Have to look into
He's
what
so quiet down here, but man,
happened in Gaza and why it was neglected.
There's a very long and detailed and very damning report that's come out today in New York Magazine, extremely thorough and detailed.
That's taking Mecca too far. It looks really cool.
Which concludes that Israel has almost certainly been perpetrated.
It's got like little, like the drone, like the way that the drone like gyros work, like in the wings. It's cool. That's cool. I like it. Whatever. It's a cool design.
This is something which your own former prime ministers have been saying now as well. Obviously, Israel's government has emphatically denied this, but at the same time persists in having a ban on any international journalists coming into Gaza.
Telling the community dogs updates on Israel versus Iran. Little did I know that my dog is the newscaster of the neighborhood.
Is actually happening on the ground. Surely the best way.
Okay, I love it.
To establish whether you have or haven't been acting within the law is to allow international journalists in to do their job, isn't it?
Stan, hello.
Well, first, I have to disagree with this language. You know, I deal with that at the UN every day when people spread lies so easily, blood libels, you know.
Well, these are former
crimes,
prime ministers of Israel, with all due respect. Right. I mean, they're not exactly people who you would normally expect to accuse Israel of war crimes.
He was prime minister 20 years ago, and he's bitter, and he doesn't like the current government, but not only from the inside. You know, Tom Fletcher, a senior diplomat here at the UN, claimed that 14,000 babies will die within 48 hours.
Yeah, he made a terrible mistake. That was a stupid thing to say, and he made a terrible mistake for which he's apologized.
Yeah, but he didn't apologize for claiming there is a genocide in Gaza. So people, you know...
I thought you said Mecha Mantra?
And then sometimes they retract it.
No, Mecha Mothra.
Sometimes they don't. And we have to deal with the consequences, with the incitement. So yes, I agree with you. There is suffering in Gaza.
It's cool as fuck.
I agree with you. It is painful for Israelis and Palestinians. But let's, you know, stick to international law. Let's look.
Name one good thing about Mecha Kong. Why did they do that? Because it was the Heisei era.
At the facts. We are doing our best. You know, even now when we are in the middle of a war with Iran, today the centers in Gaza were operated. the humanitarian fund, and 4 senators
Wait,
delivered
was that Shoah?
tens of thousands of packages to Palestinians. So I think we should look at the fact
that's Shoah.
and to understand that we still have hostages in Gaza, and this conflict will end with the hostages coming home and Hamas getting out of Gaza. Maybe they will be deported like what happened in Lebanon in the 80s with the
That's what it
PLO.
was.
Maybe they will surrender, but I think that will be the end of this conflict.
And why haven't you let the journalists in?
Well, you know, first of all, today you have access, you have Wi-Fi, you can see everything that happens in Gaza. You have reporters inside Gaza for all.
How stupid do they think everybody is? Like, that's insane. Piers, push back on this, dude. What are you doing?
Support. You know, for us to take responsibility for people coming in and out in a war zone, it's something we don't feel comfortable with.
I don't think you need to. Listen, all I know is, with all due respect, Ambassador, is that
real quick, an interesting thing about the Mecha King Ghidorah model was that was the first toy that I ever got from a Godzilla movie that I had never seen, and I always heard that it was like, you know, from a Japanese exclusive movie. I was just like, oh.
very soon after October the 7th, Israel's government instructed.
And then I finally got to see it when I was like, it was like 2002. I was a teenage. I was well into my teenage years, but I do remember being like, yeah.
You have to take the world's journalists to the scene of the appalling crimes of terrorism that were committed in Israel. But when it comes to what is going on in Gaza, there's been an almost total ban on any international journalists. And with all due respect, it's not your concern whether international journalists will be at risk or not. That's the risk assessment of their own companies who employ them. As it is in any war zone. You should allow them in, and then this whole question of whether Israel is operating within the law or not can actually be established by independent journalists coming from around the world.
Notice how not one of the people that Piers has been interviewing with that question specifically has been able to answer it.
And until you do that, it's going to raise the obvious suspicion that you are doing things you don't want the world to know.
Well, it's a legitimate debate, but, you know, just imagine what would happen, God forbid, you know, one of the journalists will die.
Well, nearly 200 Palestinian journalists have been killed. So it's not unusual for journalists to be dying.
You know, I have to beg with you also, you know, I don't buy those numbers, you know, also when you
well, you don't buy any of the numbers. Well, that's the problem. Again, all due respect, Ambassador, Israel can now just say that you don't buy any of the numbers because they're all supplied by the Palestinians.
Well, to be fair, Piers, to be fair, this started because you guys didn't challenge them for so long that they got very, very comfortable with just being the authority on this. So again, now that people are challenging them, like past the, oh, well, you don't just believe the number? Well, how come? How come?
I know where it comes from.
I don't buy any numbers.
Yes, but you also know that in previous...
When it comes from Hamas, I don't buy it.
Right, but historically, in this conflict, going back decades, actually, the Palestinian Health Authority numbers for casualties have turned out to be broadly accurate after the event. So it's only in this particular flare-up, this particular war, as part of the ongoing conflict, that suddenly Israel's government is saying you can't believe any of the numbers. To which, again, I simply say there's a very easy way to verify this stuff. Let in the journalists.
No, you know, we saw that those numbers that were exaggerated from the beginning. They were used by Hamas for propaganda. And I agree with you. It's hard to find out the exact numbers, you know, but, you know, when you read those numbers, you ask yourself, so where are the Hamas?
I can't.
Terrorists?
God damn it. Like, after doing the Arnold impression right before this guy, and then the fact that he has a little just... I kind of like the way this guy sounds. I don't know.
Die in this conflict?
We are brothers.
You know, they claim they were all civilians, we're all children. You know, we know it's exaggerated, but you know what? I agree with you that there is suffering in Gaza, and there is casualties in Gaza. But the blame is on Hamas, it's not on us. We can end this war tomorrow. If they would release the hostages, you know, lay down the weapons, maybe get out of Gaza, and then we can think about a future for the region.
You know,
it's
interesting.
The sooner it will happen, the better it will be.
Tax day has passed.
Oh my God, how many? Wow, you went and got yourself some sponsors, my man. I mean, good for you. Jesus, this one got a fucking 2-minute commercial. That's insane. Why did I say it like that? I don't know.
Yeah, look,
I'm turning into Tucker Carlson. Why is it like that?
Interesting to me that as
Why is Piers Morgan? Have you ever seen Piers Morgan and the lady from Home Alone 2 in the same room? I haven't. I'm just asking questions.
that supported Israel's right to defend itself after the appalling events of October the 7th, those terrible terror attacks, and I did so for many, many months. But as I become,
It's really distracting, the fact that he put that pin, like, where he did on his lapel. That is not
I'm increasingly critical of Israel's government strategy
who pinned
in
that on you?
Gaza, and
Did
so
you
have
pin
many
that on
other people,
yourself?
including many of your allies. That at the same time, you've got a lot of broad support for what you're doing with Iran, because people understand that Iran has become this.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Kind of fulcrum of terrorism in the Middle East. We
heard that one before about Iraq.
have to draw close to our interview, but it does.
Remember the caves?
Again, beg the question. If the IDF had been more targeted in conjunction with...
I mean, you guys don't remember the bomb, 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 Iraq, bomb, 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 bomb. Like, that was literally...
in going after Hamas, rather than just leveling Gaza to the ground.
Meanwhile, Trump's
and
going...
killing tens of thousands of civilians as it went after Hamas. If it had been as targeted or as smart as it was with Hezbollah and now in Iran, you may have had a lot more support than you're currently getting for what you're doing in Gaza.
Probably you're right, but I want to add one point. It's much harder to deal with a terrorist organization that hide among civilians and use them as a human shield. That's why this war is very long, 20 months, it's a very long war for us. It's different, it's easier to fight a military or to fight another state than to fight a terror organization which is, so involved with the civilians in Gaza. So it's much more challenging. But I hope that the people in Hamas understand that we are determined, and hopefully in the next few days they will accept the framework that the U.S. put on the table, and we can move forward to see a ceasefire and the release of more hostages.
Ambassador Dillon, I appreciate you coming back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Here we go.
Thank you very much.
I did want that
Let's
to
go to
be
the panel.
on here.
Cenk, I could see you reacting pretty violently to what you were hearing there. So what is your response to what you heard from the ambassador?
Sorry.
Yeah, when Israeli officials speak, it's like they're in fantasy land. They leveled Gaza. And the reason that they leveled Gaza is because they're going to take Gaza. And that's not speculation anymore. When
The parody of Chumbawamba. Yep.
Who were opposed to
I
their
remember
war
that.
crimes and genocide said they were going to take Gaza, that it had nothing to do with self-defense. It had to do with land acquisition, as all the wars that Israel starts has to do with. They said...
Real quick, speaking of Chumbawamba, this was just something funny that I saw. Like, one of my favorite, couples pranks that has ever been pulled, where this guy, he found out, he found out what his wife was, and they had one of those jukeboxes that you could, phone in a request. So he just repeated Chumbawamba over and over again until, it was the 7th or 8th time where he started texting her, the lyrics, just oh, did you get up again? Did you get a mixed drink, or did you get a... It's just
oh, that's anti-Semitic.
It's just oh my God.
How dare you? Now their cabinet has said, yeah, we're going to take Gaza. It's a conquest. So now they've started another offensive war.
I respect that guy.
In
Sorry.
Iran. They'll pretend to be the victims. That's what they always do. Oh my God. So I had to start a
Just
war
aside.
for self-defense.
Wow, random.
Nonsense. Garbage. Just like you said, 33 years. They even say any day now Iran's
Gotta
gonna
go,
have...
but thanks for the stream and good night. Good night, Weedling. I appreciate you being here, and yeah, I will catch you later.
Nukes. It was a lie.
Appreciate
Netanyahu went on Fox News over the weekend, admitted they weren't even close to having it within a year. Then they said, oh, it's because of ballistic missiles. The ambassador there again referred to the ballistic missiles. An incredible number of countries have ballistic missiles. Is Israel going to attack all of them? Is Israel going to invade all of them and then pretend that it's self-defense? How many? And then they talk about, oh, we try so hard to not have civilian deaths, and then American media plays along. No, they killed hundreds of civilians in Tehran. So they always kill civilians. They always kill more civilians than their opponents while pretending that they care so much about civilians. They're the ones starting all the wars. We all have eyes and ears. We just saw them start this war, And every time American media plays along and pretends that there's a fantasy land where Israel's the victim, and they, oh my God, they just had to attack yet another Middle Eastern neighbor. They just had to take Gaza. So almost when you hear an Israeli official speaking, they're lying. They're lying almost 100% of the time.
I mean,
I don't want America
I'm going to come
dragged
to
into
Ben.
this war.
I'm going to come to Ben Ferguson to respond. All I would say is, clearly, when you have the leader of Iran, the Ayatollah, who's gone on record as saying he wants to get rid of Israel, and when you have Hamas in Gaza, who are also wedded to getting rid of Israel, it's not completely irrational that they would feel that
Jake
they
looks
are
like a melting
under
popsicle.
threat. Now, you and I have
Little bit.
debated a lot. The way they've gone about things in Gaza is markedly different.
Are we talking like one of those face popsicles, the ones that never quite look right, like right from the jump?
How they've gone about things in Iran and with Hezbollah. But I don't think we can pretend that Israel is not under threat from either Iran or Hamas. Ben Ferguson.
Yeah, what he just said omitted one massive aspect of the conversation. There was an attack
Hey, you got a shirt that fits finally. That's good.
on Israel. There was the kidnapping and the torturing and the raping and the murdering of innocent people that were gathering to have a fun weekend. The idea that he is forgetting what happened on October 7th and
Whoa, this guy's just still doing the whoa.
acting like Israel just woke up
Oh,
on a
watch
random Tuesday and
Piers
decided
Morgan
to
be
start
to the
attacking
left
Gaza
of this guy.
is
Holy shit.
absolute anti-Semitic insanity.
This guy
we
has
know what
that's what it is. That's what it is. It's not just that. It's the one that you do. So like here. It's the one that you do like when you're making faces at like a baby or some shit where you're just like you know, like that shit. Yeah, he totally does. Okay. That's that was commitment to the bit by the way. I see.
This. And the second
All
part
right.
of this,
Oh,
he says, hey, are they going to attack everybody in the world that has ballistic missiles? I lock my doors at my house every
Who's
night
got it?
for the people
Who's
that
got
might be
some
right
beers that
outside
I
of my
just wanna
house.
go,
And you
ooh,
have
ooh,
someone
yeah.
that is saying, we want to annihilate you from the river of the sea and chants death to Israel.
Yes,
and
eyebrows.
says they want to
Yes,
murder
eyebrows.
you because you are Jewish. And to act as if they don't have a right to defend themselves.
Oh, dude, could you imagine him doing this?
And to attack Gaza after
He'll look like he's straight out of fucking Whoville.
you have a massive terrorist network, an underground tunnel system that allows for them to go after you every single night, where you have to have an iron dome to protect and defend. So everything you just said, it, with all due respect, is absolute propaganda for the terrorists, because you admitted the fact that Israel
Here's looks like a flamboyant Nosferatu. Nice pull.
attacked first that started the whole damn thing.
Okay.
No.
Matthew Said.
No, that's not
hang on,
true.
Jake. Hang on,
What
Charles.
I heard was propaganda for a terrorist
You gotta
just
let
now from
people-
Ben. The terrorist state of Israel.
This is the problem
who's
with
been
having a four-person
occupying
format.
the
Who planned the
Palestinians
attack
for
and who supported the
58
attack on
straight
October
years.
7th?
Why don't
Iran.
you let them
Hamas,
go? Why
Hezbollah.
don't you
Who
let
supports them?
foreign people
Iran.
go? How much do you want to
Iran.
oppress and humiliate and murder them? Now you're going to murder Iranians.
I mean, use the Bible precedent. Literally, I'm not even kidding about this one. Use Deuteronomy and just be like, listen, and Deuteronomy, Exodus.
And
Oh
by
my God, I just made that fucking basic one.
Wait, Ben, I think you forgot.
But yes, just use the fucking basic story where like, hey, wasn't there this guy Moses in this whole situation where you were just like, I don't know.
You're an American, not an Israeli. Act like an American, not an Israeli.
It's like
What are you, a foreign
you tend
agent?
to get
Why
it
are you working
when it's
for
for
a foreign
you.
government? Why don't you care about American interests?
I don't work for a foreign government.
We got
you
no
psycho.
interest in this war.
All right.
Again, I have an interest in people being able to live a life without fear of bombs coming into their backyard, hitting their apartments, hitting their homes from a terrorist organization.
You're describing
Iran is a part of that,
Gaza,
and you know
and
it.
all of the Middle Eastern neighbors of Israel. They live in fear of Israel, the terrorist state attacking
Israel
them 24/7.
doesn't go on the
Because all
offensive,
Israel
they
ever does
respond
is
to
attack their
being
neighbors
attacked.
and take their land.
All right.
He just said that for
Time out.
real.
Why did you?
Like again, dude, when the fact that fucking Piers Morgan is on like the left of this guy on this issue is kind of crazy.
Admit the-
and there's
I have
absolutely
one
no
question,
question
Piers.
about
Sing, I've known you for a long time. One question. Why did you admit in your opening statement that Israel was attacked on October the 7th?
I need to
Why
put my
did
serious glasses on. Hold on.
you not mention it one time? Because that is the fact that you cannot bring up, because that is what started the catalyst of where we are today. You know it, so you didn't mention it, because you want to indict Israel, acting like Israel woke up and decided to start attacking people.
That's a silly
it's
argument.
Bullshit.
All right, listen, I do want to let the other two panelists come in. Cenk, you'll get a chance to come back.
58 years of brutal occupation, and you think it started on October 7th?
All right, let's not go back to the whole 75
later,
years.
You're still murdering Palestinians? Still murdering
Glasses plus 2,000 XP. Credibility XP. Nice.
For sport.
Gentlemen, there are 4 panelists, please.
Okay, you love genocide.
All right,
I got
there are 4 panelists,
it.
guys. There are 4 panelists. You can come back on in a second and have further thoughts. Matthew Said, you wrote a great column at the weekend, and you were talking, and I thought it was very striking to me, about the difference between Vladimir Putin rattling his nuclear saber, because, as you pointed out, he's an extremely materialistic guy who's amassed hundreds of billions of illicit gains at the expense of his people, and he's the last person that would want to actually die for his country by pressing nuclear buttons, which would lead to his immediate vaporization. I've been saying that for ages. However, it is a different thing when it comes
like
to
he
Iran.
wouldn't be in
There will
Switzerland.
be people there with very
Good thing Wheatland's not here.
fundamentalist ideals who might think, if they're cornered, who might think if there's nothing else they think can get them through, who might think nothing of using a nuclear weapon if it came to it. And with the same kind of nihilistic attitude that we saw from Al-Qaeda, that we saw from ISIS and so on.
That's right. I mean, a couple of quick points. Firstly, I like to think of myself as broadly pro-Israel, but I think, like you, feel that the destruction that has been visited upon Gaza is a moral, political and strategic calamity. When it comes to Iran, the reason I think that the logic of nuclear deterrence won't work is because they are, many of them in the regime, religious fanatics. They believe they have absolute
Jesus
truth.
Christ.
And the
Here we go. It's literally Islamophobia 2.0, 2003.
The ecology of that is very
like peak 2003.
Interesting. It means that anyone who doesn't subscribe to their truth is an infidel, and that they are wrong. And they glorify martyrdom.
I did not want to go back to this.
And believe that if they can take down...
And I'm an atheist. I really have no fucking skin in this game, but this has always been a ridiculous red herring, because the thing is, they don't, like, look at the way that they just give ICE all this leeway, and they're just like, there's no problem there, there's no problem there, but it's like, dude, you do know that if this was on the shoe was on the other foot, you would be fucking losing your minds. That's why you do have to be careful with this shit.
Down infidels, they will go through a door into paradise where they will be blessed forever. And I grew up in the 1980s. My father was born as a Shia Muslim, and I followed the Iran-Iraq war extremely closely. And viewers might be interested that the clerics, the fanatics who took over after the 79 revolution, indoctrinated young, innocent children that they were supposed to protect, and asked them to walk and often run into minefields and blow themselves up. And they were then depicted in government propaganda as heroes, their limbs strewn across battlefields that many of us have now forgotten about. That, to me, is a death cult of great danger, not just to Israel, but to their own people. Because if they acquire a nuclear weapon and they visit one upon Israel, as they have claimed they would do, Ahmadinejad said Israel must be wiped from the pages of history. The supreme leader described it as a cancer. Call me old-fashioned, but I take these people's words. I take them at their word, if I can put it that way. But also a danger to the Iranian people who would die in a counterstrike. And by the way, my views of the regime in Iran are corroborated by 70% of the Iranian people, a fantastic people, an ancient civilization, most of whom have been immiserated by this regime that has also destabilized the wider region through proxies and Hamas and Hezbollah. And as you say, Hamas is genocidal too. So one can have, I think, an approach of saying, yeah, Israel have got things wrong. Of course they have. The person who was on before the ambassador doesn't seem to be able to admit that. But my goodness, when Israel goes after the regime in Tehran, not the Iranian people, the regime, I think all right-minded people should support it wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Beam's Creatine is America's #1
To borrow a word from
company
him.
founded on values like hard work.
God, how many answers does he have?
Why is that absurd, Cenk?
Because here we go again with the neocons, just like they did with the Iraq War.
Yep.
We're going to liberate
I'm
the
glad-
Iranians
thank you.
by dropping
Thank
a
you.
bomb on their heads. And once we murder them, they'll love us, and they'll
Yep.
want to get rid of the regime.
Neocons, we're bringing that
You can
back
tell all
too.
these
Damn.
stories about the regime, and those are true. They're fundamentalists. They're not good guys at all. Saddam was not a good guy. That doesn't mean that we
No,
had to invade
Rumsfeld's just
Iraq
like,
and cost ourselves several $1 trillion and over 50,000 Americans
Work
dead on
really
behalf
hard
of
for
Israel,
this.
who at the time called Iraq their #1 enemy, and who had
But that
not,
is not
Iraq
what's
had
but
not
check,
attacked us.
that is not what's
So,
happening.
and in this
Hang
case,
on, hang
Iran
on.
did not attack Israel.
All right, but check.
Israel attacked Iran.
Right, but-
Stop
What's up,
lying.
Kenzie? Yeah,
Stop
check.
lying.
Check.
Israel attacked Iran.
Okay.
Iran did not attack Israel.
I am perfectly happy to say
Israel is the aggressor.
They did through their proxies, Piers. They did through their proxies.
Yeah,
Iran
I
has
don't
attacked
think they can be
Israel on a
proxies.
daily
Yeah,
basis.
yeah,
I just think when anyone tries to defend
not support and fund Hamas and Hezbollah. Think like you cannot be this dumb. I understand that you're a propagandist for the regime, but you and I both know
I understand you
that
work for
Iran
Israel,
supports Hamas
but America
and Hezbollah
first didn't want
and
any
multiple
wars.
terrorist organizations. They have no funding without Iran.
When
They
I
don't
hear
have
you
the
guys
weaponry
describing
without Iran.
Israel's
They
enemies-
attack Israel every day. You know that. You're not that
Sure.
dumb. You're a smart guy.
Sure.
You're a propagandist, but you know that.
Sure. So when I hear you guys describing Israel's enemies, what you're actually doing is projection. You're describing Israel.
Are they
Attacking all of
funded
their
by
neighbors,
Iran?
killing civilians,
Yes or no? Are
an
they
aggressive
funded
military
by
empire
Iran? Let me
bring in
interested in
Jack.
acquisition and wiping out their enemies.
All right.
You know
I
who
hope
said
they
from the
pay you a
river
lot
to the
of money
sea?
to
Poor guy
Benjamin
in the end hasn't
Netanyahu.
gotten a word
Who's
in.
actually doing from the river to the sea? Benjamin Netanyahu. Who started all the wars? Benjamin Netanyahu. Get out, America, get out of
I
this
hope they
war.
pay you a lot of
This has
money to
nothing
put
to
this
do
out
with
there.
us.
It's
These guys work
propaganda.
for Israel.
Okay, let me bring in
And
Jack.
the idea that
lost,
the
he
Iranian
does.
people
Let
want
me
to be
bring in
killed,
Jack.
the idea that the Iranian people want to be invaded and bombed
All
is
right.
insanity.
Let
They
me-
do not want that.
No, but I do think a lot of people in
For
Iran.
leadership.
I do think a lot of people in Iran would probably much prefer to have a different kind of ruler than they currently have,
Amen.
who operates such a draconian and repressive
Yeah,
regime.
they do not want Israeli rulers.
Okay, well, that's a different question. Let me come to Jack. You've been waiting very patiently. Jack, Cenk
has been,
mentioned
to be
America
fair.
first and how this is incongruous with America first. Well, at the moment, this appears to be an Israeli operation. They've started this war with Iran. Donald Trump appears to be taking a position of, we don't want to get involved here, making it clear
Who is
this
that
is
guy
not
in the
being
end?
done
anybody know?
with America's obvious physical help. Albeit, I don't think he's too bothered about it happening and probably quite pleased if it does destabilize Iran. But where does this all sit with Donald Trump's America First ideology? Should America, if it comes to it, I mean, if Iran suddenly attacks some American base, for example, should America get involved in this war?
Well, Piers, this is not America's war. This is a war that is confined to two parties in the Middle East. This is a war where the United States absolutely faces the threat of escalation. And as you mentioned, this mission creep and spilling over into the wider footprint of American military that exists throughout the Middle East. And I don't just mean Iraq and Syria. I mean all of the American bases, which are clearly within range of, you mentioned the proxies, you mentioned all these other forces out there. Of course, it strikes the danger of spilling over, not to mention the IRGC has the ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and imagine what that would do to global shipping and oil prices. By the way, they haven't done that. And 10 years ago today, Donald Trump comes down the golden escalator. And what did he say? No more foreign, endless wars. And instead, why don't we focus on the problems at home? He talked about, obviously, illegal aliens. He talked about deportations, but he said trillions of dollars spent in Iraq, trillions spent in Afghanistan. And what did it get for us? Nothing. Dead soldiers, wounded soldiers. We got absolutely nothing out. And you want to talk about destabilization?
So ironically,
Well, I
the
think
one thing I
those
agreed
wars,
with
the
him on
massive
at the
wars on
beginning.
terror, wars that, by the way, when I was in the United States military, I did participate in, at least in an intelligence capacity. But what did that do to the region? It destabilized it. Syria, completely destabilized right now. Iraq, completely destabilized. And Afghanistan, the Taliban is even in a better position than they were before we got involved, because they have all the U.S. military equipment that we left there. And so every time the U.S. gets involved in one of these things, it actually seems to make the situation much, much worse.
Okay, let's take a short break, panel. I'll come back to you for your reaction to this next interview I'm about to do. It's with the Iranian academic and former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiating team, Mohammad Morandi. Professor Morandi, thank you for coming back on Uncensored. This is a pretty terrible situation for Iran. It looks like Israel has caught your military napping, caught your leaders napping. They've been asleep, it seems quite literally in some cases, as Israel launched this surprise attack, which has been so far stunningly successful and had comparatively small retaliation from Iran, which suggests that maybe you don't have the capability to do much about what is happening.
What the fuck was that? Puffing your little fucking chest out there? It's almost like you don't have the capability to actually do anything about it. Weird.
To your country.
Well, first of all, I have to point out some nonsense that your guest said. I fought in the Iran-Iraq war as a volunteer, and I was part of the war effort for 6 years, on and off. I was wounded 4 times, and I survived 2 chemical attacks. There was no children being pushed over minefields. These are myths that Westerners, Western media, Western elites have been promoting for many years in order to demonize Iranians and to portray us as fanatic. Right now, Piers, your friends, your Zionist allies, they have bombed buildings belonging to the Iranian television. I'm in one of those buildings. And the guard right now is standing outside the door telling me to leave. And I was yelling at him, telling him to go. I'm going to finish this interview. We are not intimidated by you, your government, the United States, or the Israeli regime. This was a blatant act of aggression. People were murdered.
They just got bombed. I won't give them that.
Iranian radio and television just minutes ago. And I tweeted it, and your colleagues have seen it. And this building is also a target. Your allies target journalists. Your allies have murdered over 200 journalists. And you are complicit in this genocide.
Well, let me respond to that, Professor.
You repeated the lies.
Listen, I've seen you, Professor. All due respect, Professor.
You are complicit.
All due respect, Professor. I've seen you doing this kind of shtick in the last few days on all sorts of shows. And let me just respond. The reason that I actually think that Israel has a right to do what it is doing with your regime is that your regime has been the fulcrum for terrorism in the Middle East now for decades. Through Hezbollah, through the Houthis, through Hamas, it has done whatever it can do to destabilize the region, to terrorize Israel and anyone else it doesn't like. It's a draconian, oppressive, appalling regime which is deeply unpopular with many Iranians. And every time I've seen you appear in the last few days, you've had a big smirk grin on your face, as if somehow you know better than everybody else, and that somehow we are misinterpreting your rulers and your regime, and that you're all a bunch of really nice people who have nothing but good intentions for the rest of the world, when in fact it's the complete opposite. And finally, Israel has said enough. And they're coming after your nuclear capability because your own ruler, the Ayatollah, has made it clear that he would very much like to see Israel removed from this world. And if you hear that and you're in Israel, then you're going to take action to stop that happening. So that would be my response to you.
Well, if your rant is over, I would point out that you are a dishonest person and a dishonest...
He ain't coming off great.
You can do ad hominem stuff as much as you like.
It's not the connection. He's just not coming off great.
Be quiet for a moment. Be quiet for a moment and let me speak.
You don't tell me how to behave on my own show. If you're going to call me a coward, if you're going to call me a coward and a liar, then I won't be quiet on my own show. Especially not from someone like you who spews disinformation.
I am the one in this building that has been evacuated, and I'm only sitting here because of you. So allow me to speak.
Well, keep the ad hominem attacks to yourself then. If you're going to call me a liar and a coward, I'm going to jump in and take you on. So show some respect or don't bother.
You are a coward. You are a coward. You did not come to Iran when I invited you. So you have no right to...
I wouldn't trust going to Iran. Why on earth would I trust going to Iran? As your guest,
your guest said nonsense about
as your guest in Iran, with your with your contacts with the Iranian regime.
So don't.
I wouldn't trust that as far as I
So
can
don't
throw
comment. So don't comment about Iran if you don't come here.
Well, let me give you some facts about your country. Let me give you some facts and see where I'm wrong here. Women face severe restrictions when it comes to marriage, divorce, inheritance, child custody, and so on. Compulsory veiling, punishable by flogging and prison sentences. Women punished for bad dressing, defined as exposing any body parts below the neck. Women banned from certain professions. They can't be judges. They can't be they can't be in certain positions in government. A ban on independent political parties, civil society organizations, trade unions. LGBT people suffer systematic discrimination and violence, closing shops that have so-called improperly veiled customers. Authorities censor media, jam certain television channels, continue to block or filter mobile apps, social media platforms. Executions, including those of children, torture and other ill treatment are widespread and systematic. State television can often air torture-tainted confessions, arresting and sentencing people who break fast during Ramadan. Anyone who speaks out, protests against the regime, can be subjected to the death penalty, flogging, prison terms and other severe penalties. It doesn't sound like a great place for me to visit, with all due respect, Professor Morandi. So you can tell me that I'm a coward and I'm a liar, and I can tell you that you prop up, personally, you go on the airwaves and you disingenuously prop up and grotesquely defend a terrible regime, which is now getting, as many people see, its final comeuppance for constantly threatening Israel with getting a bomb and taking it out.
This is such weird framing, especially where he was at a week ago. What the fuck?
And that's what this is about. You know it and I know it. And you also know that your regime has propped up the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas. It has been the octopus with its tentacles of terrorism spreading all over the Middle East. So you can call me what you like, but what you can't do is deny what I've just said.
You are a coward.
So you keep saying. So you keep saying.
You are a coward.
That's all you can say.
365 appears not knowing what an ad hoc is.
Do one of your smug grins.
You helped enable genocide in Gaza for 2 months. You don't want to let me talk. You don't want me to talk.
I do, but if all you're going to do is call me a coward and a liar, then why should I keep listening to that? Pointless. It's what you've been doing on the airwaves for days.
You say not. Because you say nonsense.
Really? What was nonsense about anything? What was nonsense about anything I said?
Everything. But you just rant on, and you think this way you can convince your audience that while your allies are murdering Iranians, while your allies have murdered
your regime has been responsible for mass murder. Your regime has been responsible for mass murder.
Let me talk. You are afraid.
To be fair, he has really shitty internet, so I keep saying to be fair.
Of letting me talk because you know that your narrative. Your
none of you watch Always
Your
Sunny.
narrative is that I'm a coward and a liar. Have you got anything else in your tank? Any other argument other than ad hominem?
Tweets a couple of weeks ago. But you
oh my God, his internet is.
You're afraid of letting me
okay,
talk.
just call the
You're
interview.
afraid.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not afraid of you, Professor Morandi, but you look to me like you're afraid. Because you know now
big tough guy.
The game is up.
Coward.
Tough guy.
Iran's terrorism game
I'm in a
is
building.
up.
I'm in IR. I am in the Iranian radio television building, and it has been emptied because they say they're going to bomb this building. And I stayed here for you, and you are responsible
This guy is kind of a
for
douche.
justifying these criminal acts. And those colleagues of yours in Iran who are true journalists who died today, their blood is on your hand. And
They're
you
not
will
on my
never
hands
escape
because
that.
I'm not
Just
part of
like
the Israeli
bomb
government
that fell
or the
on children
IDF.
of Gaza.
Douche first
you,
douche.
You are too cowardly to let me talk. You are.
You're just talking nonsense.
I feel like this is Sub-Zero versus fucking Scorpion.
Coward.
You're talking
You won't let me
nonsense.
talk.
If I was a
You
coward, I
have
wouldn't
this
have had
show
you
every
on.
day.
I wouldn't have had you on if I was a coward. But I knew what you would
Neither
try
of
and
them are
do.
douches.
You try and
It's
do
all
this with
nonsense.
all the journalists
It's all
that you talk to, and I'm afraid it doesn't work anymore. Your shtick doesn't work anymore. You defend the indefensible. You go ad hominem on every host.
Well, hold on. But do you, again, not knowing, do you understand that this thing can be applied to Israel, and that's exactly what you were doing, and that's why I gotta be real. This is a fucking jarring. Like, holy crap. This is a turn that like you don't even see in wrestling, where it usually lasts way longer.
Ever talked to? You were at it
But,
yesterday
nope.
with a Sky News
Heel
presenter,
turn.
and I'm not going to take it from you. Sorry, just not going to.
I don't care. You're a genocide enabler. That's what you are.
And you're a terrorism
You have blood on
defender.
your hands.
You're a terrorism
You have
defender.
blood on your hands.
Yeah, you
All
defend a terrorist regime. That's what you do.
All the perfume of Arabia will never clean those hands of your peers. Kill. Keep on the killing. Keep on justifying murder. Keep on demonizing Iranians and Palestinians and Lebanese, and keep on killing. Keep on.
I demonize terrorists. What I do is demonize terrorists, and the main
Destroy
fulcrum,
Lebanon and Tehran.
the main fulcrum of terrorism,
the
main terrorism for terrorism,
You're an enabler of
which has been
terrorism.
incredibly
You're
damaging to the
empowered.
people,
You
to
are a
Palestinians, to Lebanese, to Iranians. Has been
Well, let's go to our foreign correspondent, Ahmadi Ghulam Nawab Qadani. Qadiani. I don't know how to say your name. Either way, Ahmadi, our wartime correspondent.
regime.
Pep Talks.
You are
wartime correspondent.
a coward and an
Infowars.com.
enabler of
Okay,
terrorists.
you've nothing else to say.
Hezbollah was
Professor
created
Morandi,
after the Israeli regime took Lebanon.
Professor Morandi, it's good to end with one of your smirks, because they really play well with an audience, I can tell you. When they see you smirking away, it really is a good look.
You're too cowardly to let me talk.
Yeah.
You're too cowardly.
Because all you've got to say,
You're
is to attack me. All you care about is attacking me. That's not talking.
Honestly, yeah, he sounds like Piers Morgan, but Iranian. I know. Piers doesn't like being, like, having matched energy, you know?
You don't want to explain. You want to just call me a liar and a
I need to
coward.
go grab my
and a
herb.
genocide
Explain that
enabler. Have you got
Hezbollah
anything
invaded
else?
after Israel
Anything
invaded
else?
Lebanon and captured the. My dog. Yes, you are. You are lying.
Okay.
You are lying about your
All right,
rant was
Professor
all lies
Morandi,
about Iran.
thank you for the interview. I wish you a safe there. I do, genuinely.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for joining me.
I don't think so.
I appreciate it. I'm going to go back to the
think so.
panel now. I mean, Matthew said, I've talked to Professor Morandi a few times, and I watched him on the airwaves in the last few days, getting increasingly angry watching him, because he is just a ludicrous individual who comes out and constantly defends the indefensible when it comes to that Iranian regime, and has very close contacts with the rulers of Iran. But, you know, it's an interesting thing that in between all the attacks he was spewing about me, the fact that he's sitting there now in a media building, by the sound of it, which he's been told to evacuate, this is getting very serious and very real, isn't it, for people in Iran?
Very serious, and he reminded me a bit of, I don't know, Comical Alley.
Yeah, I was exactly going to say that.
It's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah, completely
many of the
deluded.
things. Deluded and clearly shilling for the regime. And I just think of this incredible civilization that stretches back thousands of years with the GDP per capita of like $4,000. Israel's is over $50,000, a freer society, one that wishes to develop and grow and be prosperous, rather than to live in this medieval, religious, fanatical worldview. As all the things that you said there, Piers, were completely true about the way they degrade women and repress free speech and all these other punitive measures that are just so awful to endure. One thing I'd throw in, though, is I agreed with the previous speaker on the panel who said that the Afghanistan war was a mistake. Would have been better not to have gone in. I think that's a fair counterfactual analysis. I actually was against the Iraq War too. But I think we should confront something that I don't think was confronted by the America First lobby, which is that if one agrees that Iran would like a nuclear weapon, as the
I hope our
nuclear
buddy
weapon
from
Atomic Energy
I hope he's
Authority
okay.
has said 60% enrichment, getting very, very close. And if you also believe, as I do, that they would likely use it, then let's not pretend that America can stay out of this. Even a relatively small nuclear war would lead to a nuclear winter that would have an effect around the world of catastrophic proportions. It would affect farming all around the world. It would lead to famine. We can't allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. The idea that the counterfactual is staying out and allowing potentially a nuclear strike to occur would be catastrophic. I think we need to face up to that truth.
All right, Cenk, I mean, Cenk, you were shaking your head throughout all that. I don't understand why you feel comfortable being such a defender of Iran.
I'm not. No. That's
No.
propaganda.
No,
Okay,
and
so let's break it down
I hate
one
that
by
framing.
one.
I
Okay,
hate that
so
framing. I hate the fact that we have to just blatantly now ignore the fact that Israel just blatantly decided to do this to get the heat off of them. That's what's fucking shitty. And Piers is sitting here just being like, why? Why would you defend the terrorists?
For one.
No, you're doing the fucking propaganda that led us to the Iraq war, and then on top of it, he wants to pat himself on the back like, well, during the Iraq war, I spoke out against it. Where's my merit badge?
When I see the Israeli ambassador earlier,
I really
he
hope
sounds
that,
like
they call him on this, because Piers needs to have that
Israel
thrown
is
in his
clearly
face.
the aggressor. We all saw them start the war. Second of all, they say, oh my God, we're so worried about civilians. Israel always kills more civilians than their opponents, and by an order of magnitude. For example,
is
Hamas,
kind of
terrible.
like,
They killed 36 kids on October 7th. Awful, right? Israel has killed 500 times as many kids. So this guy, pretending to be an Iranian expert, is telling us about how much he's concerned about women. Israel has killed 20,000 women in Gaza. How about their rights? How about the rights of to those women to stay alive? How about all the civilians that are murdering in Iran?
Why are you avoiding criticising?
So when I see you guys,
yeah, but Cenk, why are you criticizing?
No, I'm not avoiding it at all.
But Cenk,
I'm not avoiding it at all. Let me explain. Let me explain. Okay.
Why are you ducking saying criticism of Iran?
It's a simple question.
I'm not ducking it at all. You ready?
Yeah.
You ready? It's simple. I don't like the Iranian regime at all. Okay. I'm an atheist now. They would kill me first. I got no interest in the Iranian regime. But the Israeli regime would also murder me. So I want you guys to be fair and balanced. So don't tell me that the Iranian regime is super dangerous to its neighbors while Israel actually attacks all of its neighbors, including Iran. So tell me about how dangerous the Israeli terrorist regime is as it attacks civilians again and again and again, except that you say, well, Muslim lives don't really matter. That's why you guys don't count the Muslim civilians that Israel murders on a regular basis.
No, it's okay. So I'm right there with you.
The Iranian regime is bad, and it is, and it is. It's just like Saddam's regime.
I've actually made Ryan like check in with me like I'm his fucking parent. I'm just like, please check in with me daily.
Hold on, Ben. Let me finish.
Because I need to know that you're okay.
Let me finish. So the North Korean regime is terrible. The Chinese regime runs concentration camps for.
I believe Taco Bell has nukes. Dude, hey, you know what? Pepsi owned a jet. I would not be surprised. PepsiCo owns
the Russians invaded Ukraine. These are all
in
terrible
league
regimes.
with Taco Bell.
That doesn't mean we have to start a war with them. And it doesn't mean that America has to fight Israel's war for it.
Well, America isn't fighting it at the moment.
We're not fighting it.
The trade was the Baja Blast.
But America, fight your own war.
You give us the Baja Blast and we'll give you the nuclear codes to Taco Bell.
$1, not one true.
America is not involved in this war.
Little did they know it was just an extra packet of spicy or of hot sauce.
Ben Ferguson.
Or fire sauce. Fire sauce.
It's amazing he just said that Israel would kill him. I asked him
Our bathrooms produce enough nuclear energy to power a small country.
That's not true.
What would they murder you for? What would they murder you
It's
for?
like Monsters Inc. where they got the canisters.
Again, you said that Israel would murder you.
They murdered journalists more than any other country.
So
they
you're telling
murdered
me right
more
now,
journalists than World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and Afghanistan combined. They murdered more journalists than all other conflicts in the world combined. They murdered Muslim Americans, 12 of them. And America does not defend American citizens in the occupied territories.
All right, Cenk, let him speak.
Israel murders Americans all the time, and America never defends us.
This is the problem. When you say things that are this egregious, everyone watching around the world is going to look at this and say,
let Ben have his say. Throws poop.
This guy is an idiot because you didn't answer the question. You said that Israel would murder you right now.
ChatGPT, look it up.
What would
Israel
they
has
murder
murdered
you
more
for?
journalists than all other conflicts in the world
I'm
combined.
asking you personally. You said they would murder you now. I'm not going to let up on this.
He's a throw poops monkey. He's not a face ripper monkey.
What would they murder you for? You're telling me right now that you think Israel wants to find you and kill you right now where you are?
No. If I go to Israel, you
you're
said
full of crap.
go to
Okay,
Israel.
yeah.
If I go to Israel, Israel would almost certainly murder. IDF already wrote my name on a bomb. It's not like they're hiding it. And they murder journalists more than any other country. In fact, all the other countries combined. That's a literal fact. And they
wait, but I think that okay. So I don't want them to I don't want Jake to play into like this hyperbolic thing that they think that he's saying.
Murder.
Like I get what he's saying, but at the same time, it is a little different than what the Iranians literally just killing us for being atheists.
Muslim Americans.
That is a little bit different,
12 of them, and American.
Not that it's like you should take the side just cause.
They didn't object under Biden. We don't object under Trump because you can.
That is just comical.
Murder American citizens only if you're Israel.
Have you seen the fair experiment where they give one chimp nuts and the other chimp a grape for the same task? No, I haven't.
Terrorist state of Israel is allowed to kill Americans, and what do we have to do? We have to give them another 311.
Wait, they wrote his name on a bomb? That's like
$billion.
Oh my God.
We have to start another war for them like Iraq and spend $2 trillion? Why do the American people owe Israel hundreds of billions of dollars? Why do we owe them more wars?
All right, let Ben respond.
Dead American soldiers. We don't owe them anything.
Don't talk over each other.
Us. Give me the $300 billion back. Give me the $300 billion back.
Respond.
You owe us. I don't owe you. And Ben, you're supposed to be an American, not an Israeli. Look at me and Jack. Me and Jack don't agree on anything else. But we agree that we should serve.
No, but you're a Zionist American. That's the difference. You're one of the, he's one of those white dudes that honestly thinks that, secretly deep down inside, and he probably won't say this until the day of rapture, that he's just like, oh no, we were always God's chosen people, honestly, this entire time.
America.
You guys were just, this is the contingent that called Jews placeholders for the field of Armageddon. Because that is their end game. Protecting the field of Armageddon so Armageddon can actually happen and the rapture can begin.
I say Americans first, not Israelis. Stop the wars.
Let me say this.
Look at MAGA.
Okay, here's what
Let Ben speak.
Number one.
Steve Bannon, all states stop the war. We didn't ask for war.
Ben,
here's the left and the right uniting, saying we don't want.
I like how Jake is not listening. Good for you.
Jake, let Ben speak.
Number one, my foreign policy has changed drastically from after 9/11. I don't think we should go into Iraq. Afghanistan, if I could have a redo, I would change what I thought about that. I've said that very clearly.
That's convenient. Hindsight being 2020, but I bet that we could go back and find that you were probably quite the strong proponent for that.
For years now on TV. But no,
this is your redo. No, actually, that's a great point right there from Jake. This is your redo. This is you being able to not fall for the same fuckery twice.
I said I've changed my foreign policy. When you make mistakes and you see what happens, it's okay to change. It's called growing up. All right, you learn from your mistakes.
No. You can do that, but you still need to apologize for the damage that you caused while you were being a shithead.
Thanks. I'm not in favor.
So you supported that war, but not going to take it back, or not going to even apologize for contributing to that ecosystem because you are a media commentator. That's irresponsible and dishonest to its core.
Favor of invading America into Iran. So let me say that first, so you put words in my mouth. Second thing, I've seen 2 hostage videos today. One from the guy that's in Iran right now, and you. And I don't know why you act like there's a country that is running terrorism in the Middle East, Iran, who's chanting death to Israel. By the way, death to America. They chant death to America too, okay? And why you act like they're not a threat to the Middle East and to American interests over there. That's why Donald Trump said yesterday.
Jack,
that's
you
why
think
Donald
they're a
Trump
threat
said
to
yesterday,
us?
if you come after, yes, I do. I do think Iran's a threat just because they helped kill American soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan. They trained the damn terrorists.
No, I asked Jack. I asked an American.
I know people that died serving their country in Iraq and Afghanistan. I just went to Fort Bragg and went to where the 82nd.
Yeah, because you sent them to die on behalf of Israel.
On a plaque. I'm not screwing around with this. Do not tell me that Iran
them to
did
die
not help
on
kill
behalf
Americans.
of Israel. Ben, I had these debates with you on the Iraq War. I had these debates with you on the Iraq War. You were 100% wrong then. You're 100% wrong now. You sent American kids to die there on behalf of Israel then, and you want to send American.
That guy is in his 40s. I'm almost in my 40s. What are you talking about?
Jack, I disagree with you on everything else. But
Let me bring in Jack.
Speak up here.
Let me bring in Jack. Jack, final word to you.
Well, certainly they're a threat, but in the sense that they're a threat because the United States is currently sending the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier from the Asia Pacific, from Westpac, over to the Middle East. So, by the way, this is the first time that China now has more aircraft carriers in the Pacific
Zing.
than the United States. The first time it's
20 years older
ever happened.
Fine, I look 30 years older because the guy looks 7. Now fuck you.
Now you're going to have those 5,000 sailors on that aircraft carrier, plus the other 5,000 that are on.
Literally, he looks like he's just. I'm waiting for my daddy to pick me up from my soccer game.
The Carl Vincent sitting potentially.
He likes to drag me home by my ears.
Sitting within range of everything that Iran has. This is exactly what I've been talking about. So the threat to American lives is, and I think it's right there. I think it's what you're saying. It's because America.
Meanwhile, we got Moby, who was left in the sun too long.
Is getting involved in a war that's not ours.
Can I ask
our favorite Lego man?
Question of Jack and Shank, just quickly. You say it's a war that isn't yours. If you were convinced, let me ask you a hypothetical, that Iran was close to getting.
You guys always do these hypotheticals.
If Iran was.
Yeah, you do the hypotheticals, but you'll never answer one, and you'll always do that snaky thing where you're just like, I can't answer a hypothetical.
Close to getting a nuclear weapon.
Yes.
As
good call.
UN inspectors say. Let me ask you a direct question. Do you then think, if America was the only country that had the capability to degrade and destroy Iran's nuclear capacity, would it then be in American interest to intervene?
So should America go around and blow up all the nuclear sites?
Jank, shut the fuck up. This guy's doing actually a really good job, man.
That aren't American? Should we attack?
Jake just caught himself. He's just like, not my time, not my time, not my time.
China? Should we attack Russia? Should we attack France? Should we attack the UK? All of them? Is that your contention?
Both of you little bastards look younger than me, so I can't talk shit.
So you would.
Should we attack Israel?
Okay, so it's a consistent position. You would permit.
Hey, I'm making it into my 40s with like relatively no age line, so hey.
You think it's in America's interest?
420! On the dot, let's go.
You're trying to Kafka trap me right now.
No, we didn't
You're trying
say
to
that.
Kafka trap me, and you're trying to say, well, if you agreed to this hypothetical that I asked you, then you must also. No, I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that game right now. You're saying, in a hypothetical situation, should America attack someone? To your point, they do not have weaponized nuclear capability or uranium that is at the point of weaponization at 90%, which they could use for an atomic bomb. They do not have that. They have 60%. So you're saying even if they had 90%, which by the way doesn't fit with the DNI Gabbard's assessment and the entire assessment of the intelligence agencies that Iran is not currently developing weapons of mass destruction. They're only enriching uranium. So you're saying, oh, well, that's totally fine. You've never even asked me what I think. You're trying to play this game where you put words
I've been asking myself.
Playing that game.
I'm not trying to play any game. I've been asking myself the question a lot over the last few days.
Because
Once I may just finish. Once I read the report that Iran had been dissembling.
I'm the same. I'm the same as Matthew. I read that report. I read that report, and what was crystal clear from that report is that there have been constant lies and obfuscation from the Iranian regime in relation to the nuclear program.
From the Israeli regime.
Clearly, they believed that they were being lied to in their ability to report properly about what was going on. They also believed that uranium enrichment was now at a level where it was quite likely and possible that Iran could have a full nuclear bomb.
Little did we know that Steve actually sounds like that.
Imminently, weeks, months, whatever.
Actually, I've got quite the repertoire.
Whatever that period may be.
He just sounds like Sean Connery.
And in that circumstance, I took a view.
Hey, I'm quite good with the dames. Did you not see the woman at my barbecue?
In a way that I'd be very critical of the Israeli government.
She was stirring that potato salad like it was nothing.
Government for what's going on in Gaza at the moment. But I took a view that if you are Israel right now and you have Iran with the atomic agency saying they are getting perilously close to being able to create a nuclear bomb,
nonsense.
that is a time where you may decide that is a time to stop them. And that appears to be
I think diplomacy is possible.
I think I've got to leave it there. We've run out of time, guys. I'm sorry.
I was asked a question.
Not been tried
this
here.
is the same lies that Israel fed us about weapons of mass destruction
He
in
tried
Iraq.
to literally just say, we're out of time, and then,
We got Mehdi Hassan to
The
close
same
out the fucking
hypotheticals.
show.
Oh, what if Iraq has weapons of mass
Damn.
destruction?
All right,
Oh,
we got
here's
a good
fake
one.
intelligence telling you that Iraq has
Hell yeah.
weapons
This is not
of mass
fake
destruction.
intelligence. This
This
is
is
from
how
the Atomic
Israel lied us
Agency.
into a war before. And then they always do hypotheticals like, oh, what if the Palestinians say that we don't have a right to exist? No, the Israeli cabinet has voted that Palestinians don't have a right to exist.
Okay.
All their hypotheticals are what Israel
All right.
actually does.
I've
What
got
if
to leave it
Iran
there.
has a nuke? Israel actually has a nuke.
Okay.
Israel is the most aggressive country and the most likely to use a nuclear weapon. We have to get out of Israel's control.
Okay,
And
I've
here's
got to
the
leave it
left
there.
and the
Check.
right uniting,
I've
saying
got to leave
yes,
it there,
serve
guys.
Americans
I've
first.
run out of time.
Diplomacy, get
I've run
Russia
out of time,
involved,
guys. I'm
diplomacy
sorry.
back
I'm
off.
going to have to leave it there. I appreciate you joining.
Not
we've gone,
$1,
we've
not
gone,
one troop.
We've gone well over time, but I appreciate you all joining me. Thank you very much. Well, joining me now is Mehdi Hassan, the editor-in-chief at Zateo News. Mehdi, great to have you back on Uncensored. Last time you came on recently, we reached agreement over what is going on in Gaza. I concurred with your view that
That little
it was
inch,
now
that little
crossing
itch.
almost every line. It wasn't just my view, the view of former Israeli prime ministers, of allies of Israel, and so on. But we have a separate situation here. And I'm just curious, I've seen what you've been saying publicly about this Israel attack on Iran. If you're Israel and you see that report from the Atomic Agency, which appears to suggest that Iran has been lying, obfuscating, covering up, not allowing proper inspections and so on, and now appears to have reached 60% enrichment of uranium, which is the next stage it can reach, where now it can be imminent, it can be within months that it could potentially get to nuclear power. Can you at least, without agreeing with it, can you understand why Israel has felt threatened by that report?
So, Piers, thanks for having me back. And I'm glad you started by asking about the IAEA report, because I know you brought it up with your panel as well. And I just want your viewers at home to be clear, because you described it accurately a moment ago, what the report says. I've read the 22-page report, came out May 31st, declassified. But on Friday, I was disappointed to see you tweeting about, you said the report exposes an imminent nuclear threat from Iran, which could justify a preemptive strike. What we saw on Thursday night from Israel was not a preemptive strike. It was a preventive strike, which is illegal under international law. It's what George Bush and the neocons claimed the Iraq war was against Saddam Hussein, which you and I opposed, rightly so. And that IAEA report does not expose an imminent nuclear threat. It says what you just said it says. It says that they haven't been cooperating very well. It says their level of cooperation has been, quote, less than satisfactory. It says some of their technical answers about their program have lacked credibility. It says they've impeded some of the inspectors. It says that they were working on some kind of military program pre-2003, which is what US intelligence has also said. Those are all bad things, Piers. You and I can both agree those are bad things, and Iran should not be doing those things. And the IAEA board voted to say they're in breach of their obligations. But that's not an imminent nuclear threat. The report does not say Iran poses an imminent nuclear threat. Your tweet was wrong on Friday.
I think it's as I just said.
Nuclear,
when it says 60% enrichment of uranium, it's the next stage that somebody who wants to create a nuclear bomb, right? So imminent, look, what do I mean by imminent? As I said in the panel, it can be weeks, months, a year, whatever, but they've reached a stage of enrichment.
Can't, Piers.
But they have the capability to take it to another stage and create a bomb.
Yes. So let's find more agreement between us. I agree. That is capability, right? They have enough highly enriched uranium to build up to 9 bombs, I believe. They have 400 kilograms of uranium.
So that is an imminent threat if it's in the wrong hands, right? We can agree on that.
No, it's not.
But why not?
No, because unfortunately having a civil nuclear program is totally fine. Having enriched uranium is fine. The issue is if you weaponize it and have a weapons program. And Tulsi Gabbard, no friend of radical Islam, Donald Trump's director of national intelligence, said in March that the US intelligence community's consensus view is that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, does not have a nuclear weapon, has not authorized a nuclear weapons program. The IAEA, Piers, in that report, you must have seen the line in their summary, said there are no credible indications of an ongoing, undeclared, structured nuclear program. Even the IAEA says there's no nuclear weapons program. Their boss, the IAEA chief, Piers, said last week, you cannot attack nuclear facilities in Iran. So, no, it's not an imminent threat. And under international law, Piers, this is the key point. If a weapon is a year away, you cannot say we're under imminent threat. That does not give you a right to self-defense. Otherwise, everyone in the world would go around just bombing people. You and I oppose Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We agree on that, right? Putin claimed that Ukraine would one day attack Russia with NATO support. That's why I'm doing it. That was a bullshit argument. You and I rejected Putin's bullshit argument in Ukraine. You and I have rejected the Israeli bullshit argument now in Gaza. You don't believe what they're saying about Gaza. I don't know why you're believing them on this when you were rightly calling out the bullshit from the UK and the US in 2003 over Iraq. Saddam Hussein was not an imminent threat, and Iran was not an imminent threat, and Israel attacked them illegally last week while there were nuclear negotiations going on, Piers. One last point. If Israel cared about stopping a nuclear weapon, you would go back into a nuclear deal that prevents Iran from a weapon. And guess who they killed on Thursday night? Not just generals, Piers. They killed Ali Shamkhani, the lead nuclear negotiator who was supposed to be in Oman yesterday with the Americans and who went on NBC a month ago and said, we're very close to a deal, we're willing to give up highly enriched uranium.
But Trump did say, didn't he? Trump did say, but hang on the deal, Trump said, look, you've got 60 days, right? And Israel attacked on day 61. In other words, they gave Iran the chance to negotiate. Well, that is what Trump said.
Well, Trump's a liar. Why were they meeting in Oman on Sunday then? Well, if there were only 60 days, why were the Americans supposed to be meeting yesterday?
All I'm saying is,
no. You don't get to pick and choose when you fucking believe that motherfucker. No, and that's what I hate about Piers. Like, he really does just, like, hold way too much water for him. Where, like, in these moments, we can all see what you're doing, Piers. We get it. You're standing up for your friend. Ew.
It is a fact that Trump said 60 days.
But you're not a journalist in this regard.
It is a fact he said 60 days.
But that's a lie, because but that wasn't a 60 days, otherwise
Why would he send an envoy the day after? What the fuck? Just to
bomb you? That was Netanyahu. By the way, let's be
This is why I can't do that.
I agree.
Netanyahu wants this war more than Trump.
Then why even ask the dumbest question?
I agree. I'm just saying that Netanyahu did wait. He did wait till day 61 of Trump's 60 days get a deal done.
No, because why was there a nuclear negotiation scheduled on Sunday between the Americans and the Iranians, which is now not happening? Who benefits from that? Netanyahu. The hawks who want a war. They don't want a deal. Otherwise, you wouldn't kill them.
Unless you think that Trump tacitly wants this to happen, which he might well do.
Maybe. I mean, I don't try and mind read Trump. You can. You know him better than me. The man's a liar. He's erratic. He's unhinged. Who knows? I mean, he claims to be anti-war. Remember all that bullshit? I came on your show last year, Piers. How many times did I hear people telling me bullshit about Trump being anti-war? He went to Michigan and said, I won't get involved in a war in the Middle East.
No new wars. No new wars.
Oh, now, several hundred people.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he got out of Afghanistan, that's crazy. So many American deaths.
Dead in Israel and Iran. Completely preventable conflict. Done with Trump's blessing. And as I say, if you're worried about highly enriched uranium, blame Trump, right? He tore up the nuclear deal in 2018.
Mehdi Hassan makes some well thought out structured arguments. Meanwhile, I'm just like, you're wrong.
In 2018, Iran was enriching uranium at what percentage? 3.67%. And the IAEA said, yep, we verify it. We have no complaints. We verify that Iran is in
that one's not going anywhere.
And Trump tore it up. And today,
60%
60% highly enriched uranium, 400 kilograms. That's on Donald Trump. We had the JCPOA.
But aren't you just there?
He tore it up.
I love how he does the little head scratches when he does get like proven wrong.
Why Israel is so twitchy about this? Gone from 3% to 60, as you said. That's not a small.
But who did that, right? But hold on, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You can blame who you like, but the way you described that sounded to me like you were presenting a fast-moving, imminent threat.
No. Okay, it's a good question. Let me answer it. No, what I was presenting was that there was a deal that worked. Trump and the Israelis tore up the deal that worked. Now Iran is definitely, you and I have already agreed, that they have potential to be closer to a bomb today than they were in 2018. So the solution is not then to go to war and increase the chances of Iran rushing for a bomb. The solution is to go back into a deal, to negotiate an agreement. Piers, just
actually, wait a minute.
There are only two ways.
Wait. Why not even, because this is using MAGA against them to just be like, I thought that Trump was the greatest deal maker ever. Why did he just abandon the prospect of making a deal and instead just go, yeah, I know it, bam.
Every US general agrees. There's only two ways to stop Iran from having a nuclear bomb. Number one is to invade and occupy the country and destroy every facility yourself. Number two is to have an agreement in which Iran agrees to stop enriching uranium at 60% or 90%. Right? Those are the two options.
I don't agree with that.
If
I don't agree. There's actually
a
third option because
what's the third option? What is it?
Well, the third option is doing exactly what Israel's doing now, which is using air power.
No.
Controlling the skies over Tehran and using intelligence gathered by Mossad, apparently, reportedly, and using specific intelligence to target specific commanders, scientists, and nuclear sites. I mean, that's the third option.
Well, That's not a third option because it doesn't stop the nuclear program. All it does is delay it. And in
But
fact,
have you spoken to any
with me?
military
Israel's own
people?
national-
Be honest, Benny. Have you spoken to any military? Listen, I've got 2 former British
Third
Army
options.
colonels
Yeah, well,
in my family.
they're already
I ran
using
this
the
past
third
them earlier.
option.
Both
It's
of
Israel.
them
Come
thought
on, man.
This was justified.
Like, they're already doing this thing where they're like, this is what pisses me off about, like, the Western media's view of, like, how they dehumanize every opponent of Israel. Because already they're doing the thing where they're like, 24 people died in Israel. Meanwhile, 224 people died in Iran, and this is, and there were more bombs, but back to the 24 people who died and perished in Israel.
Who are the military commanders you've talked to who do not think this is justified?
It's very much what it is.
Admiral Mike McMullen, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under George W. Bush, said there's no way you can get rid of Iranian nuclear program without boots on the ground. And by the way, you know who said on Friday? Israel's own national security advisor said on Friday, there is no kinetic solution to this. Air power cannot do this, right? Because some of their facilities are underground. Because scientists who killed can be replaced, right? You cannot end Iran's nuclear program via bombing. And by the way, Israel tried this before in 1981. They always hold it up as some great example. They bombed Saddam's nuclear facility in Osirak. Everyone who studied that since, nuclear scientists, weapons experts, say that actually that didn't delay Saddam's bomb. It accelerated Saddam's interest in nuclear weapons. He actually launched a covert nuclear program at another site over the next 9 years till obviously the Iraq invasion of Kuwait, right? So put yourself, Piers, you asked me a question at the beginning. It was a great question. Put yourself in Israel's shoes. We should always have empathy for whoever it is, enemies, allies. Let me ask the question back to you. Put yourself in the shoes of an Iranian official sitting in Tehran today who looks at a map of the region and sees Israel with
God, it's the darkest version of Ratatouille I've ever heard, Bandit.
nukes, Russia with nukes, Pakistan with nukes, India with nukes, nuclear-armed America next door in Iraq. Wouldn't you want nuclear weapons? I'm against nukes.
Yeah, but if
put
you're the
yourself in that
regime,
person's
but
position.
Mehdi,
if you look at,
but Mehdi, you wouldn't dispute.
would you not think it's rational
Well,
to have nukes as a
my response would be this: you wouldn't dispute that Iran's tentacles have been fueling for a long period of time Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and I presume you wouldn't also dispute that the tactical attack on Hezbollah through the pages, 3,000 of them targeted in a very precise way, that has led to Hezbollah basically, Hezbollah basically throwing the towel in and saying we're not going to get engaged in this war with Iran, which is a very significant moment in this whole war, I would argue.
If your question is, has Israel degraded Iran's supports abroad, its proxies, 100%. But that's irrelevant to the rightness or wrongness of this. I'm asking you to put yourself
but all
in the
those
position
proxies want to
of
kill
an Iranian
Israelis,
government.
right? So that's why I think that Israel has a right.
Israelis want to kill Iranians.
Well, as you've agreed, Israel's doing
What
much of
the
the
fuck?
killing right now. But let me just ask you this. Again, Ukraine gave up nukes, got invaded. Saddam Hussein gave up nukes, got invaded and executed. Gaddafi gave up chemical weapons, got invaded, raped and killed. Again, if you're the Iranians, are you not looking at this thinking, this means we need nukes? I would rather not give them an incentive to go get nuclear weapons. I'm anti-nuclear weapons for anyone. So I don't want Iran to have nukes. But the best way for Iran not to have nukes is not to attack them. That makes countries want to have nukes more. It's just rational to go, oh, the countries who have nukes like North Korea, they don't get invaded. So why give them an incentive to get more nukes? Why not actually have a weapons of mass destruction-free region? You know which country does have nukes in the Middle East? Israel, in violation of UN Security Council resolutions. You know which country doesn't allow IAEA inspectors into the country? Israel. You know which country hasn't signed the NPT, unlike Iran? Israel. We should talk about Israel's nuclear weapons, which actually incentivize others in the regions, not just Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, to think about nuclear weapons of their own. I'd rather not have more nukes in the Middle East with anyone.
Mehdi Hassam, great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Yeah, made you look really bad at the end there on your own show there, dude. You gotta love Betty. Clearly this guy is speaking. Wait, I mean, it's pretty irrational to build a nuke for anyone, Okay. Got no new news on the Steve front. Piers slowly getting converted. Well, the thing is, he was so close with the with his takes on Gaza, then to do this just like blatant pivot is wild, I have to say. Confirmed tornado outbreak near Chicago? What? Oh, that's for tomorrow. That's just a possibility. Oh, okay. Yeah, not gonna really worry about that right now. Here we go.
The man suspected of posing as a police officer while gunning down a Minnesota lawmaker and wounding another is facing state and federal charges today.
57-year-old Vance Bolter was arrested on Sunday near his Minneapolis area home. Jennifer Mayerly reports from Minneapolis.
Prosecutors say a Minnesota man who allegedly shot and killed State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband at their suburban Minneapolis home on Saturday also targeted the homes of other lawmakers during his overnight rampage. On Monday, Vance Belter made an initial court appearance, facing an array of charges, including federal murder, attempted murder, and stalking offenses. After a nearly two-day manhunt, Belter surrendered to officers, who found him in the woods near his home late Sunday. Authorities say Belter, disguised as a police officer, drove up to State Senator John Hoffman's house, where he shot and wounded Hoffman and his wife.
Belter wore a black tactical vest and body armor. He carried a flashlight and a Beretta 9mm handgun. He also wore a hyper-realistic silicone mask.
Acting U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson says security camera footage shows Belter knocking on the door and repeatedly shouting, "This is the police, open the door." When Hoffman realized Belter was not an officer, Thompson says the suspect announced it was a robbery.
When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Belter out and stop him from entering his home, Belter shot him repeatedly. Belter then shot Miss Hoffman.
Prosecutors say Belter went to the homes of two more lawmakers on the night of the shootings. One was away on vacation, and the suspect left the other house after police approached him, believing he was
wild.
an officer dispatched to the scene.
All right, there's gonna be some.
a frightening.
That's some survivor's guilt, like leading shit, like where it's just like, oh damn, like
time we are living in.
they got so lucky
Political
that they were
violence
not
is
home.
prevalent, and the way we talk to and about each other
That's
has raised the
fucking
temperature
wild.
to unfathomable levels.
Authorities say they recovered 5 additional firearms from the suspect's vehicle and a notebook with more than 45
Listen, I like me some pew-pews, but damn.
lawmakers' names.
Holy Grand Theft Auto.
Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, who were targeted first, survived the shooting and remain in the hospital.
Yeah, that guy is fucked. He's man, they got doorbell footage. They got so much shit on him. Like, that's why dude, when you're part of a manhunt, they know who you are, man. Like, you're going away for a while. Well, hopefully, again, I made the joke earlier that Trump would pardon him. I mean, who's to say that Trump just doesn't go fucking, go for it? But, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. What do we got? I'm going to be closing out the show here. We got 20 more minutes. What can we do with the 20 minutes? Since this is essentially the 420 fun half that I didn't really get to have any fun with. This was all business today, guys. Calling Trump out. Here we go.
So
Here
Nick
we go.
Fuentes.
Here, we'll do a Nick Fuentes call out on Trump because, these are becoming more frequent. Are you not creative? What's up with that? Like, are you guys in high school and is that like the new thing that you guys do? Like you go on streamers that you perceive as like being left of you and you're just like, are you trans? Or does long hair on a person just confuse you that much? Fucking. Okay, man. Because I'm like trying to find where I'm like, how is that even insulting? Like it's just very uncreative. But whatever, man. Maybe it'll help you work on your game a little bit. Dude had a bunch of those free signs for your protest in his car, and that's what this is about. Was that real? Wait, what? For my protest in his car? No, I mean, I made one sign that has two sides to it, so. No, you seem effeminate? Ah, I see how it is. Beta, cuck, whatever. Got it. The No Kings thing, was that real? Yeah. Yeah. How was it? Yes. I did an AI generation of that video. And that's how good I am at this, where it's not just AI. I was already doing a bunch of CGI, but I used AI to just do like a little finishing touch on it, and it just made it that much more convincing. The fuck? Wasn't sure if that was real. What? Yes. I showed up with 6,000, I think it was the final count. 6,000 signs. Uh-huh. Yeah. Fuck. These people that was my favorite part, is like the people that, honest to God, they're just like, you people got paid for that. I'm not talking about you. Then who the fuck are you talking about? He did have a bunch of No Kings protest flyers in his car, but him. Sorry, I thought you were like talking about like my video. I am dumb on that case. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, dude had a bunch of those signs for your protest in his car. Oh, for the No Kings protest. Got what you're saying now. Okay, I misunderstood. When you said your protest, I was like, what about it? That was obviously to misdirect him because he thought he wouldn't be found. Did he really? I mean, when I heard that he was like found in the woods by his house, that's some little kid shit. Where it's like, I'm going to disappear. Like, you just stare at the woods by your house. It's a great place to just disappear. Although, you know what? To be fair, the wilderness in Minnesota is a little bit different. Like, that's like, you know, it's kind of Portlandy. That's a good way, I guess I would put it. All right, Nick Fuentes. My bad. I forgot what the fuck I was doing. All right, guys. Last segment. Let's go for it.
I believe he was talking here about basically how the U.S. ended up doing war with Iran and greenlit Israel doing war with Iran. And he says something interesting because he admits I was right. He admits that yours truly was right. So let's listen, and then I'll have a lot to say about it.
Honestly, this is the one time, and I'm going to be really honest with you, this is not, I hope this doesn't sound a certain way, but this is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard, ever, from Trump. And I'm not a Trump derangement syndrome guy. I supported Trump for a very long time. I happen to think he's very intelligent. I happen to think he's very strategic. Or
That's a good one.
That's
tactical.
embarrassing.
This is the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard from him ever. This is like, it's almost worrying. You almost think, what is the cognitive state of the president? Is he even equipped to deal with the crisis? Because what it sounds like is muscle memory, like he's just falling back on a familiar pattern.
So what he's talking about here is Trump saying, hey, after Israel attacks Iran, kills all their top military officials, kills all their top political officials, their negotiators, their scientists, their nuclear scientists, bomb apartment buildings. After Israel did that attack, Trump seemed to actually think, like, no, now I'm more likely to get a deal after Israel starts the fucking war with Iran. Yeah, because everybody's always in a great mood to negotiate and do diplomacy after all their people were fucking murdered, right? So what he's talking about here is Trump expressing to the press, like, well, hold on. Yeah, yes, I did greenlight the attack. I was in favor of the attack, but Netanyahu talked to me and told me he thinks I'm more likely to get a deal if you just let them start the war first. And so Nick is saying that literally, like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. How could you think that that would help you in your quest to get a deal, right? All right, let's keep going.
There's going to be no diplomacy. What are you talking about? They better come to the table before it's too late. It is too late. Israel crossed every red line. Why do you think Iran has a latent nuclear weapons program? It's literally for this contingency. That's why it exists. That's why they wouldn't give it up, because they knew this was coming. And Trump comes on Twitter today and says, oh, well, they better come and make a deal. It's legitimately concerning.
What did we talk about the other day? His cognitive abilities are getting worse. He's declining mentally. That's why he said multiple things in the course of one day that were everybody was like, what the fuck did he just say? He said he's not the sharpest bulb talking about Joe Biden. And there were like, he said Gavin Newsom's decisions in LA have led to tremendous death. Nobody fucking died. Not a single person fucking died. There were like 3 or 4 incidents in one day. Everybody's like, what the fuck? So Trump has that kind of dementia that just makes you more angry and more boisterous, right? He doesn't have the Joe Biden kind of dementia where like he seems confused all the time. It's easier to spot the dementia when it's the Joe Biden type. But when it's the Trump type, because of his confidence and his arrogance and his bravado and his charisma, he can sort of override the fact that, and I've always said this about Trump, if you read an interview with him, right, where it's all in text, don't listen to it, read it, and you will see, holy fucking shit, this is sentence fragment after sentence fragment, totally disjointed thoughts. He goes off into the fucking wilderness and never brings it back to the main point.
Yeah.
Like, you'll read this and go, something's wrong with the guy who's saying these things. Something's wrong. And guys, he's always been this fucking stupid. This is a guy who believes in his core that exercise is bad for you.
Hey guys, don't forget, if you haven't already, renew your subs for Twitch over there.
Why? Because
we're starting to hit that point in the month.
He says, "Oh, you're depleting your battery. You have like a battery, and
JD Vance looking at
the more you do, the weaker your battery becomes. So you'll die younger."
Why is that such a funny picture to me?
If you exercise, I'm not kidding. This is something he actually believes, and it's just one.
It's like the meme of the dude behind the tree. That
one thing. He said
no.
He asked if we could nuke a hurricane. That if that would stop the hurricane.
That's a hilarious fucking visual. Oh my god.
And this is the guy who Nick went, oh, I thought he was actually really intelligent and strategic. Well, now are you waking up? It sounds like he might be. All right, here we go. Let's keep going.
And Trump comes on Twitter today and says, oh, well, they better...
Finally, the Oval Office couch will be mine.
Come and make it.
Oh my god, he's been fantasizing about it since day one.
Deal.
He was sitting there with Zelensky just like, I wish you would all leave.
It's legitimately concerning. No. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I'm not that guy. You know me. I'm not that guy. I'm not like a...
Someday, baby. One day soon.
El Kalinsky, like liberal, who says Trump's an idiot.
If he actually got caught by Trump, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm not like Stephen Colbert.
Listen. I knew they called you a couch fucker, but oh, what the fuck?
First of all, I resent the fact that you just called.
I mean, hold on. It does have a beautiful gold trim. Hold on. Move over. Let me get out of this.
Called me a liberal. I'm not a liberal. I'm a leftist. Second of all, comparing me to Stephen Colbert is fucking embarrassing. That guy's a joke. Okay. But third of all, I love...
That's why the White House stopped transcribing Trump's statements. No shit.
Segment where you admit that I'm 100% correct, you still try to take me down a peg. Well, guess what? This is what I said in my last segment, responding to Nick. This is what I said in my last segment. I said, maybe all you guys will fucking wait. Maybe all the groypers will grow up out of their fucking 15-year-old incel...
In fact, I think the only injuries at the LA protests were just civilians from the cops shooting their less lethal rounds.
Ideology,
directly
and they'll
them.
realize, hey, it seems like the leftists are right about everything, actually. Right? Even notice, we were just talking about this, but even notice the way we talk about being anti-war. The Tucker Carlsons of the world go, oh, well, I don't ever really talk about Gaza.
Oh my God, he's part of the club. What?
Talk about Gaza, but they bombed a Christian church there, and I'm against the Christian church being bombed. And, strategic.
I didn't think about this.
Sir, I don't think this is the best idea to go to war with Iran. That's a chicken shit fucking argument.
I was listening to his, and all of a sudden I'm just, like, trying to do the impression that he's doing, but I'm like, wait, you organically in that impression sound like Kermit.
From beginning to end, okay? The real argument is, Iran is not even trying to build a nuke. They never were trying to build a fucking nuke, number one. Number two, Israel did, and the U.S. did the illegal and offensive, aggressive attack against them. We started the war. We are the baddies. We are the baddies. In moral terms, this is wrong. In principle terms, this is wrong. That little chicken, strategically, shut the fuck up. This isn't a strategic question. It's a moral question. Should you attack a country that didn't fucking attack you and had no plans to attack you? No, you shouldn't. Right? And that's the difference. The left has been right about this all along. Every fucking step of the way about Trump being a colossal fucking warmonger. I was 100% correct. And everybody who was pretending like he was the anti-war candidate, I was warning everybody.
Yeah, he's got more Grover.
And going through his entire fucking record.
Wow, who is this dude? This is Kyle Kulinski.
From his first term, and it was water off a duck's ass.
Kyle Kulinski.
But now...
K, like... He smokes menthol's cool.
Everybody, maybe they were right. Yeah.
Oh my God, he totally smoked menthols.
Yeah, no shit, we were fucking right. Of course.
That hair says, it screams, I smoked menthols in high school.
We were fucking right.
Like liberal who says Trump's an idiot. I'm not like Stephen Colbert who says, oh, he's an orange dummy. I think he's very intelligent. Yeah. This is truly like a mind-boggling, confusing response.
Because he is a fucking idiot, Nick. You're admitting that I'm right. This is weird. Turns out Trump's an idiot. Oh... Look, I've said this before, but come up with any negative quality or characteristic you can, it applies to Trump. And I'm not kidding about that.
It's not wrong. Oh my God,
you're taught,
that's a fun game to play.
When you're brought up in this country, in a functional school district, let's say, you're taught very basic virtues. Like, hey, it's good to tell the truth and not lie.
Oh, he smoked Camel Jades all the way.
It's good to be
oh my God, he totally did.
Altruistic and empathetic. God. It's good to treat people equally, right? It's good to have honor and integrity.
You nailed it.
These are the things you're taught.
That, and then he moved to P-Funks.
Literally every single one of those things, Trump doesn't have it. He lies all the fucking time. He's such a pathological liar that
the parliament,
virtually almost everything he says is a lie, unless he says he's going to do something bad, then he means it and he'll actually do that bad thing. He is just
I forgot, not everybody knows that.
The most greedy motherfucker on the planet, the most selfish, narcissistic motherfucker on the planet. Like, there are literally no good qualities about this man. And that also applies to his immense lack of intelligence.
And it's scary because it shows that Israel has such a sophisticated and complex and strategic view of the situation, and our president is out to lunch.
They're not sophisticated. They're able to get whatever they want because they...
To be fair, actually... God, again. Sean, I smoked clothes for a hot second.
You know how to play the game. The Israel...
I mean, like a week.
Lobby spends colossal amounts of money in our political system. That's also why you don't hear many Democrats objecting
Al Capone's
in principle to what Trump and Netanyahu are doing.
It's the closest I've ever gotten to smoking cigars.
The Israel lobby has effectively bought our system of government. And so when Trump takes $100 million from Miriam Adelson this last race alone, that comes with strings attached. You're going to let them complete their final solution in Gaza. You're going to let Israel take over the West Bank. You're going to let them continue to bomb Lebanon and steal parts of Syria. And you're going to let them do war with Iran. It's actually very simple. The Israelis know, stroke the shit out of Trump's ego, and just give him all the money in the world, and then he'll let you do whatever you want. And that's where we are. None of it is complicated. None of it is complex. None of it is nuanced. None of it is sophisticated. This is all very straightforward, very simple. It all goes back to political corruption, and it all goes back to our leader being a fucking corrupt idiot.
Israel has masterfully orchestrated this crisis from the very beginning in a sustained way, fighting off every challenge in a very difficult domestic political climate. And our president seems to be like stunned almost. It's scary.
I just said it in our last segment about Nick, that maybe you guys will eventually realize, oh, actually the leftists are correct about everything. Maybe I should be a lefty. Yeah. Could not have said it any better myself, son. That's exactly right. And you should be more on the page that the guy's a fucking idiot, because I don't
like the
know
packaging. Yeah, the packaging was badass.
How much clearer he can make it. All right, guys, that's the show, y'all. I love y'all very much.
All right, cool. Perfect timing on his end. Yeah, so we're coming up to the, we're going to be closing out show here, but as we do, I just want to say, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. It is a big help to the channel. Guys, I hope you know that I'm not just, like, spouting that off. That is 1000% a big thing that helps this channel, so it's free.
I really appreciate it. Also, subbing to the channel is a great way to also support me. If you guys want to try and get a sub over on Twitch, we do have some new sub points and some fun goodies over there. Definitely check out my channel over on Twitch if you haven't already. Same name, Pep Talks TV. I'm a lot easier to find over there than I am over on YouTube, because if you type in Pep Talks TV on YouTube, it's actually kind of hard to find my channel. It's kind of annoying, but I'm working on it. Let's see. Also, if you guys did not see my protest stream, check it out. It was pretty good. I'm gonna be cutting it up. So if you guys do want to wait to see some of the spicier interactions, where I did have 2 interactions with some Trumpers that definitely was not what I was expecting, but it still led for a good conversation, surprisingly. Do you think we should be an autocracy? Sir Hambot, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Is that... Wait. In... autarky? What? I have no idea. Autarkic? I have no idea what that is. That looks like a D&D word to me. But, as I was saying, if you guys also would like to help out the channel, and you guys got some Bezos bucks, if you don't know what those are, it's your Prime dollars that you can contribute over on Twitch. Best way to sub to the channel, because honestly, if you're like me, you just forgot that you were subbing to channels with your Bezos bucks, so it really, really helps me out. No problem. I got you on YouTube too. Nice, Sir Hambot. I really appreciate that. Badass. Thank you. No, see? Now this is what I'm talking about. Sir Hambot got it right off the bat. This is the kind of support that I'm talking about. Fucking base, dude. Welcome. Autocracy. That's what I was saying. I don't care. Whatever. Panic, honestly, you're doing your... Yeah. I know, it's... Whatever. I don't care. I don't fucking care. The back end of the stream. Also, that is Sir Hambot. I am, just about to be ending stream here, so I do appreciate you finding the stream near the end. Definitely check out the VOD when it is uploaded. As I was about to say, if you haven't already seen my protest videos, it is very, very cool. One of the many Seans on YouTube. Oh, sure. Shit. Jesus. Got it. Man, there's so many Seans over on YouTube. It's insane. We got legends. We got legends. We have stories. Which one are you? We shouldn't rely, but we shouldn't rug pull them when we already have them in place. Imports are fine. I don't want to do this. I go by Sean at night. The people that just are like, it's more fun if you just know my government name. It's like, oh shit. But like I said, guys, I can never get my my spiels out. Definitely grab your... Oh, another thing is your boy got a special little congratulations from Ground News, so I really appreciate anybody that has been doing that. But if you haven't already, check out Ground News and check it out through my link. If you I know that if you check it out for free, that does help my channel, and just by hitting the link. And if you guys want to get 40% off of just an awesome news feed that you do not have to question the algorithm on, Ground News is it. So definitely give it a shot.
And like I said, Bezos Bucks over on Twitch. Get yourself a membership. I'm going to be doing a lot more members only vertical streams. I finally figured out how to do that little phone thing, so might do some IRL stuff. We'll see. Kind of toying with that. Also, guys, now's the time. Can I get some feedback on the channel, like what you guys would like to see a little bit more of? But good faith and try and it's the one time I'll ask. Try and keep it serious. Like, try it. Yeah. What would you like? What kind of content are you guys digging here? What would you like me to focus a little bit more on? God, you know what? I should probably do a suggestion box over in Discord. That might work a little bit better. But either way, guys, here I have got to get going. Am I gonna do a Kirk song to end stream? Shit, no, I do not have one loaded up, so sorry, Kirk, for that. But with that being said, tomorrow is Tuesday. Tomorrow is going to be more of a it's going to be more like last week, where we're going to be doing a little bit more coverage of the goings on, because I have a feeling that it's not going anywhere soon. But if perhaps it does, then just look out for your normal at this point chill show. God damn. The last 2 weeks has been insane, guys. So, but I'm doing my Midwest goodbye stuff, so yep. All right. I love y'all. I will catch you later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.